What's going on, everybody? What is happening? Happy Saturday. Hope everybody's doing well. Appreciate you guys. Salute to you all. A lot going on as usual. But we here and we're ready to get it going. First off, let's check it out. You know how we do. East Coast represent. It is currently 45 degrees in the New York area, going up to a high of 45 degrees. So we're right at it. It's cloudy right now, but I guess they said by 12 p.m. we might get a little precipitation, whatever that means. I don't know if it's cold enough for it to be like snow flurries or whatever. It'll probably be like a light rain. And then a little bit more by 4 p.m. and a little bit more by 6 p.m. And then it gets colder overnight. And then apparently we're going to get a little bit of snow. Don't know how much we're getting. Some places might get a foot. In the New York tri-state area, it could be maybe 3 to 6 inches possibly. And then we got the super cold front coming in again, where the lows are going to be around 11 or 12. Hey, welcome to the East Coast. Welcome to New York. Let's go. So we got highs of 30 on Monday, 22 Tuesday, 22 Wednesday, and 25 is the high on Thursday. Yeah, good stuff. All right. I got my morning cup of Joe or Joanne. You see it. Know the ledge, baby. If you know nothing else, know the ledge. Right into the vein. All right. See what's going on. See how y'all are doing. It's, you know how it is, guys. We're Knicks fans. You know, we got a lot. It's up and down, up and down. I don't know, man. Jekyll and Hyde Knicks. It's always the same thing over and over. We just have to deal with team that's got some stuff that they got to work through and still continuing to learn from. I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, one thing that just doesn't change is the Knicks defense just is not consistent. It's just not. And the 3-point defense has been, terrible. It's been terrible. But it's not been terrible like this year. It's been terrible for many years. Like, we have moments where we, close out more effectively. But even when we talk about Mitchell Robinson and his impact, he's not impacting on the three. He's impacting in the paint. The Knicks paint defense has been fantastic. The perimeter defense, always something to be desired. And this year has just been worse. Maybe it's because we're taking more ourselves. So it's just loosey-goosey. They're expending a lot of energy running around, getting open to take threes. I don't know what it is, but I tell you one thing, it's not good. I tell you that. The 3-point defense is horrible. I mean, we let every team with every player, guys who average 6 points, average 3 points, they come out and they light us up. And we allow them to light us up. We give them room. And all I want to say with regards to that is that that's not necessarily a player thing. That's a Tom Thibodeau thing. Tom Thibodeau's defensive schemes, since he's been here, have always allowed people to shoot from the perimeter. So you can't blame the players for not, guarding it better when his defense precipitates guys being open for three with these trying to the drop coverage and all that stuff. Like, you're gonna put yourself in the same situation over and over and over. So I don't know, man. Outside of Tom Thibodeau changing up his defensive philosophy, I don't know what the fix is for that. Like I said, the quick fix is having a stealth defender in the paint who, when the person comes into the paint, they have a problem, because that allows guys to cheat and stay on the perimeter. At least you could be a little closer to defend and play better perimeter defense. But like I said, this is nothing new, guys. As long as we've been Knicks fans, especially this current regime, these current players, even Julius Randle days, the Knicks have not been a great perimeter defensive team. I think the best year, now I don't know, I got to look at that perimeter defense from the years, but I think the best perimeter defensive Knicks team that I've seen in recent history was that team, the Julius Randle most improved year, the 4th seed team with Bullock and Elfrid Payton. That they seem to guard the 3 pretty well. And Mitch was kind of a demon on defense during those days. So yeah, I mean, maybe then, but outside of that, every other year, I'm like, we always give up 3s. We get killed by 3s. We let you guys remember 2 years ago, or was it 3? No, 3 years ago when we played the Cleveland Cavaliers and Ricky Rubio put up like 36 on us. Ricky Rubio. Ugh. Whew. Man, it's bad memories. I gotta stay away. I gotta stay away. Yeah, man. Knicks got to get it together. They got to get it together. There's a lot of things that they're still doing, and I mentioned it before. One of the things I want this Knicks team to be able to do is be able to win when one of their star players is not on the court. And now, granted, I will say yesterday was tough because you're playing a good basketball team, like an upper echelon basketball team, without one of your star players. So that makes it even tougher, but it shouldn't. You know what I mean? Because if your team is built the right way and your guys believe in the system and the system is working, right? Then, because last year's Knicks team, even when we had less players at times, no matter who we played, if they came with the effort, they had a chance to win. And they did win some games against good teams without some of the good players on the court. You know what I mean? So it's not about who you're playing necessarily. It's about your effort and if you are schemed up right and prepared. Now, I will say, let's be real. If we were playing OKC or Boston or Cleveland, we would have lost. But we could lose with them with a full, healthy squad. With everybody on the Knicks, we could lose to those teams. So that's a little different. So don't get it twisted. I'm not talking about them. Yeah, man, but we're going to talk about a lot of stuff. The Knicks are still in a very good position. You know what I mean? They're not a bad team by any means. We all know that. And all of this is just trying to figure out what this team really is and how far they can go. I mean, they're 27-16. They're 3rd in the East. They're 3 games behind 2nd, but they're almost 9 games behind 1st, behind the Cavaliers. That's a lot. Not that there's not enough time to make that up, because the Cavaliers have not really gone on any big losing streaks. They haven't dealt with adversity. They've been fairly healthy, I would think. So, I'm not wishing any of that on them, but that's the type of stuff that happens throughout the course of a season. So we'll see if it happens to them and how they deal with that adversity. And I'm just checking around the NBA right now. There's no real like super hot teams. Hottest teams in the league right now are New Orleans has won 3 in a row, but they're 11-32. You know what it is. The Clippers have won 3 in a row. They're 23-17. Memphis has won 2 in a row. They're 27-15. And then the East, the Charlotte Hornets have won 2 in a row. I mean, they're 10-28. Atlanta has won 2 in a row. They're 21-19, 6-4 over the last 10. Don't be sleeping on Atlanta. I told y'all, Atlanta's not a bad team, man. Just because people play the Knicks and have this whole thing like, the Knicks, should be able to handle Atlanta because Atlanta's sucked the past couple. Atlanta's not the same team. Milwaukee's won 3 in a row. They are 23-17 on the season. And that's pretty much it. That's the hottest teams. Now, just so we all know this, just so you guys know, the Washington Wizards have lost 8 in a row, and they're 6-33. So that kind of tells you what the East is looking like. 6-33. Oof. But they're also dealing with injuries. Jordan Poole is out, but even when Jordan Poole is there, it's like he's out. You know what I mean? Okay, anyway. Kyle Kuzma hasn't been the same. He just got back from injury not too long ago. but he hasn't looked that great this season. Like, they're not a good team, but they got players that are underachieving and not even playing up to their current level, right? So they look even worse. Okay. All right. Let's get to the chat. Anyway, shout out to Walter Blackman in the building. What up, Walter? Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. And thank you to everybody who's here. We got 63 watching. Thank you to people on X. Thank you to people on YouTube, and thank you to the people on Facebook. Appreciate y'all. Hope you're doing well, Walter. Always good to see you, brother. JJ's in the building. What up, JJ? Salute to you, my bro. He said, salute, Ron. Happy Saturday, bro. 43 games into the season. I still haven't seen OG or Bridges stop anyone. Wingstop, all I see is 2 overrated defenders, plus Cat didn't play. What excuse for D now? Well, I think that the Knicks have a situation where if you really look at the team defenders, they are really good defenders. Those 2 guys are really good defenders, but they're not lockdown defenders. And I think part of the problem is, as fans, we think because they're so good defensively that they are that type defensively, and they're not. Like, even OG Anunoby, who is, you see him out there when he's going good, he looks incredible defensively. Even him, he's not a lockdown defender. It's not like you put OG on somebody and it's automatic claps. He can make a person work hard, and sometimes he can get their number, right? But every game in and game out, he's not a lockdown defender. There's certain guys that in this league are lockdown defenders. Let's just talk about a couple of them. When in their prime, when they're good to go, you know who they are. Drew Holiday is a lockdown defender. In his prime, he's good to go. I mean, right now he's still a really tough defender, but it's not the same. You know what I mean? When you got these guys in their prime, Marcus Smart in his prime, a lockdown defender. He makes it. He could guard centers, man. That's how, because he's crafty, right? Jalen Brown, for the most part, but he has moments too lately. I guess as guys get a little older in the league and your focus starts to become a little bit different. When he started to focus on also becoming more of an offensive player, some of that takes away from your defensive excellence, but he is a lockdown defender. Jason Tatum, quiet as kept, is edging closer to a lockdown defender. I don't think he's there because, there's going back and forth with him, but he's a really good defender. I'm trying to think, because a lot of guys, it's changed over like Dylan Brooks was a lockdown type defender. I don't know if he's that now. I haven't watched a lot of Houston basketball, so I don't know how he's doing right now. But there's not a lot of guys out there that are like lockdown defenders anymore. The Patrick Beverleys are done. Shoot, I forgot the guy's name. The dude was with the Philadelphia 76ers lately. Forgot his name. Whatever. He's done. He's not the same defender either. What was the other dude? What's it? Crawling? I can't remember his name. He used to be with Phoenix. That dude used to be locked down. He ain't locked down no more. He fell off hard. Crowder. JJ Crowder. He used to be a really good defender. He ain't the same. So I just wanted to throw that out there. I'm not making excuses for them. I'm just saying, like, if you even look right now, currently at the defensive standings, OG Anunoby, I don't know if he's in the top 10. And he's our best defender. And he's really good. Sometimes we see him, we're like, unbelievable what OG does out there. He's not even the top 10 in defense. So what does that tell you? So, yeah, man, I don't know, guys. It's tough. The bottom line is really, you don't really need to have lockdown defenders if you have a team made up of solid defenders. OKC. Oh, well, Lou Dort. You might want to say Lou Dort is close to a lockdown defender. But outside of that, their team is full of guys who buy into defense, though. So, I mean, that's kind of what it is. The Knicks don't have that. The Knicks got Josh Hart, who, goes up and down with his defense, but you know why? I mean, he's all over the place. They got OG. They got Macau. Precious can be good defensively in different scenarios, and depending on what's out there on the floor with him. You know what I mean? If he's got to play center, not so much. Deuce. We're going to talk about Deuce. So I don't know. We're going to talk about him. Yeah, but when you think about it, this Knicks team, like, should we be really surprised that we're not that good defensively? I don't know. As I said before, man, in this case, I wouldn't say the lack of DiVincenzo is the problem, because Macau replaced DiVincenzo. All right, whatever, swap it out. But the lack of Hartenstein, that's the one. No Hartenstein, no Mitch. That's a problem. All right, let me move on. But you guys get it. And we're going to be okay, JJ, I hope. Shout out to Lena Franklin in the building. Let's go, Lena. She said, hey, guys, the queen is back. And I know we lost the game on Coach Tom's birthday yesterday, but there are more games to go. Facts. Shout out to my guy, 713 gamer, member for 8 months. Wow. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. That's why the SKF army is tight, guys, because of people like 713 gamer and the rest of you who are part of it. Appreciate you guys. He says, we back in the building. Let's go. Shout out to my guy, Andios NYK in the building. What up, Andios? Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well, bro. As I always say, guys, please go support Andios on his Instagram. Show him some love. You won't be disappointed. Very entertaining, inspirational, all that good stuff, man. Just a good all around guy, man. Can't express it enough. Please show him some love. Go follow. He says, hit that like, subscribe to the channel, and enjoy the show. Let's go. Wonder Woman is in the building. Let's go. What up, Wonder Woman? Yeah, excuse me 1 second. All right. I'm drinking the coffee. I don't know what it is, man. I don't know. This ain't even real cream. This ain't even real creamer. This is that fake coffee mate creamer. Like, it's not even. There's no dairy in it. Like, what are we doing here? Why I get congested because of coffee? It makes no sense. Dilemma. She says, good morning, Rana SKF family. Hope everyone is well. Yes, same to you and yours. Hope you're doing well as well. Shout out to M. Gene in the building, a member of the SKF Army. Salute. Yo, what's going on? Knicks looking like a slightly above average team. Yeah, I mean, it's very up and down. Shout out to David Smith in the building, a member of the SKF Army. What up, David? Salute to you. He says, salute to Ron in the chat. I have been saying this for a while. Cat is clearly our best player, and the Cat is the true MVP of the Knicks. Knicks cannot win without Cat. He cannot be replaced. So that's a tough statement, David. You know why? Because what has showed you that the Knicks can win with Cat without Brunson on the floor? Against teams like Minnesota they haven't been tested. Remember, that's the whole reason why I said it before. Can the Knicks win these games without one of their stars? Jalen Brunson is a star. Karl Anthony Towns is a star. But can the Knicks win when Brunson's out? Can the Knicks win when Cat is out? That's the question. Right now, I don't want to say that they can't win without Cat, but they couldn't beat Minnesota without Cat. And that's a tough matchup with a big true center and Rudy Gobert. They're tough defensively. They've got a star player over there in Anthony Edwards. Like, that's a good team. So that's a true test. You know, say what you will about what they've been going through this year. They're starting to figure it out. So yeah, so that's the tough one. Okay. And I think Cat would have struggled without Brunson against them as well. Because don't get it twisted. Like, Rudy Gobert is a solid defensive player. Could Cat get him? Yeah, probably. I don't know, but they're going to go back and forth, and he's going to make it a little difficult for Cat. And think about it like this: when Brunson is at least a guard, right, who can handle the ball, he can get in and out of situations. So if they try to double team him, hopefully he makes the right move. Hopefully he can, do something, to get out of a certain situation. If the Knicks don't have Brunson and just Cat ain't no guard. Cat gets double team. He's got to pass the ball to somebody. Then you got to rely on Deuce or Campaign, or I guess Deuce and Campaign. Yeah, because there's no guarantee with Tyler Kolek that he'll even get the minutes. We don't know. Yeah. So I mean, it's just a little different. Like, I would think the Knicks would be in a position to struggle that way too, because we wouldn't have our most consistent ball handler out there on the court. And then it's not like they're gonna let Cat eat. They're gonna let Gobert guard the guy, and then if Cat is eating, they're gonna try to start sending doubles, and they're gonna make Cat pass because they don't believe in the rest of the guys can score the way Cat does. You know what I mean? So I think the Knicks would still run into some problem. But that's what I want to see. I want to see how the Knicks can adapt to those situations. We haven't been tested enough. We haven't had a lot of those situations. Knock on wood, for the most part, Cat and Brunson have been healthy, and they've both been out there together. So for the most part. And then I think when Cat wasn't healthy before, we didn't play a good team. We played a bad team. I think we were able to win, but it's different. I want to see how we play against, decent teams. David also said Knicks could win if Brunson was out of the lineup because Campaign is a very serviceable backup to Brunson. Knicks cannot replace Cat. Knicks depend on Cat scoring, rebounding, defense, and passing. I don't know. I hear what you're saying, but it's kind of like baseball, right? A relief pitcher. You could be the best relief pitcher in the game. I know not everybody cares about baseball, follows it, but you could be the best relief pitcher in the game, right? Solid. Nobody can stop you. You're great. But you only pitch 1 or 2 innings, 3 at the most. But then you take that same relief pitcher and say, hey, we need to stretch you out. Can you go start the game for us? Give us 5, 6, 7 innings at best. All of a sudden, they look effective for maybe the first 2, 3 innings. Then by the 4th inning, 5th inning, 6th inning, they start to flounder. They start to get hit because they're used to playing a certain role, certain spurts, and they're used to going up against certain defense. And I'm not baseball. I'm talking about now. I'm going back to basketball. When it comes to bench players come in and they're effective, and especially the ones that are really effective are the ones who used to be starters, right? We know Campaign used to be a starter, so he's got a lot of confidence. It doesn't matter who he goes up against, but most of the time, he is playing against team second units. He does get chances to play against the first units, but most of the time he's playing against second units. They're not the same level of defense. It's different. So to put him in there and make him the starter, right, and say that he is going to do what Jalen Brunson does. First off, Jalen Brunson shoots around 40% from 3 for his career. Jalen Brunson shoots around 49% from the field for his career. Campaign doesn't do that. And Campaign is also a very streaky shooter. Like, Jalen Brunson can be streaky at times, but Campaign is a severely streaky shooter. Last night, he played 12 minutes, scored 18 points. He hit like 4 threes in a row. But then in Monday's game against whoever we play for Martin Luther King Day, he might think up. He might shoot, he might shoot 1 for 6, 1 for 7, and he'll just do that. He just has his moments. So, and the question is, does the opposing defense respect Campaign's offensive game the way they respect Jalen Brunson's offensive game? Because Jalen Brunson's offensive game dictates what he can do out there in the court. It allows him to create more for his teammates because they have to pay so much attention to him. Do you think the defense is going to be like, oh, let's game plan for campaign? You know what I mean? Listen, he's our guy. I'm not dissing campaign. I'm just saying there's difference in those two. And I'm not saying that you are totally wrong. I'm just saying we haven't been tested, so we don't know. You could be right. Maybe we'll see that it's even if Brunson's out there with what Cat does offensively and his big body and the rebounding, that there's more of an element to winning so that we can overcompensate for when Brunson's not there. You might be right. I'm just saying it hasn't been proven yet. We have not been tested. So I want to see us. It's going to happen. I would rather it happen in the regular season. I don't want it to happen in the playoffs. So let's see what we got, man. Because we got to learn how to win these games against all, obstacles. Oh, boy. Let's see. Craig is in the building. What up, Craig? Good to see you. JJ, you get so disappointed, bro. Now we're a first round exit. I don't know, man. Give it a minute, man. Give it a minute. I know right now we don't look like a confident bunch that can take on the world, but let's see. Nostalgic Nick is in the building. What up, Nostalgic Nick? Good to see you. Appreciate you. Blessings, Still Knicks. Blessings to you. L, damn it, is in the building. Let's go, L. Pew pew, she says. That's right. She said. Pew, pew, pew. That's what she said. Good morning, SKF. Salute to everybody. And to Saturday's best of the best, the all-knowing, the man with the ledge, the guy sipping on that good coffee out of SKF coffee cup. Ron, let's go. Appreciate you, Al. Thank you. Craig says, Ron, why are your admins delete my message about Tibbs and Brunson ruining the team? I don't know, bro. I mean, maybe did you put any profanities in your message? Because if you put it, I'm just not saying you did, but if you did, it automatically gets flagged, right? So your message won't even show. An admin or myself has to put it up there. I think everybody knows that, right? You guys know that there's certain messages, if you put something in there that looks like a curse or something like, it doesn't even show up in the chat. We see it, like myself or the admin see it, and then we got to click on it. And when we click on it, it'll show. But we have to approve it. I don't know what you did. But your message is here now. Tibbs and Brunson ruining the team. So that's what you're trying to get across. Okay. All right. I hear you. So the question I have is with regards to Brunson, forget Tibbs. Tibbs is the coach. We all have issues with Tibbs. Is it because Brunson is playing the way he was playing last year and that's not good enough because it was good enough last year? Do you think now because he's got different players that he needs to play differently? I'm just trying to find out. Like, what is it that you think Brunson is doing that's ruining the team? And how can he be better? Let me know. Shout out to my guy Double A in the building. What up, Double A? Salute to you. Boom, 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 boom. Mr. Guitar himself. Gonna be a burner. Salute, Big Ron. Chat. What's good? Appreciate you, bro. Sha Powers is in the building. What up, Sha? Appreciate you, bro. Good to see you. Please, guys, go support Knicks Real Talk. My brothers Sha and Devon. Show them some love, man. Good content. You won't be disappointed. You know how it is. All right. Kareem Grant is in the building. What up, Kareem? What up, twin? Salute, Ron, and to your fam. Appreciate you, brother. Hope you're doing well. Cully is in the building. I don't think he had 50. I think it was 36. I think it was around 36 to 37, something like that. But it looked crazy because it was threes. It just kept knocking down three. I mean, think about it. A lot of it was threes. So if he had 30 on threes. That's 10 threes. That's nuts. Okay. So it was 37. Yeah, I knew it was like 36 or 37. But I know we could not stop that dude was hitting in our face no matter what we did. It was all over. He was shooting from everywhere. I was like, what is this? Ricky Rubio? Ugh. What's happening? But good to see you, colleague. Shout out to my guy D-Rex in the building. What up, D-Rex? He said, who in the chat takes campaign out the game after the shooting streak in the first quarter? Hey, you know what I mean? I don't know. Cully's upset. He's like, we lost every game this season the same exact way all season. I can't lie to you. I can't watch this stuff. I know, Cully. Been rough. NYC B-Ball 08 in the building. What up? Said, my guy. Salute to you, my brother. Yeah. Double A says, we lose to inferior teams breaking slumps off our backs at MSG. Yeah. Oh, the only thing these Knicks are good at defending is each other. Okay, D-Rex. All right. The Knicks community is antsy today, folks. Shout out to Deron Wayne in the building, a member of the SKF Army. Salute to you, Deron. He said, good morning. Good morning, Saturday. Yep. Appreciate you. And that's what makes it like when his biggest supporters start to get a little frustrated, and that's when you're like, hey, what's going on here? Never complained about Tibbs before, but man, I'm getting close. Yeah. Or some things, you know. Brooklyn Knicks fan is in the building. He said, I hate this team, Tibbs. Greece corrupted this organization. Oh, man. Listen, guys, as I told you before, he's our guy. We need him to get right. We want to go anywhere. We need Tibbs to get it together. All right. But I hear you. I'm frustrated as well. I agree. We do not Deron says we do not have a legitimate backup for Cat. 6 points from Sims and Precious. Yeah, it's not enough. And let me tell you, shout out to Sims for trying. It didn't look good, but he tried. I don't know why it took 4 years for me to see Sims try to do a spin move in the paint to get open. But you know, I appreciate that he tried twice. He tried twice to get something going. But you can't it's about confidence. It's about being willing to continue to do that, and you can't stop. Right now, you don't want to go too crazy, like, you know, don't shoot us out of the game. But you got that's the only way you get it going, when you start doing it, and when it's dropping in real time. Like okay, this is it. This is how we do it. Yeah, we got to try. It didn't look great though. That spin move, once he spun around, it's like he had no balance. I was like, uh-oh. But I like the fact that he tried. The Objective Knicks fan is in the building. Let's go. What's up, Objective? Good to see you. And please, guys, go support Objective in his show on YouTube if you haven't already. You know, the Poppin' Show. It's dope content. He tries to put he puts a lot of effort into what he's doing. So please go support him and show him some love. Also, Objective. Damn, I was just thinking about it earlier this morning because I didn't realize. I mean, I knew, but I forgot. This Monday's Knick game is early. It's a 3:00 start on Martin Luther King Day. So I don't know. I don't know if you're available for Monday night for SKF Weekly, but I'm going to reach out to you anyway to see if you are. Let's see. Appreciate you. Okay. Just Zeus in the building, another member of the SKF Army. Salute to you, Just Zeus. I haven't heard Celtics names all season. Interesting. Good to see you, bro. PD is in the building. What up? He said, I'm just watching the entertainment now. They aren't good enough to do anything special. I do enjoy Brunson, Cat, and to see Sims come out of his shell. Tibbs isn't coaching anymore. Yeah. We got a new member or a returning member. Appreciate you. And thank you. Knicks will be 2025-26 champs. Appreciate you. So this is something I pay attention to if I can. And I appreciate that, bro, because Knicks will be 2025-26 champs was gifted a membership from Crim's dad. But the fact that you see he's highlighted here is because he actually renewed the membership. So shout out to you, bro. I appreciate that. Thank you. And shout out to Crim's dad, man. I haven't seen him the last couple shows, last Monday, last Saturday, and I don't see him out here at the moment today. I hope everything is good. Appreciate him. Really good guy, though. I'm going to hit him up on X because I got his information. We go back and forth a little bit. So, yeah, I just hope everybody's doing okay. Thank you, Stream Elements, for letting me know what's going on. Appreciate you. Cardiac Knicks is in the building. Salute to you, my brother. Says salute, Ron. Salute my diehards in the chat. Appreciate you. Shout out to Anna Grill. Happy Saturday. Salute to you, Anna Grill. Good to see you. Animal Lex is in the building. What up? Say salute, everyone. Ron, since the first loss to OKC, I just don't believe in this team like I did before. Something needs to change. I get it. No, that's fair. That's fair because there's something that you could tell is missing, right? Like for a team that you think has a chance to do something special, you could tell something's missing. They don't give you that. Oh, we got it. You know what I mean? Like, because you could be a good team and lose to other good teams here and there. It's any given night, or you could even lose to a bad team. But it's how you lose or how you play, and I think that's what we are all not feeling that confident about. So yeah, I hear you. Mets 21-28 in the building. Salute, Ron. He said salute, Ron. I'm like, what's up, Mets? Appreciate you. Marvin Smith is in the building. Salute, Marvin. Hope you're doing well. Good afternoon, Ron and everyone. Ron Mills is in the building. What up, Ron? Appreciate you. Says salute, Ron, from Ron. LOL. We should have won that game last night. I'm concerned about this team. I hear you. You tripping, David. You tripping. No way. Not on a consistent level. Not on a consistent level. I think they could still I think they could win, but I haven't seen it, and you haven't seen it. But on a consistent level, no way. No way. Because the defense, like I told you, the defense ain't strategized. They ain't game planning for campaign. But if they have to, they could easily take campaign out the game because his overall game is not as good as Jalen Brunson. And when you start to do that, say, listen, don't let campaign get inside. Keep him on the perimeter. Fine. Campaign can shoot it. But if campaign's not hot, now what? He can't get into the lane to drive, so he doesn't collapse the defense. The defense don't collapse. He doesn't get, openings for other players. So then, you know what I mean? Like, it all matters. I'm not saying it can't happen here and there. I just consistently, I don't know if it can happen, for more than a game or so, here or there. So that I don't know. Wow, man, this is interesting. You guys are really turning, huh? Nostalgic Nick says Brunson definitely can be replaced. Oh, this is interesting. Let's see. David Smith says, Ron, I disagree with you about Brunson's importance. Well, I think we forget not just Brunson's impact offensively, the certain things he could do. Because don't get me wrong, I've noticed that Brunson hasn't looked perfect this year. I mean, he's not perfect, but there's moments he doesn't look great. And some of his decision making is questionable at times. But can we not forget another real big key to Jalen Brunson, why we saw his impact last year and why it was important, is because when we're in close games, which we haven't had a lot of them this year, but when we're in close games, he's a guy that we can go to get big shots. That is the question. Like when we're in close games, who do you go to that can make the big shots? I mean, Macau might have a little of that in him when he's going right, if he's going right. Cat can do it, but we know Cat sometimes folds. But so far, so good in New York, you know. But I mean, with Minnesota, he was folding. You guys know that, right? You watched Cat. There was plenty of times in crunch time the Cat folded. But so far with New York, he's been way better with that. So maybe Cat can answer the call when we need a big shot, right? But Brunson, as far as being a Knick, with the Knicks, he was our guy that would hit the big shots when we needed him. Think of how clutch he came through in the regular season last year. Think of what he did in the playoffs, all those big shots, the going back and forth with Tyrese Maxey. Do you think we would have won against Philadelphia if we didn't have Jalen Brunson? Even would have hurt Embiid. Embiid still put up 50 on us in one of those games, and Tyrese Maxey was cooking us. You think we would have won if we didn't have Jalen Brunson? I'm just throwing it out there. But I do agree that Brunson has some issues he's got to get through too. Some of his decision making hasn't been the best this year. So I'm not saying you guys are wrong. I don't want to go that far and say we don't need him. Shirley Willis is in the building. Shout out to you, Shirley. I don't know. Have I seen Shirley in the chat before? I'm not sure I have. Thank you for being here and rocking with us, Shirley. Let's go. She says they are not winning anything until they get it right. I agree with that. I am. I'm not going to lie and say I'm not, but because I know the value that he has given to this Knicks team. I don't forget what I saw last year. I can't forget how I saw that Brunson helped change the climate and the culture over here, because I look at everything in a different lens, right? Because I noticed when Jalen Brunson was playing games, I'm not even talking about the playoffs last year. I'm talking about when he first came over here, when he started to take shape and started to, really get busy. If you watched, you would have to go back to watch this. I don't know if I don't necessarily see it as much now as I did then. When the Knicks were playing out there on the court, if you watch the game, when the Knicks were going well and they may have went up 4 points, 6 points, whatever it may be, Jalen Brunson would come down the court and shoot a three, right? To try to make that 6 into 9 or to make that 4 into 7, right? I would notice that when he was here, like those first couple games or whatever it was, and he kept doing it. When the Knicks were down 2 points or 3 points, I'd see Jalen Brunson coming down immediately and score 2. Or if the Knicks were playing and say we were playing a team and, it was a close game and the other opposing player came down and hit a 3, Jalen Brunson would immediately come down and shoot a 3. I'm not saying that's always a good thing because, tit for tat, you could kind of get yourself blown out of a game if you're missing. But that's what he would do. He was confident in it. He was like, okay, they hit a 3. Rather than allowing them to build momentum, I'm going to come down and I'm hit a 3. So we stay right where we were and we can go from there. That's the type of stuff I noticed Jalen Brunson doing when he first became a Knick. Like, because he knew that to stay in games, to have a chance, you have to score. You have to put pressure. That's what I was noticing. And nobody else was doing that on the Knicks. And, as much as Julius was a big part of everything, he just didn't have the efficiency to do it. He might have had the same idea, but, he just doesn't shoot as well. He wasn't shooting as well as Jalen was. This year, the biggest issue with Jalen Brunson is that his jump shot is not as consistent as it was. You know what I mean? I don't know what that is. I don't know if it's the lack of focus. I don't know what's going on. But he is not as hot consistently as he was last year. This year, he has a lot more of moments where he's off and he has to get back to getting hot. The other thing, too, is we watched Jalen Brunson shoot or miss a lot of layups. He wasn't doing that before. I don't know what that is. Is it because he's favoring something like his legs? Is there something there that he's not getting enough lift? Or is it because the defense this year is focusing on him more, so he has to be quicker with his intentions, and because he's quicker, he doesn't have balance, right? So instead of him, making his move and getting to the lane and just finishing, maybe he's trying to get past so quick that he's awkward, and then he's a little off with his balance, right? And so he's still shooting it, but he's just not squared up the same. I don't know. I would have to do a deep dive into that and look at Jalen Brunson and how he finishes to see if there's something off. But I do notice it. I think you guys all know. Jalen Brunson is missing layups more now than he ever did before. So just wanted to throw that out there. Ron Mills says, I disagree. We need Brunson. Come on now. Nostalgic Nick says there are clicks on the team. Yes, that's true. All right. Stacks, different timing is in the building. Salute, Stacks. He said, salute, Ron, and everyone. Salute to you, bro. And thank you for being a member of the SKF armies. All right. Thank you for the generous super chat. Parrish Duggar says, no Brunson, and we are a lottery team, and Tibbs is fired. I agree with that. I do agree with that because it's a long season, guys. And if you get rid of Jalen Brunson, that means Karl-Anthony Towns becomes the number one option. Right? And I'm not saying that Karl-Anthony Towns now, his 9th year in the league, is not smarter and not better. Like maybe he can be a number one option now. Maybe he's learned from his mistakes and learned, and some of his arrogance has changed. Like he gets it now. Maybe he could be a number one option. But it didn't work necessarily with Minnesota when he was a number one option, right? And that's why they had to go get him some help. Without Jalen Brunson, do you think when Karl-Anthony Towns gets double the triple team, do you feel confident they can pass the ball to OG Anunoby and he can get you a bucket? Or do you feel confident that they can give the ball to Mikal Bridges and he's going to be the guy for you? Not saying Mikal hasn't shown that he can be the guy, but he's up and down too. And it's a game. It's not like, he's just not shooting that well this game. He's just bad. If he's bad, he's bad for the whole game, right? Or if he's good for the whole game. It's game by game. So I don't know. I just find it's much easier to game plan against Cat to double and triple team and get the ball out of his hands and then force the rest of the guys to beat you. And if you don't got a Jalen Brunson here, a person who's consistently made big shots and doesn't mind the pressure, and will take whatever shot is needed. You guys remember that game? Was it against Detroit? I don't know. I can't remember. Remember the game we played where the Knicks were down by 1 and we had some seconds left and all we needed to do was hit a 2 and Jalen Brunson hit a 3 from the corner to give us the lead, and we wound up winning. Stuff like that. That happened this season. Stuff like that is the type of stuff that's why Jalen Brunson is important, in my opinion. Because not everybody's going to take that shot, especially when all you need is 2. To take that 3 and to lose, because we could lose that game by 1. You got to be confident in yourself to do that. And you need that. We need some type of confidence from somebody on the team. But yeah, we'll see. Oh, it's Atlanta. Okay, thanks, Ron. Appreciate you. I thought it was. I wasn't sure. It usually is Atlanta on Martin Luther King Day, but Iman 3474 is in the building. Shout out to you, Iman. Thank you for being here. Clavens Durres is in the building. I know I don't pronounce that last part right. Durres? I don't know if you could tell me. How could you tell me, right? Okay. I know he's talking to David. Appreciate you, though. Thank you for being here. The Cowboys is in the building. What's going on? Appreciate you. or TA Cowboys. Morning. I disagree with that. I don't know. Do you disagree with Brunson being important or Brunson? Oh, we can win without Brunson. Which one? Let me know. D-Ras is and sorry. Let's go. You deserve it. Shout out to D-Ras. Appreciate you, my brother. Salute. Woody, Stephanie Lee in the building. Happy Saturday, guys. I watched the third quarter. It was pretty good. Our bench guys, and I went to sleep this morning. Yeah, yeah. That's the worst feeling. You think your team got it, and then you wake up and they lost. Oh no, that sucks. Sorry, bro. Brand new 1973 in the building. Says salute. The Knicks are not getting past the second round. Right now, I would agree. At the moment. Doug, fresh in the building. Salute to you, my friend. Salute to you, bro. Gene Blue is here. Salute, Gene Blue. He ball hogs. He needs to play make more, get other players involved, and for him not to force up everything over a 6'8" wing that's guarding him. Well, so, okay. All right, hold on. Let me think about this for a second. So, all right. So I can agree with he can be selfish. So ball hogging, okay. He needs to make a little bit more. Okay, all right. Get other players involved, and for him now the force up everything over a 6'8" wing that's guarding him. That's tough, right? Because the problem is the defense, right? Some of these teams have a defensive strategy that they're just going to put a 6'8" person on Jalen Brunson and make it difficult for him. So what do you want him to do? Not shoot at all over 6'8" guys? Because if that's the case, then they basically the defense won. They took him out of the game. If he just passes the ball, the thing is, I understand, like in that sense, you want him to pass the ball a little bit more, move the ball around so you can create better opportunities, maybe back cut screens, curls, transition plays, and make it easier. Then that 6'8" guard's got to keep up with Jalen Brunson and stuff like that. I get that. That makes sense. Right. But you also have to keep the defense honest, right? Because if the defense feels like you're not going to shoot or you're not going to be an offensive weapon, they're going to clamp down on you, or they'll just give you a little, a little bit of room because now we know you're in pass mode. Like last night, guys, you watched Julius Randle. I was so disgusted last night watching him, and it's not like he played bad, but he played. It's almost like he said, "I'm not shooting." Right, and I don't know what's going on over there. I know him and Anthony Edwards got into something like 2 weeks ago where they were kind of going back and forth. But they're cool, but they were going back and forth. So I don't know what's going on over there. And, but I will tell you, I've watched Julius Randle get upset when he was with the Knicks and somebody was complaining about him. I can't remember exactly what the incident was, but he decided to come out the next game and just pass the ball. He didn't take not one shot. He took maybe 2 shots and just passed the ball the whole game and rebounded. I mean, he still helped the team, but it was stupid. You know what I mean? Like it's one thing to take criticism and say, okay, well, I'm not going to do this. I'm just going to do this. And it's another thing to say, well, okay, I got what you're saying. I'm going to take better shots, quality shots, and look for my teammates. No, he just decided to pass the ball all night. That's all he did. Pass the ball. And he wasn't that effective on the boards, but whatever. That's what he did. And he took 2 shots last night, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was 2 for 6. I don't know what that was about. And he killed my parlay too, but whatever. Shout out to Jay Chosen in the building. Salute to you, Jay Chosen. Salute, peace, and blessings, Ron. Shout out to Double A. Thank you for the generous super chat. He said, team would do good to speak the truth on what's ailing the team. Oh, wait. Yeah. Okay, got it. Tibbs' defensive scheme and his rotation. Yep, I agree. Yeah, I mean, they need to talk, man. They need to talk and get right because something's not right. Something's not working. It's not. Blaze Brown is in the building. Salute, Blaze. He said, click, like, and subscribe. Ron always kills. Appreciate you, Blaze. Thanks, man. Oh. You know what it is. Thank you for the generous super chat. Scouting report on the Knicks is out. Just rain threes. It's a dangerous way to play, but it seems to work against the Knicks. You ain't lying, bro. You can shoot yourself out of a game, but man, it's just crazy that this happens a lot, but it even happens with teams that don't shoot well from three. They get hot against the Knicks. I don't know what it is. No, it's wild, bro. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. So you basically are feeling that Cam can run the team as well, and you would like to get rid of Jalen Brunson. Is that what you're saying? Because I got to tell you, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to show you. Hold on, please. That's not it. All right. Hold on, guys. Here we go. And this is not just, for you Cowboys. This is for everybody. I mean, you know what I mean? Like you guys have brought up some stuff and I want to touch on it real quick. Here. Let's share the screen here. All right. This is Cameron Payne. He's averaging 7.5 points, 1.5 rebounds, 2.5 assists, 44% shooting from the field. Not bad. It's not bad. I mean, he's coming off the bench. All right, but this is what it's looking like. So let me get myself out of here. Get yourself out of here, Ron. Boom. All right, let me drop this down and ignore this freaking video that's playing, which is annoying me. Blow that up a little bit. All right. So this is it, guys. This is Cameron Payne, as you can see. That's him. All right. So this year, we already talked about that, right? He's averaging 14 minutes, almost 15 minutes a game, right? So 7 points and a little under 3 assists in 14 minutes or 15 minutes. Let's say 15 minutes, right? And then last year he was with Philadelphia. Obviously, we know he came off the bench with them. It is what it is. He was with Milwaukee. He only had 2 starts. Didn't do much over there. He was with Phoenix. Only started 15 games that season. He averaged 10 points per game and 4.5 assists. The year before that, he started 12 games for them. He averaged 10 points and around 5 assists. Right? And he played 22 minutes. And then before that, he didn't really start for them, but whatever, 8 points and 3.6 assists. And then, man, Cam Payne has been in the league for a minute. I don't even remember these days. Well, he was with the Bulls? What? He was with OKC? Yeesh. Anyway. And back in these days, I mean, I don't know. He had that 1 year. He started 14 games. He played 23 minutes. He averaged 4.5 assists and 8.8 points. Okay. Now, back then, what does he average? He averages 42% shooting from the field, right? Now, 44 is the league average. He's at 44 right now. So, like I said, it's not horrible, but averaging 42 for his career. Here he had 49 and 48, but look at this. He only played 9 and 8 games. This is Fugazi right here. So I don't want to look at that. This one is interesting though. That 60 when he played 60 games and he shot 48 from the field. That was good. And he shot 44 from 3. That was nice. So 33, 36, 39, 38, 42. He shoots 37 from 3 for his career. That's not bad. He shoots 82 from the free throw line. That's solid. That's solid. I could work with that. But if you said if you're the defense, do you think that you would have to double team campaign on every night on average? Now, last night was nuts, right? Last night he came in and he was like a flamethrower. He hit 3 threes in a row. He hit 4 threes. He hit 1 3 and then, pause, whatever, something happened. Then he came down and hit 3 threes in a row, right? All within a certain span. He was cooking. And maybe Tom Thibodeau made a mistake by taking him out of the game. Maybe. But y'all know what I'm about to do. And it's not right. It's not fair to him. But I got to do it because we need to see. We got to see the differences. This is Jalen Brunson. They both shoot around 82% from free throw line. That's a wash. Jalen Brunson shoots 39% for his career from 3. I would say him and Cam Payne are very comfortable at shooting the 3. So I would say this is kind of a wash too. But then we look at the field goal percentage. 46, 46, 52, 50, 49, 47, 48. Shooting 48.8. This is under 49. And this is 73 games, 57. This is almost full seasons. You know what I mean? Like, and look at the starts, right? In 61 games, he shot 50% as a starter with Dallas. Right? So, I mean, to me, this is saying a lot about what Jalen Brunson is and what he can command. Now, I will give you this. Could he be more of a facilitator? Yes. Is Cam Payne more of a facilitator? Probably, because he obviously isn't he's not taking on the same scoring load that Jalen Brunson was doing. Because as much as we like Cam Payne and what he's doing, and can he shoot the 3? Yes. But Jalen Brunson's game is an all-around game. He can shoot the 3 and score from many levels on the court. I'm not saying Cam Payne can't be an adequate scorer. Jalen Brunson, I mean, I look at the shooting, guys. And if I show you, Jalen Brunson shooting in the paint, like it's ridiculous. So I feel like that's the biggest issue that we have here. A lot of people are upset with the fact that Jalen Brunson isn't facilitating, isn't passing the ball as much, and is calling his number. But last year he averaged 28.7 points per game. This year's averaging 26. Last year he had 6.7 assists. This year he has 7.4. He's passing the ball a little bit more and he's scoring less. Last year he shot between 10 and 21 shots from the field. This year, 8.9 to 18. He's taking less shots. You guys see what I'm saying? I'm trying to show you there's a difference in how Jalen Brunson's playing. It's not like he's chucking more this year. He's actually taking less shots and he's passing the ball more because he has a little bit more assists. So it may look a certain way to you guys, but I'm telling you, there's something else going on with this team. The other day, we played, I forgot who, I forgot who we played. Shoot, trying to remember. Don't mind me. That looks a little weird. I get it. A little wonky. Let me get this off the screen. Who did we play? I don't know. Whatever. We played a team, right? And people were complaining that the ball wasn't moving enough and that Jalen Brunson wasn't getting others involved because our assist total wasn't that high. Jalen Brunson had 11 assists in that game, and he had 30 points. And people were complaining that he wasn't moving the ball enough. I don't know what do you want him to do? I don't know. I'm not, and that was just one game. Don't get me wrong. I hear you. Like I said, I agree. I've seen other games where Jalen Brunson does call his own number a little bit too much, right? And he's made some decisions that weren't the smartest. But we complain about it and it becomes a narrative, and then you think every single game that's what it is. We need to look at this Knicks team from a game-to-game basis. What did we see last game that we got to work on? Okay, next game, what do we see that we got to work on? Or if we look good, how do we continue to do that? Let's stop saying that because this happened, that happened, that this is who these guys are all year. They're not. Just like the whole thing about Mikal Bridges. Everybody was, going crazy on Mikal Bridges, and I kept saying, look at what he's doing in the month of December. Look at how he's playing. He was playing great. And then all of a sudden now, once everybody starts to change the narrative, like, oh, Mikal is playing well, they're not giving him credit for it, but they said, let's shift our energy to Tibbs or talk about something else. Then Mikal has 2 or 3 bad games in a row. Oh, Mikal stinks. This is who you give all these picks up. Like, come on, guys. This is our team. We need them to be good. And they are good, but they got some problems that they got to work out. All right, let me get everybody involved. Put this link out there. Okay, the link is in the chat. So those who might want to come up and talk, by all means, you are welcome. Shout out to everybody tuned in on Facebook, X, and on YouTube. We got 135 across all platforms. Please hit that like button if you haven't already done so and show your support for the show. I appreciate you, and you are definitely helping me out when you hit that like button. Appreciate you guys. Shout out to Ruben Nunez in the building. Salute, Ruben. Appreciate you. Shout out to Angel Torres is in the building. Salute, Angel. Good to see you. Tendrell is in the building. Salute, Tendrell. Wow, have I seen Tendrell's name before? I don't know, but if this is your first time here, thanks, man. I think the Knicks could still make the playoffs at this rate, maybe a 6 or 7 seed. Everything we're saying, but the funny thing is everything we're saying right now and how the Knicks need to work on certain things, they're still in 3rd right now. So even saying that they could be a 6 or 7 seed, we're 3rd right now. So, you know what I mean? All the stuff that has happened, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Maybe the East is a little bit weak. It could be. I don't know. Because everything that's happening, the Knicks is still in 3rd. And if the Knicks go on another type of run and get their stuff together, they're going to run through the league, which I thought they were going to do before, but some other issues have crept up, and we see the Knicks got some issues they got to deal with. Shout out to King Ribby in the building. What up, King Ribby? Appreciate you, bro. All right, I'm just breezing through. Just want to shout out and say what's up to a couple more people that might have popped in. Allah Wise in the building, one of my day ones. Appreciate you, Allah. Good to see you, bro. Vicanti is in the building. Said first time chatter, but my only solid takeaway from the season. No questions asked. If we miss Hartenstein, wish the rules weren't the rules and we could have paid him. I agree. We definitely miss Hartenstein. So 100%. That has been the outlier. And it's not just Hartenstein in particular. It's having that backup center that can play defense. We had Mitch. When we didn't have Mitch, we had iHeart. So it makes a difference. Now we got nobody. That's a backup defensive center. Shout out to you. Thank you for being here. Shout out to Jeremy Nussbaum in the building. What up, Jeremy? Good to see you. Appreciate you. Says salute, Ron. Marvin says, would you trade Mikal Bridges or would extend his contract? He is not worth 5 picks, and he is not better than Dante. Well, right now he is better than Dante. But if Dante, and I know they put Dante in the starting lineup in Minnesota, and I've seen that he's had some good nights. He hasn't had necessarily the same nights he's had with the Knicks, but he's getting there. So if Dante gets back to where he was looking like with the Knicks, then, we can talk about it. Right now, I'm still giving Mikal the edge, only right at the moment, because Mikal is streaky, but when he's good, he's good. Like, and he's good the whole game. Like, when Mikal is good, he's good enough that if like you need a shot, you can get it to Mikal. He'll knock it down. Like, that's how I will say that's one thing I did not see from Mikal. I did not expect that when the Knicks, when he goes good, Give him the ball in the corner, he knocks it down. Give him the ball on the wing, he'll get to the lane, hit his little mid-range, or he can get to the hoop. Give Macau a little daylight, he gets right to the rim and can get an easy layup. He don't miss layups. He gets there. So Macau is a little better than I expected. I will say that. But he just has to be going because when he's off, he is super off. But so yeah, man, I'm not mad at Macau. And I think Macau has actually been playing the best defense on the Knicks. In the past month, I think Macau has been playing the best defense on the Knicks, in my opinion. I could be wrong. I got to check. I'm gonna check it. I'm gonna check. I got to get into the defensive stuff and start checking the numbers and check and see what my eye test tells Macau's been playing really good defense. But I'll see. I'll check, guys. Okay, let me just breeze through. I got a bunch of people waiting backstage. I can't wait to get this conversation going. We got a lot to talk about, man. The Knicks definitely give us a lot of agina. We stressed out here. Martin Olald Ruiz. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. He said, Mitch. They need Mitch. I mean, that's what it looks like. Or they need something. Appreciate you, Martin. Thank you for rocking with us, man. Hope you enjoyed the show. Hit that like button if you're entertained. Okay. Old boy G in the building. Okay. What up, old boy? He said, cut Matt Ryan and bring in Quincy Oliveri. I don't know. I'm trying. ASAP. I don't know who that is, but you got me curious. I'm going to have to do my Googles. Quincy. Hope that's a real player. Oliveri. Oh. Yeah, you could tell that's how out of touch I am. I don't follow the Lakers. I don't know what they got going on. Oh, okay. Interesting. Interesting player. Check his stats. He's not getting no burn for the Lake Show, though. He's averaging 5 minutes, if that. Is he playing mostly in the G League or something? I got no numbers to kind of base it off of, you know what I mean? Because he only got 2 games played. But you know, maybe I'll check some highlight stuff. I'll get back to you on that. You know, old boy, appreciate it. All right, Darlene Bryan is in the building. Let's go, Darlene. Good to see you. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. American Man is here. What up, American Man? Every time we lose, they start screaming, "Get rid of Brunson." I don't know. That's new, man. That's new. I mean, they've talked about certain things, but this whole "get rid of Brunson" is new. Like it was like, "Hey, Brunson's ball hogging," or you know, Brunson needs to do more. What? But "get rid of Brunson" is new. I don't know about this one. Ankara 999 in the building said, send tips to Greenland, him and Leon Rose. Man, I hear that. Okay. PD says, Cat makes twice Brunson's salary, so why compare him? I guess. Shout out to my guy Keith Turner in the building. What up, Ron? What up, Keith? D-Block in the building. Says, salute my brother Ron and the Knicks community. Another lackluster performance last night, to say the least. I agree. Nick Jr. 79 is in the building. Salute to you. Salute Ron. Salute to SKF family. Appreciate you. All right. And yes, AA, your super did go through, which I already read. Felicia Lee is in the building. Let's go, Felicia. Says Randle on the trade block, so he's unhappy. I'm not surprised. Yeah, I mean, last night he took 2 shots. It was ridiculous. Well, no, that's a lie. He took 6 shots. And he was 2 of 6. But it looked like he didn't want to shoot at all. He was passing the ball without even looking to shoot. East Blue Drew in the building. Salute. What's going on, East Blue? All right, couple more, and then let's get it going. I am Big Buddy is in the building. He said, do you think we're in trouble? I think so, and Cat injured even worse. Well, I mean, I think that thumb injury is one they don't, like, it can be bad because you want to take it easy because he could have, you know, fractured something. That's how hard he hit the backboard. You got to take it easy. Shaw Legacy is in the building. Salute, Shaw. What's going on? Appreciate you. All right. All right. Okay. Travel Vibes is in the building. What up, Travel Vibes? Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Shout out to Ruben Nunez once again. Platinum Lady is in the building. Let's go, Platinum Lady. JB problem is he plays no defense. That may be true. It's always going to be an issue. My guy, Knicks Real Talk is in the building. Salute. What up, Divine? Appreciate you, brother. White Falcon is in the building. What's going on? Appreciate you. Building Blocks is here. Salute, Building Blocks. Get a solid starting power forward and move Josh to the bench. Okay. I do think we do need to do that, guys. We're going to talk about that too. I think it's time to move Josh to the bench. I'm not even lying. Josh has looked great, but because Josh has looked great, I think Josh will be fine anywhere. We need something different in that starting lineup. Shout out to PD. Didn't win 4 games this year on his own. Next subject. Oh, he's talking about Cat. I got you, Parrish. Appreciate you. Thank you for the generous super chat. All right. All right. I think that's it. We're getting to the bottom. Oh. Thank you for the generous super chat. PD said one more thing. How many assists would Brunson have if OG, Bridges, and Josh were good shooters? I played point guard. I'm only giving you a few shots before I take over. I hear that. That has a lot to do with it. I mean, especially in the game, if you think about it, Jalen Brunson had 11 assists. That means he was definitely moving the ball that day. How many more assists would he have had that night had guys been knocking down their shots? Not saying they didn't, because he did have 11 assists. But you think about it, you know. Ray. I'm just gonna say Ray Alexander Perry. Thank you. Appreciate you. If Brunson isn't scoring, he's a liability. Now that is true. Because if he's not playing good defense and if he's not scoring, he's not making up for the stuff he's given up if he's not scoring. That's fair. Okay. And thank you for being here. I think it's my first time seeing you here. Please smash that like button if you enjoy the show. Shout out to Stream Elements for letting us know what's going on. Said thanks for subscribing, Danny Jones. Thank you, Danny. Appreciate you. Thank you. Nice is in the building. What up, Nice? Hart is looking great, moving the ball, or better yet, saying he may run the point guard. Marks, and good to see him, Nice. Marks Gomez, this might be my first time seeing you here. Thank you for being here. JB ain't a point guard. That's the problem. That is a question that a lot of people have been bringing up. Maybe JB's more of an off guard, a shooting guard type. All right. Got through everybody. JJ47K in the building. What up, JJ? Appreciate you, my bro. They have no rim protection when the defense breaks down and Tip's scheme is basically give up open threes. It's been that way since he's gotten hired. That is true. This has always been the case. This is nothing new, guys. It just looks worse this year for whatever reason. All right, let's get to the panel, guys. All right. And let me change this. All right, what's going on, everybody? Salute.
Hello. What's going on, Ryan?
Good to see you, Double A.
And Fritz and Jay.
Hey, how's it going?
Good day, brothers. I'm nuts today, man. I'm nuts today, man. You ain't gonna be no screaming, no cursing, no nothing for me today, bro. I promise.
Oh, no.
I am numb, bro. They finally have shut the Double A up.
Oh man,
seriously.
Bro.
No, look, man. Right. I hear some skepticism here on the truth from you, my brother. Because you said it. You said what the problem was straight out. And we know what the problem is. It's Tibbs' defensive scheme. He plays rim defense. We got 2 of the best perimeter defensive players, and he's making them look like really bad, bro. Because they're having to run out and try to close out on these shooters at the last minute, and they're getting late. And then when they're doing it, the shooters are pumping it and then going right around them. If you look at it, it happens a lot. And they call it causing them to foul. You know, we got no real rim protector. Cat has been playing outstanding offensive ball. He's been rebounding, but he's not a rim protector. And we've got some good guys, and we're playing them out of position, man. OG is a small forward. OG has excelled. OG earned that $40 million a year playing small forward. We had Julius Randle power forward last year. Now we move OG to power forward, right? You move Bridges. You got Bridges chasing around little short guys, man. Of course, he looks a lot slower than last year. You know, he's used to guarding small forwards. And the bottom line is, unless they do something about this defensive scheme, which we know Tibbs ain't going to do because he don't change for nobody. He rather run it into the ground, doing it his way, right? Unless they change this defense, we're going to continue to give up threes. And the only time it looks like we winning against good teams is when the good teams are not hitting their three-point shots. Otherwise, we're losing. We're even losing against bad teams at home. And this is what's alarming to me, man. You know what I mean? You had a 15-point lead against Detroit at Madison Square Garden, and you pissed the bed. And my last thing I'm gonna say is two guys that I had so much hate for when they played against the Knicks with Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce. And they have a podcast, and you know what? They were spilling truth. And guess what? This is not from Knicks fans. This is not for Knicks hate from players. This is two superstar championship players that won the chip. But the main thing is, guys, they played for Tom Thibodeau. Tom Thibodeau. And they spell out the same thing that we're spelling out. So we're not delirious, although they're trying to make us like we're delirious. You know, with Josh Hart saying, oh, you know, the minutes ain't don't bother me. Well, guess what, bro? We see it. We see you taking plays off. We see you pissing the bed and pacing yourself. And that's understandable. You play 48 minutes, you got to pace yourself. But how is that affecting the squad?
Yeah, no, I mean, listen, look, what you're saying, Double A, I can't disagree with those issues. And, you know, I did say it and I agree with you. I may not necessarily agree with the fact that people are saying we need to move on from Jalen Brunson, or we could do, you know, I don't know.
That's crazy, that's man. That's crazy.
But I hear you as far as what you're saying. I agree. The only thing I will say is I listen to Kevin Garnett. I think he's pretty knowledgeable. I like what he says, and he's not a homer. You know, he calls it the way he sees it. Paul Pierce is a little funky with me. I still don't know about him. You know, he said some wild stuff last year about the Knicks that I disagreed with. This year, he says the Knicks need to go out and trade for Zion Williamson. I think that is the craziest thing ever. I would never, if I'm running this organization, as talented is, you might as well just say, you know what, you don't care. Just say, listen, this ain't working. I'm gonna go get Zion and throw this whole thing in the ocean, because when you bring Zion Williamson here, this dude don't stay healthy. This dude wants to miss team obligations. This dude is out here messing with stars of a different variety. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not messing with Zion. I'm sorry. That young kid, he's
and he signed a real deal, didn't he? A max?
No, he signed a $200 million deal. Yeah, kind of like a Pete Cunningham deal. And the other thing is, like, he's still got a lot to prove. Like, forget all the other stuff. He's not a bad person. He's not a bad. I don't think he's a bad locker room presence. All that other stuff, but he got to stay on the court. If you only as good as what you can do on the court, and if you ain't on the court, what are we talking about? So other than that, you know, but I hear you though. I hear what you're saying, and I think that the Knicks definitely, these issues are real, and I do think that Tom Thibodeau has a lot to do with it. So I'm not admonishing him of it, but let's talk about it. Shout out to HRM the Great, appreciate you. He's not talking about you. I don't know who he's talking about, but he's talking about somebody in the chat. Shout out to Margaret Edwards in the building. What up, Margaret? Let's go. Josh Hart playing 48 minutes is ridiculous. He needs to play his 30 minutes. Let the younger players get the opportunity. We'll start there before I get around to everybody else. We can start there. I also wanted to say what's up to two more people real quick. Shout out to NYK Bro 99. I think this is my first time seeing you here. If that's true, thank you for being here, and smash the like button if you like the show. He said our perimeter defense is ghastly bad. That is facts. Our perimeter defense is trash. It's atrocious. And even when we have one good game, when we actually close out, or things are moving a little better and we're playing well on the perimeter, the next game we get smoked. It's just it is what it is. We're just horrible. Perimeter defense is horrible in a Tom Thibodeau defensive system right now, because he doesn't even have all his main pieces that he likes. He likes that center in the middle. But even when we had that center in the middle, Mitch days, Hartenstein days, we still gave up the three. This is what we do.
Yeah.
We gave up the three.
Yes.
Shout out to Tony Crow. Yo, Black, it's time. What up, family? Appreciate you. MBK is in the building. Salute, my brother. Good to see you. All right. Let me get over to Fritz. First off, let me say what's up to Fritz. Say what's up to Jay Chosen and Nice in the building. Appreciate you. Que lo que, ma pase.
Mira.
Okay, all right. Anyway, Fritz.
Hey, how's it going? You know what? I'm not totally out on the Zion thing. Just
come on, Fritz.
It's one of those weird things. You know, but you know what? I don't think of it like most people think about it. I think his problem. I think he needs to see a therapist. I think he has depression. I think he has a lot of things that needs to be worked out.
It could be true.
Yeah. So I don't think. Okay, I don't like some of the criticism you get. They just say, "Oh, he's just lazy." I think he's a young man with some issues.
Yeah.
Honestly.
And what I remember, I just wanted to say. What I said was, I never said he wasn't good. I never said he couldn't play. I just said he doesn't stay on the court. And for him to not stay on the court, to take the money, which he should have took the money. But I mean, if I'm not really happy and I'm in New Orleans, I'm going to get the money. Like, he could have left. He's going to get the money. But whatever. He chose to take the money there. But I just don't. Nah, bro. I got to see you on the court.
It's not something that you go head first in. It's something, it's not something you go head first.
And to what makes it worse is to know what you're going to have to give up to get him.
Yeah.
Because if he comes here and he plays 10 games and then gets hurt for 30, you're gonna be like, what? And we gave up all these dudes? What are we doing? Okay.
Hey, they buy him out. I'll think about it. They buy him out.
I mean, if they bought him out, that's different. We talking something else. Yeah, Fritz.
Yeah, but what exactly were we going on? Just the current state of the Knicks?
Kind of the current state of the Knicks and what they look like right now. You know, the lack of defense on the perimeter, just issues that they have overall, and what you see or what you think is going on, and who's. I mean, it's not necessarily who's to blame. We know who's to blame. Like, but
no, I see a problem with the lack of ingenuity, the lack of trying something new. Because at first a lot of people say, hey, after 20 games we're gonna adjust, and then Precious came back, oh no, we're gonna wait 20 more games and then we're gonna adjust. We're at 42 games and there's been no adjustment, and it's getting worse. So are you gonna rock out for 40 more games like this? Because if you want to do that, might as well mail a year in, if that's the case. But I don't see any adjustment. Mitch isn't the savior, and it isn't add Mitch and all the problems go away. These problems are still going to be here.
I will say the only thing I like about adding Mitch is that if you add Mitch, well, I don't know. Because there's no easy fix here, because you know what? It's like if you add Mitch, that's fine. Like coming off the bench, great, nope, not a problem. But how do you incorporate Mitch in the starting lineup with Cat? Like Mitch, the Cat goes to the 4 at some cases, and you got Mitch at the center. All right, I mean, I don't know if the Knicks want to even do that. Not that Cat won't still be. He'll be
with the Wolves. It worked with the
Wolves, but it also, I mean, the Wolves were in a position that they said, listen, there's money issues here, and it don't work good enough for us to say we're going to keep you. So they made a decision, and I'm not saying it was the right decision, but I don't know. That's the thing. Like, I don't know, man. It's tough to. The only good thing I could see is if Mitch was, say you did do that, then that means that OG and Macau could play their normal positions, which I think is huge. That's most important. I think these guys need to worry about playing their normal positions, and to be able to focus on that, and then focus on clamping down on the perimeter, hoping and thinking that they got somebody in Mitch that can protect the paint. But it don't have to be Mitch. It has to be somebody. And even if the person can't protect the paint, maybe the person is just a little bit better defender than Cat is when it comes down to it. Because Cat is really bad. I listen, I thought, I was like, he's a willing defender, willing in the fact that he'll move around. But he's not
trying to avoid fouls, Ron.
He is. That makes him a bad defender. Unfortunately, if you can't be aggressive and play defense without getting a foul, then you can't be good at defense. Like you,
right.
What I mean, you know what I mean? Like, because
right, you're right, 100%.
He's going to get himself in foul trouble. Then he's not even on the court, and now you're a negative. If you're not on the court, then what's I don't know. I feel bad because I think Cat is a really good player. I think Cat is interesting because I like Cat's motor. Right? No knock on Julius, but I mean, Cat has a good motor. He tries, like on offense and defense. He's moving around.
I'm impressed how he fits in with the team. His attitude. Right.
Yeah.
He doesn't have that "I'm the star of the team" attitude. He's deferring. He's deferring more to Brunson. I see.
Yeah,
I see him deferring more to Brunson.
He's a team player,
he calls him Cap, and
right. No, I agree. I mean, there's stuff going on here that don't know, man. Don't know. Jay, what's your thoughts, bro? How do you feel about what's been going on with the Knicks lately? And
what have you done for me lately? Is the title of the show, right?
Yeah,
look, first of all, good afternoon, gentlemen. Blessings to everybody. Salute, Ron, to your show. Always a pleasure, and always grateful that you give us a platform to talk about our favorite team.
Right.
I'm not gonna, to be honest, and that's what I was about to talk about. To be honest, that I'm not gonna. I sit here sometimes and I watch how the emotions take over, like people in general, right? And the fact is that not too long ago we won 9 games straight, but even during that time I watched similar people tell same stories. Fire Tibbs ain't doing the right thing, this guy ain't doing that, right? There is one test that you need to have. It's an eyeball test. Now, the fact of the matter is we have a horrific bench. We have run our starters into the ground, okay, already. Yes, they're paid to be a certain thing, but they're still humans. It doesn't matter. That's how you end up. So if they don't, either they have to take rest, or they get hurt, or they do whatever it is. It's all the same type of problem that we're having. I agree with you. I never heard once. This is the first day I'm hearing to get rid of Brunson. I want everybody to hear this out of my mouth, right? Brunson is the best signing in my lifetime. Signing. Okay? Not trade. You have to be old enough to go back to like Earl the Pearl and I think Earl the Pearl was a trade, I'm not sure, but
yeah, it was a trade.
It was a trade. So you name a better son. Please don't say Carmelo Anthony. Please don't say Carmelo Anthony. Carmelo was a great player, but by the time that he got with us, he was no longer the Syracuse Nuggets player. He wasn't dunking the way he was. Brunson brought us all the way. Now Brunson's a problem. Give it a break. Give it a break. All right? You're talking about a team that has a brand new starting lineup that are trying to figure out who they are, right? And a bunch of Chiefs right, but no real Indians. So a bunch of leaders, even though one's a captain, they on their respective teams prior, they were the man, right? So Bridges had to figure out, Mikhail had to figure out what his position was on his team. I think for a long while he was afraid to shoot the ball because he was like, "What? I don't think I'm supposed to shoot the ball." Maybe Cat and it, like he was going through something. You could see he was going through something. We brought him over here for defense, and you know what? And I'm going to tell you something right now. I think a long while ago we should address the bench situation. All right. I think there's only 3 people on this team. And I don't and I want to say something. Unless you attack my character, I really could care less. This is a Knicks talk. But anybody can have an opinion about everything. If I think it's nonsense, that's my opinion about it. All right. But there's only 3 people on this entire team that I think are not tradable. Brunson, Josh Hart, and Cat. After that, I don't care. I think there is everybody else is tradable to me. Ron, I'm going to semi-agree and disagree. Like it's kind of like I'm taught like mixed about this feeling. Right now, compared to right now last year, I don't think Bridges is what DiVincenzo gave this team right now. Has he had great games? Sure. Did Debo start off slow? Yes. So it was kind of similar type of deal, but he gave us something different. And don't forget, last year, Hart and Debo were coming off the bench.
All right. Oh, and let me just say, I didn't want to cut you off, but I'm only comparing Debo and Bridges this year, not last year, because Debo last year was incredible, especially in the second half of the season.
Right.
Debo was fantastic. We went through that, on this show like maybe a month ago when we saw his numbers. Debo's numbers are ridiculous. Like Debo could have been the best player in the league in the second half of the season. You know what I mean? That might be stretching a little bit, but I definitely think he was top 10. Like he was really like he was one of the best players in the league in the second half of the season, especially the last month and a half.
100%. And he had a motor. He had a motor to match the things that were going on, and he nonstop. I'm gonna tell you something right now for a fact that he was at least tied for second best player on our team last year with Josh, right? I think the 2 of them went up and down. We keep talking about Mitch is going to come back and do this. Mitch will come back. Nobody in the world knows what Mitch is going to do because Mitch has been hurt on a regular basis. It's like having a car that at one time was a good car, and now you just can't let it go, so you keep it in the garage. And while you keep it in the garage, you walk to the store. Right? Instead of going to get yourself some other car like Nick Richards that might not look nearly as good as that thing, but it gets you to the store without getting rained on. All right. And it helps your life. It changes the team's perspective. There is nobody. We handcuffed ourselves. We handcuffed ourselves with that Bridges trade, with all the picks and all that stuff, and we handcuffed ourselves with the OG with that much money for OG. I think OG is a good player. Was he worth two whatever, 212, whatever it might be? To me personally, no. But I think that he is a decent player. But there's only 3 people on this team right now that are not tradable for me. Everybody else is possibly a trade for me. And we definitely need a 7-foot legit center to come off the bench or play alongside Cat right now. He doesn't have to do. He could be whatever he does. He could play defense. He could be only a defensive player. You know what I'm saying? Grab the board, swat some shots, whatever. But I think we missed out on that type of player with the motor who's from our area with Richards being the cheapest version. Maybe Valanciunas because he's a double-double, but he's not going to play defense for us. So we're still missing out on that. So we don't have anybody in the G League. And this whole thing with, you know what? I know I'm going to get a lot of crap for this. This whole thing that you know, Deuce was the guy that we can't let go. Deuce wasn't the guy. If Deuce is so valuable to the team, why is Payne playing more? Why is Payne scoring more when they're on the court for the same amount of minutes when they were on the court for the same amount of minutes? If he's got that much, if people value him that much, we'll trade him and get us a good center. Because we got a hell of a lot of guards. We got a hell of a lot of shooters. And I also think that we are relying way too much on the three for no damn reason. Bring the guy out on a regular basis, the center, and we should be slashing to the rim every freaking play for the family show that it is.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. All right.
I got a lot more to say, but I'm gonna chop it up. I'm gonna chop it up. Forgive me for being late, but I got family. I got a lot of things going on. I got
you good.
I wasn't here last week.
Hey, Jay, I think part of OG's problem is him playing out of position.
Maybe, but he also like jumps and falls a lot, right? You know, he does a lot of things to himself. And also, don't forget, the man pulled up last year on a breakaway layup, hurt himself, right? So he's coming back. Whether he's out of position or not out of position, he's not playing the same defense that he used to play. Mm-hmm. And him and Matteo were brought here for defense. We don't need them necessarily for that.
Right.
We paid the man $212 million, who's a 15-point scorer. But he's generally a lockdown. He used to be a lockdown.
And what we've been arguing, and my argument with that, Jay, was that the defensive scheme that Tibbs is running is handicapping them. They used to being up on their man, not playing back, guarding the lane, and then having to jump out on the three-point shooters instead of being on them from the get-go. That's what's happening. And, you know, I don't believe that both Bridges and OG being the defensive players, the reputation that they've had over the years with the body of work that they have, like these are not 1 or 2 year players. These players have been in the league now for a few years and have played defense at a high standard. And now all of a sudden they come to the Knicks and can't play defense no more. No, it's a scheme, Jay. It really is. And when you were put in that position where, number one, you're not playing the same position, plus you're playing a scheme where you can't be up on your man no more, you know. And that's why if you look at it, they're getting, you know, people are dunking on us. You know, they're dunking on us like it's a party, you know, highlights and shit. Sorry, slam dunk contest.
Right. But let me ask you, is it Tibbs or is it the fact that they have to go over and help Towns on a regular basis because Towns does Olay defense and they're out of position because they're always double teaming somebody? So the fact of the matter
it could be. And it could be that too.
It's a combination.
It could be that too.
Game after game. Watch the next game.
No, you're true. 100%. 100%.
That they are consistently shifting themselves to help this man on defense.
Especially when we have an offensively superior center, like we're playing against a Jokic or Giannis or somebody that's offensively talented, big man. That's when we're handicapped because they, like you said, they have to drop down to try to help them on an inbound pass. If not, we're killed.
Right.
You know, cat is toast.
Right. So you just brought up a great name, and I'm sorry, Ron. So when we beat the Bucks, right? So what we do in that game, we switched. So Towns is not on him. That even though he's the main scorer, we knew that he ended up. And I said this on Knicks Real Talk with Sean Devine that if there's a player that's going to do what they're going to do, you do your best to shut them down, and then you shut everybody else down. Everybody else has to be shut down. All right. And we just also happen to be, look, the Bucks are coming back. They're coming back to the light that they are, but they're still not the team that they were. They don't have all the same parts. They don't have, they're a lot hobbled. They're another year older. There's a lot of things. We have young players. Brunson, I promise you this, man. I think Brunson's playing out of position myself. I actually don't think he's a facilitator. I think he's a two guard. I think he's a shooter who could dribble, and if he gets himself open, I think he needs to be playing alongside somebody who facilitates. That's my own. To me, that would change things. But I think we definitely handcuffed ourselves. I'm not sure that Bridges at this point right now was the right move, or even OG. But I could tell you the three people that are guaranteed Knicks in my eyes, and that would be JB, Hart, and Cat. After that, I'm not waiting on. Why are we waiting on Mitch? Why do we not have a 7-footer that's capable of doing something already?
I think it's because of the fact that you have to give up something to get something, and we don't have something that's. Honestly, like as fans, we want this team to be a better team and improve. And I'm gonna get over to you, Nice. We want an improved package of what we see out there. But I mean, listen, as much as we like our team, that's us. Other people, other teams, they got their own squad, they got their own players. They don't necessarily want Mitch. You know what I mean?
But didn't these guys make the Knicks team? This is what I'm talking about. Didn't these guys make the roster? Didn't they earn their Knicks jerseys? Then they should have the right to prove whether they can play or not. Right now, we're judging them. We're saying our bench sucks. Our bench don't play. They're saying, oh, we don't get points from our bench. Our bench don't play. How the hell are they going to score if they don't play?
But he's been playing.
You know what I mean? And we don't know what they can do because they don't play. They play garbage time minutes. And when they play garbage time minutes, they got to be like deer in headlights. Because if they make one mistake, they ain't going to play for the rest of the year. So it's like we don't know what we got.
Well,
we don't even know.
That was up to about 15 games ago, but I agree with you 100% on that. And I don't believe it's Bridges or OG's fault necessarily, because they have to help on defense with both Cat and JB, to be honest, both of them. So you can't be blaming. I'm not blaming these guys. What I'm saying is they're not being able to do. It's not natural position stuff necessarily. It's the fact that they have to do more than they should be required to do.
Let me say this, and I want to get over to Nice because Nice has been waiting for a minute. I kind of agree with AA a little bit, but I also feel like some of these players still have some work to do. But I do agree in a different way though, not necessarily. So I guess I'm starting to realize. I'm looking at it from John, my co-host John on SKF Weekly. I'm looking at it from his eyes because he kind of opened my eyes to something. He made a really good point. He said it's less about the fact that the Knicks bench is not good. It's more about the fact that guys who should be getting more minutes are not. And I thought that was very important that he said that. And when he kept elaborating, he made me think, and I think he is totally right about that. I think it's not necessarily so much about the fact that, Tyler Kolek is a mismatch. Dadier may not be ready. Fine. But Huck Porty has shown a couple things. He may not be ready either, but Huck Porty's shown a couple things that you can build off of if used correctly. You throw Huck Porty in a lineup with OG, with Macau, they make up for maybe some of Huck Porty's shortcomings or his gambles on defense that may not be quite right. That helps, right? But the other things he could do, the blocking of the shots, the little inside scoring that he can do, like that's helpful. So you got to stagger your lineups to make it as most comfortable for who you're putting out there. The other thing is Deuce should be playing more minutes than Deuce is playing. Like Deuce can't get comfortable out there. Deuce is struggling, guys. I want to get to Deuce in a little bit, elaborate a little bit more. Deuce is struggling. I don't care what nobody says. Was he hurt before? Yes. It's been like 5 games since Deuce was hurt. Okay, he's back now. Deuce is struggling. He's not even looking to take shots. Campaign is firing on all cylinders because he's firing. He's a gunner. Deuce took like what 3-4 shots yesterday. Like Deuce, and this is every game. He's just not. He's not being aggressive. He's not getting himself in the flow of the offense, and it could have something to do with him playing 14 to 16 minutes instead of playing 22 minutes or 20 minutes.
Playing hurt.
You know what I mean? Like Tom Thibodeau has to figure out a way to get Campaign and Deuce McBride more minutes. Take away from Brunson. Take away from Macau. Take away from Josh. Get these guys more minutes so they can be a better bench players. If they can be more consistent, if they're out there, they're not out there enough. They can't get no rhythm. This is what we talked about last Monday. John was right. They're not. They're not out there, and that's the guys that we do depend on. So anyway, because the point is, we 8-man
and Shemet. What happened to Shemet?
What,
you know, these are the guys that we brought in. They were supposed to play key bench roles. They were supposed to be our bench. Campaign, the Shemet, and Deuce, and Precious. You know, and with those four, I mean, if you give them the minutes, Precious shows that he can play. He's a serviceable guy. Shemet is serviceable. I mean, I don't see how he can get back into any rhythm. He's out there 2-3 minutes a game. You know, so what, like you said, John is 100% right. These guys that are supposed to be veterans and supposed to have earned the right to be out there on the floor, have proven themselves NBA veterans, right? This is why we got them. They're not playing. They're not getting the minutes. You're 100% right.
You got to take away. And another thing that might have to happen is you might have to go back. And I was never a big fan of this, but I understand I got to think about the player, not about what I'm thinking, because maybe you put that player in that position, he can do better. You might need to have Deuce out there a little bit more without Payne, right? Deuce needs to be out there running the show with Brunson, and maybe Brunson can go a little off guard, and Deuce got to get back into something. You got to give the ball to Deuce and let Deuce start working a little bit more. I think that's what the Knicks got to get back to. The Knicks had to do that last year. We didn't have no Campaign. The Knicks
he was cutting back. He was cutting to the rim, trying to penetrate more.
Yeah, and you know, Deuce is not important. Like I'm not going off on I'm not throwing myself out the window here, but I think you guys know it's all about different parts.
Yep.
Right.
If it wasn't for Deuce last year, did we beat Philadelphia? I don't know. No. Deuce played great in that series, like hitting big shots down the stretch. It's more to it, but it all mattered. Like you can't just take one out and think it's going to work. Everything needed to happen. All right, let me get over the nice.
That was last year, man.
Nice. What's your thoughts, my brother? And hope you're doing well.
Salute to everybody in the panel. Salute to everybody in the chat. Hey, Ron, it's getting to the point that once we have more questions than answers, we need to start addressing a lot of things, because now it's getting to the point that we need to be worried. What is actually happening with the NBA? I'm not talking about the Knicks. I'm talking about the NBA. Like, if the only time I only seen a spinning elbow from a player or from an actual fighter is UFC. It has happened twice. One from Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and I forgot what was the other one, but they literally doing spinning elbows to Brunson, and the first thing that the actual ref is doing is looking away, like to act like they didn't even seen it. Like, I'm talking about 360p. You could actually see it very clear on 360p. We in 2025, we got everything in 1080p or 4K. There's no excuse for calls like this to be slipped around. Something is happening, and us as fans, we need to start addressing it, because last year, if you start noticing, we always argue why is certain players arguing about calls. But now, if you start pausing every single time, either Josh Hart, either Brunson, either Cat is arguing a call, pause it. If you guys have DVR, make these tools, get the best out of it. Hit rewind and start looking, because there's a lot of shenanigans happening in the NBA. So that's first of all. The second is, why are we not seeing Hart running the ball? Like, if you look at Hart, his acrobatic way of playing, yes, I saw that yesterday he had a turnover the first time he tried it. But if you look at his acrobatic, and when he goes, he's close to almost unstoppable to be in front, because he doesn't need to go forward. He could go left or right. And the way he makes it look is like he's a freak. So that's 2. 3. Let's start giving these players the respect that they require. Mr. Robinson, as much as I know that he's not on court and is a major problem, we cannot act like he's not a defensive elite player. Like we all know that when he's on the floor, I'm talking when he's on the floor. I'm not talking about his problem of his injury and stuff. I'm talking about when he's on the floor and he's elite. We see why the Knicks has him, but things what happened with him when Philly with Embiid grabbing him and you see even officials not doing nothing about it. This is what I'm talking about.
Not even the league.
No, but they talk about, oh, it's marginal call, so we're not going to call it. But then again, you see another call that they rather miss it, and it's even softer. Like what is the NBA doing?
Something about James Dolan, nice. I'm telling you.
Another one. Look what happened yesterday, and I'm not talking about a fan. I'm talking about a critic. Yesterday we had a fantastic game. A Stephen Curry type of game on Payton, whatever his name is, Payne.
Oh yeah.
And all of a sudden, what happens? He's shooting in a way that man, we lucky if we see him missing. And what happens in the second quarter? After the second quarter, we never seen him again. What is like? Do you need to be smart to run this game? Like, what is happening? Mm-hmm. So then again, you have another game that he's not playing, and his shot is not going in, and those are the type of games that you continue letting him play. Like what? Why are we not giving certain players whenever they shooting in a way that we haven't seen them? Why are we not giving their props? All right, we know that you normally play 5 or 15 minutes, but tonight you're gonna be playing all 30 because you shooting in a way that is not a game today. And those are the first player that they removed. Like what? That's another question. Then is OG. OG is either the second or the third player getting the most money for the next team. He needs to start demanding more plays for him. Like there's a reason he's playing. There's a reason they paying him that type of money. He's a defensive freak. I love the way he defends, but he has more potential more than defending. He could shoot. We seen him shooting. We seen him already having a 40-piece Nuggets against the Nuggets. So why he's not shooting? And the last one, guys, I know that Sims frustrate even the best of us, but I feel like Sims is a kind of sleeper because I saw two moves that he did yesterday. And before he saw the other guy getting the ball, he was already moving. Like those are type of plays that only certain players only get. So why are we talking about trades and we still haven't even seen the best out of the best of what we have right now?
Because they're not getting the opportunity, nice.
But that's what we need to start asking.
That's why I think Jay feels and these guys are saying we need to replace people because these guys are not getting the opportunity, so we might as well get somebody that's going to play. And that's the whole thing. If we bring somebody in, we'll let Mr. Tips play them.
Yeah, but then again, if we end up trading, we don't even know if Tips is going to play him. So why are we going to trade something? And now we don't even know, or we more on the unknown of what type of detriment could whatever new player come to the organization could end up making. It could be a double-edged sword. So if we already know we don't have a problem with Sims, we don't have a problem with Huckporty, we don't have a problem with Shams or Payne, why are we not pushing them? Because look what happened with Payne. If Payne gives us 3, 5, 10 games the same way he gave it to us yesterday, are we still entertaining a trade?
That's the one guy I'm not trading on the bench.
No, we're talking a front court. We're talking about center or a big man.
Yeah,
like Jay was saying, a defensive guy, a big guy that can help us on defense.
Yeah, but
we got enough shrimps.
No. But there's a reason we got Cat. It's not only to play underneath the rim. We seen it in occasion that he pulls to the 3 line, he starts shooting threes. Look at Utah Jazz. He starts shooting threes, and look what he did to both of their 7-footers. They was forced to guard Cat at the 3 because he was shooting everything and he wasn't missing. So why are we not using our players the correct way?
Right. He's not playing that way. He's not even shooting as many threes.
No, you have Cat having better percentage than Brunson and Bridges, but you have Mikal Bridges and Brunson shooting more threes than the actual person that has better percentage. It doesn't make no sense. This is bonkers. This is bonkers.
Well, I think with okay, appreciate you, nice. I like everything you said. Shoot, there was one thing I wanted to say that I forgot, but with regards to Cat shooting the threes, I think we got to take the best of Cat with what we got, because Cat is very smart at how he does it, and I think the part of the reason why he's so efficient is he takes the threes that he wants to take. Like Cat don't take a lot of bad shots. He might take a couple heat checks per game, but he don't take a lot of bad shots. And so I think if you give him the ball more on the perimeter to make him take more threes, he might not be as efficient. Like, I think he takes the right threes, but doesn't mean I don't think Cat should have the ball more. I think Cat should get the ball. When Cat gets 20 shots, Cat is very effective. So the Knicks need to be working around that number. 18 to 20 shots for Cat every night is where it needs to be, in my opinion. And maybe more.
But if you stack Cat, you start off with Cat on the top of the key instead of down in the hole, okay? Now you open up the lane, the driving lanes, for people to drive. The lane is not clogged no more because he done pulled the center out, okay? Now Cat is fast enough, and he showed that he can easily drive around his man and go to the rim. He can drive to the rim. He can drive to the rim from the foul line. You know what I mean? From the top of the key, I've seen him a couple of times. So that I see where Nice is saying, that becomes more of a threat right now. Because right now, nobody's a threat. So we might as well have somebody as a threat.
It's not that nobody's a threat, and it's not that he needs to start at the top.
Something happened. Something happened in the middle of the end of last season. Between the end of last season and this season, something happened, and it's so obvious. It's so freaking obvious.
With what? What do you mean?
Johnny Bryan.
Oh well, listen.
And somebody, and thanks God that we have a beautiful chat. I think you have the 3 super chat, and somebody mentioned Johnny Bryan, but it's true. Johnny Bryan, like. Last year, we had Devo shooting in a way that he was 3rd best 3-point shooter. This year, he's one of the worst 3-point shooter. And what's it different? He didn't took Johnny Bryan with him. Johnny Bryan ended up going to Cleveland. Cleveland is shooting lights out. Cleveland, what position? What position of the NBA they had in the Eastern Conference? First place. Yeah. Don't you think they first place for a reason?
The whole league.
We need to start surrounding coaches that Tibbs needs. And hey, if we already lost or we missed out on Johnny Bryan, hey, all power to him. And I wish him all the best of luck. But we need another coach similar to Johnny Bryan ASAP. We're not supposed to be talking about players, because the players that we have, if you look at them individually, we have so many special pieces, but we are not using them correctly.
I remember what I was going to say now, and I see we got American Man in the chat with us as well on the panel. Salute to you. Let me get to little spring cleaning in the chat real quick to say what's up to a couple more people. Shout out to Jay Terrence Ridge in the building. Salute, Jay Terrence. Good to see you. Shout out to Wayne Peterson. Jay Terrence said we need some trades or we're doomed. Our perimeter defense is vintage, not designed for today's NBA.
There it is. Oops,
I got 2 things I want to tell you guys. Once I get past,
there it is.
Wait till you hear what I'm about to say to you guys once we finish this. This is so important. Hold on. This is crazy. Shout out to Wayne Peterson. Appreciate you. Shout out to Hidalgo Soul. Because I got soul. What up, Hidalgo? He said Josh Hart needs to be placed on a leash. He's overly vocal. controls the ball too much, misses OG being open on many occasions. He had 0 assists last night and constantly complaining to the refs.
Because he's constantly getting hit every time he goes into a lane.
No,
Every
he is.
one of us,
He is.
we are the least. If I bet you, if you look it up, we are the least amount of call fouls for us.
But I will say the Knicks do have a problem with the complaining because the complaining is not changing anything. And unless we still every game they still not calling stuff. They're still getting hacked. They're still getting whacked. So real quick, I think the Knicks should be more aggressive. I think the Knicks should get themselves. I think for the next couple games, the Knicks should be teeter-tottering on foul trouble. But because I think they need to be physical. I was watching a video of OG Anunoby versus Julius Randle when OG was with Toronto. OG was very physical with Julius Randle. It was very interesting to see. I think OG needs to get back to being that physical. I know he's calmed down a little bit because he's getting called fouls on him. He needs to be physical. I think Matteo, who's a finesse defender, needs to be a little bit more physical. I need Jalen Brunson to be in the lane, swiping at the ball. Yeah, he's not a good defender. Swipe. Let's get some steals. Swipe.
But you know, Ron, I think they're so scared to do all that because Tibbs not using the bench. There's nobody come in. Well, if you have 3 fouls in the first quarter, you're all done.
I'm with you. It's all connected. It's all connected.
It's all mixed. That's what I'm saying. It's like an up and down thing. All of this is like one to the other, you know.
But you saw that last shot that you put out there, right? That's why we need to. Can you put it back again, Ron?
Yeah, this one.
Yeah, just look at this, and we need to start asking each other the right question, because if we go based on this, and it's no knock on you, Hidalgo, because I know that you mean well, but just think about it this way: if he's too vocal and he's the one that is not supposed to be vocal, and we take him away, who's going to be vocal if it's not him? He's the only one that we have that is very vocal. It's more dangerous if we don't have a Josh Hart right now for the Knicks. We need a player like Josh Hart.
He shouldn't be so vocal. It should. Tom Thibodeau should just step up, take the fine. But that's when the NBA takes notice, is when the coach says it and he gets a big fine. Then NBA reviews it. Only when you point it out. The coaches, they don't respect players. They'll just, if you keep complaining to a ref, the ref ain't gonna go easy on you.
Yeah.
No, I agree with you, but I also agree with Nice. Okay, so both things should be happening at once. These guys are on the court. If he's getting hit in the mouth, or he's shouting at his people, yo, get open, move, do your thing. Yo, I need your help over here. Move, help out there. Go here. We need that. Let me tell you something. They got 20,000 people inside the arena. You got the coaches on the side. And I don't know if you noticed or not, like everybody noticed, but Tibbs doesn't sit down and he stays in the ref's face the whole entire game, right? They did say, Doris Burke did say something. He's never, ever been thrown out of a game. I don't know what that means to anybody else. I don't give a crap about that. But he says that he yells in the interview with her, that he yells at the ref on a constant basis. Why aren't you making calls for us? But he said he knows how to do it enough in a way where they're not going to kick him out of the game because he wants to stay on the sideline. More vocal should be JB should be more vocal if he's going to be the captain. But Josh being vocal is definitely not an issue here.
But you remember Jay,
right? And OG has been right. Listen, I like OG. I'm not saying I don't like OG, but in the last how many games he's been bricking like hell. So he needs to drive or get a little closer to the ball, to the rim. They all should be vocal. All should be vocal.
But think about OKC. OKC, their new acquirement was iHeart. What did iHeart? That's why I'm saying we need to start thinking outside the box. iHeart only said guard Josh Hart. Just guard him. He's a momentum changer. He's that's why we can't say that about Hart, because Hart, he comes out of nowhere and he changed the momentum of the game. iHeart, he understood that. So I'm going to try to make it very close to impossible for Josh Hart to get going, because he could change the momentum of the game very quick. So why are you going to try to decrease more Josh Hart when Josh Hart is the momentum changer?
All right. I mean, that makes
1,000%.
sense.
He's the
let me do this, guys, because there's so much going on. I want to get to American Man, but also there's some stuff that I want to say. So I'm just gonna read these, get to these super chats, but I want to, say what's up to a couple more people real quick and get it going. So just bear with me. Give me a minute to rock out for a little bit. Hold on. Shout out to Wiz BKLA. He said, I'm also not excluding adding Zion Williamson. There are scenarios where he could come here and be effective. I mean, he's going to be effective anywhere he goes. It's not about him being effective. It's about him being on the court. And I just don't, I don't know. I don't believe in that yet. But I hear you, though.
Effective in a porno movie. That's about it.
You mean a corno? A corn.
Corno. Yeah.
There you go. Corno. Yes. So shout out to Chris. Appreciate you, Chris. I kept this up for a minute, but I didn't get to shout him out. One of my boys. Appreciate you, Chris. He said y'all should have traded for Nick Richards. He's a Wizard fan, so he knows all about Nick Richards. Yeah, we should have, maybe. I don't know. Depends. I mean, Nick Richards and Precious Achiuwa actually have very similar numbers, but Nick Richards is more of a true center as far as his height, and better offensively. Shout out to Sweetie in the building. Let's go, Sweetie. Thank you for being here. I think this is my first time seeing you in the chat. Appreciate you. I think it's coaching issues. Tibbs doesn't know how to use this team. The reason he won with Boston is because he was an assistant coach, period. Okay. All right. Shout out to Quiet Money in the building. What up, Quiet Money, man? It's been a minute since I've seen you. Hope you're doing well, my brother. Good to see you. Says salute to the chat. Shout out to Ivory 10 in the building. Ivory, good to see you. He said one of the wings has to go. Too redundant. Trade one for more on-ball skills like a DeJounte Murray. Maybe. I mean, listen, who knows what the proper fix is, but that's definitely a scenario that's something to think about. Shout out to Nick P in the building. Salute, guys, he says. Appreciate you, Nick P. Sangfroid 929 is in the building. Says, greetings, Ron, in the chat. It's not Cat's fault that they're draining three-pointers on our team. Check up. Okay.
It's his fault.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Got you. All right. Let's get to this. Oh, hold on. What happened there? You know what it is. Shout out to PD. He said exactly. I'm upset Brunson trolls are getting acknowledged on here. All it does is show discourse and cause division when the guys has us as the number 3 seed. Okay, that's fair. Shout out to Walter Blackman. Thank you once again, Parrish. Thank you, Walter Blackman, for the generous super chat. This is, just appreciate you, bro. Thank you for always supporting the show. Shout out to Tay in the building. Facts. These refs are out of control. He was talking about what Nice was saying earlier. Appreciate you, Tay. Thank you for being here. Big Lou in the building. What up, Big Lou? I hope you're doing well, my brother. Hope life is treating you well. Hope health is good. Appreciate you. He said, good to hear from you, Ron, and the brother on the chat. Tibbs continues to be our problem. He will never take us to a chip. It is time to change. Okay. I appreciate you, Big Lou. I hear you. Paris Douglas says, facts, double. OT win in Philly beat us last night. Fact, double OT win in Philly beat us last night.
I guess he left out the Wolves beat us last night.
Okay. Yeah.
I think he's trying to say that we were tired.
Yeah. No, I get it. I was thinking for a second. Okay. Yeah. I want to make sure I wasn't missing anything.
Yeah, me.
All right. Appreciate you, man. Shout out to the Organic Fanatics show in the building. What's going on? Okay. Appreciate you, brother. Shout out to Raul, everybody over there. Man, thank you guys. Appreciate you. All right. Okay.
Ryan, I got a question for you. How much, guys, and the fellas, how much do you think this friendship between Rose and Tibbs affects the team when you have a president and a coach to have the relationship that they have. Because in situation, we're talking about, okay, Tipson's not using the team. He's basically saying that the roster is flawed. And who puts together the roster? Rose. And I mean, Rose has gotten his flowers this year, this season for, signing OG and bringing, the trade for Bridges. So, I mean, who's at fault here?
Okay, I'm gonna have to table this, but I'm writing it down. So we're gonna get back to it. See, there it is. We're gonna come back to it. I got you, because I want to get to American Man, but I also wanted to tell you guys this real quick. So back to Nice was on a roll. He was saying a lot of stuff, and so one of the things that I wanted to point out, because we were talking about the effectiveness of Mikal Bridges and OG Anunoby, but you guys noticed that when OG Anunoby came over here last year, he had one of his best defensive seasons in the little bit of time that he was with us, right? But notice it's the same OG Anunoby, but he's not as effective defensively this year. What is the difference? Tom Thibodeau has made everybody better when they come over here, whether you're an offensive player or defensive player. When things are working the way he wants them to work, everybody gets better. This year, we do not have a defensive center. And that is it. Tom Thibodeau's defense is always predicated on a rim protecting big. This year, we don't have one, and our defense is struggling because of it. I'm looking at this is like apples and apples to me. I'm not looking at it no other way anymore. I watched all of these games, and I've seen the only difference is we don't have that rim protected at the center spot. So I'm thinking, as I said before, Tom Thibodeau's defense is predicated on the big. He don't got the big that plays the defense. His defense is looking suspect because his teams always give up the three. Always.
That's what you said, but the league is headed that way. That's where they're predicated on. So you have to change with the time. But if you're playing an outdated defense, you're going to get burned, and that's what we're doing. We're getting burned,
right? But it's not. But yes, you have to adapt, right? But if that's your style, and it's always worked. Even last year, the Knicks wasn't the best. The Cleveland Cavaliers came out the gate as one of the best defensive teams in the league for most of the year, and then they kind of floundered, whatever. And then you go into the playoffs. You remember going into the playoffs, the Knicks all of a sudden turned into one of the best defensive teams going into the playoffs, right? And then, we dealt with the injuries and other things are happening. And so, but the point that I'm trying to make is we had Hartenstein and then we got Mitch back.
Yeah.
So we don't got either one of them dudes. And it matters. Like his system works. It's just when you don't got that big to be the anchor, it's not effective. It's just not effective, and it's affecting the whole team. Guys are out of position. They're not able to collapse and help out more on the perimeter because they can't stay home. So we're running into the same issues. Now, here's something. Remember, I told you I had something that I thought was shocking. I mean, this is freaking flabbergasting. I'm like, where do I watch it? Let me tell y'all this right now, and I think y'all gonna be like, yeah, I ain't gonna believe it. The New York Knicks are still in third place right now in the East Conference. They are 27-16. Ahead of them is the Boston Celtics, who are 29-12. Would you say, let's be honest, we're Knicks fans. Would you say that right now the Boston Celtics are a better team than the New York Knicks?
Yeah.
All around? Yes.
All around, yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Nice.
Nice ain't telling the truth. Nice is
no.
Come on,
way, nice.
Drop the fandom, nice.
This year, come on, nice.
It must be that I must be already too far away over the ledge, or I'm a delusional fan. But with the pieces that we have, I'm telling you right now, I feel that we have enough to beat a team like Celtics.
But okay, I'm not. But that's not what I asked you. I'm with you. I do think
Don't force my hand. Come on, Ron. Don't force my hand.
You don't want to say. I didn't want to say it either. Nice.
Who's better?
All right.
Yeah. Better than us right now.
You got me. All right. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. American Man, you there?
Yeah, I didn't want to say it either. Nice.
I mean, maybe he'll.
He's got Mike muted.
He's on mute, but I don't know if he's there. He might have stepped away. He'll be back. We'll see. Okay. The bottom line is Boston right now is better than us. Okay. And Cleveland, I don't even want to say it because I don't like to think about it, but come on, you see what it is. They better than us. Okay. It just is what it is. Right now, they better than us. And they got
basically the same team as last year. What is the difference?
Yeah,
what is the difference?
The difference well, that is the difference. They got basically the same team as last year. They got
but that's not why they're better. They
got a good coach, and Johnny Bryan is helping over there. But let's not forget who their head coach is, which I think a lot of us like him. Do you
think?
This is why these guys that think Tibbs is this irreplaceable guru coach is crazy.
Well, one more thing,
because we got so many 1 and 2 season rookie coaches that are going to the championship. Look at Udoka. Look at Boston's coach. Look what Udoka is doing with Houston now. Look what Atkinson is doing with the Cavs now. So these people that are on this president, we got to have like this. Because when did Tibbs become like Jeff Van Gundy or Pat Riley or somebody? When did he become that?
No, right. He didn't. No,
and we're saying, and we're saying that, what it comes down to, we're criticizing the players, we're criticizing the bench, we're criticizing everything, but we're not pinpointing on what the issue is. And the only way that it's going to change is that if our coaches change. And we already know from his track record that he's not.
The boy, what happened yesterday? And Ron, you know how much I love Coach Tibbs, but what happened yesterday? That conversation of getting rid of Tibbs, we may be closer than what we ever think, because there's no reason to see Payne bench after his shooting performance yesterday. There's no reason. I don't even care if we lost. If we lost in the way that Payne was shooting. Even Nas Reed was looking at him like, bro, calm down. Like, I'm trying to respond to you, and Payne is acting like a squirrel, shooting everything and not missing. Why was he benched? And if we already knew that we didn't have a center, why did Coach Tibbs allow Cat to play that 5? He should have forced Cat to play the 4, and he should have forced either Ashua, is either Huck Porty, or is either Sim. But we need to make either one of these 3 our center.
Right. No, I mean, listen, you're not wrong in what you're saying. I just think that there's a lot. There's a lot going on. There's a lot. All right. Let me tell you what I was going to tell y'all. First, let me say what's up to Anthony Gale. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Shout out to Sherwin. Thank you for being here. Caillou L from the West Coast. Oh, shout out to you. Thank you for being here and rocking with us. Appreciate you. Shout out to Dunross Gallman in the building. Salute. Says get Jonas Valanciunas or Nikola Vucevic. Maybe. I don't know. Shout out to Shy Legacy. Appreciate you. Shout out to J Money 318. What up, my guy? Appreciate you. AP in the building. And we got another one. Big Lou says double A, my point. You are on point big time. Shout out to you. Appreciate you, Big Lou. So American Man, you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, there he is. Okay.
There he is.
Yes.
All right.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Salute, brother. Salute.
So my question was, do you feel like right now, this very moment, Boston is a better team than the Knicks?
No, let's go New York.
Okay. All right.
Come on, Nice. Come on, Nice. You were supposed to stay in.
Okay. All right. The Boston is currently 29-12. And so they're ahead of us. But what I wanted to tell you guys know, we've been talking about the perimeter defense. We all know the perimeter defense on the Knicks is bad. Do you guys know where the Knicks rank in perimeter defense in the NBA?
Maybe last.
29th.
Okay, I'm sorry, not last. I'm sorry.
We recently were last. That went up.
Yeah, we're 29th, second to last. Guess who has the #1 worst perimeter defense in the league?
Boston.
You got it. You see what I did, Jalen? Let's go. They're 29-12, and who would have guessed? They'd be running through teams, but their perimeter defense is the worst. You know, so therefore, I brought that up because my point is, as much, and I told there's reasons. As much as I said the perimeter defense stinks and it's trash and it's very upsetting.
What about the interior defense?
Well, that's a different question. But ever since Tibbs has been here, the perimeter defense has been bad. So what I'm trying to say, the Knicks have still won. Knicks still made second seed, still made the 4th seed before, made it to the playoffs. They win in spite of that. But is that we have other issues as well. That's the problem with the Knicks. The Knicks just don't have one issue. They got more than one issue. That's where we're running into an issue. That's the problem. It's not just the perimeter defense. It's the minutes. It's the lack of a bench. It's the might need to have to change the offensive scheme because it's a little bit vanilla right now. You know what I mean?
7-footer.
Yeah. I mean, there's some stuff here. There's some issues, and obviously we know that outside of the rotation in the minutes, it's that guys can't even be as effective as they were before because they are tired.
And that they're out of position.
Out of position is,
and it's not much as you play a 40-minute game. Is that you play the whole damn third quarter? I know
then
you're expecting to come in and you know what I'm saying it's consecutive minutes.
So let me say one more thing and get to American Man, guys. I know there's some people in the chat that want to know if the phone lines are going to be on. I will turn them on in a little bit, but as I've said before, this show is a little different than some of your other shows that you may watch and like in the community because I'm up here not by myself or just one or two of us. It's a bunch of us up here. So with everything that's going on, if you notice the people who take phone calls, a lot of times it's maybe one, maybe two people up there. It's not all of this other stuff. So I want to kind of separate things a little bit, have a panel up here, allow people to talk, and then at a certain point, open up the phone line so it doesn't get too crazy. Because when I tried to do that before, everything's happening at once. You got super chats. You got people want to talk on the panel. You got the phone ringing off the hook. Like, we got to kind of reel it in a little bit. You know what I mean? So bear with me. A couple minutes, I will open up the phone lines and you guys can call in. Hopefully you guys are still around. I apologize. I know how it gets with the show, but, we here. We rocking. So let me get over to American Man. Sorry, brother. I know it's been a minute. How you feeling? Hope everything's good.
No, that's fine. It worked out because I was stuffing my fat face. So it actually all worked out.
Me too.
Now, I'm the ultimate Tibbs hater and I want him gone. But to be objective, I see him sort of trying to add guys. Now, he's clumsy when he does it. It's probably against what he wants to do, but he has to do it because maybe some talk came from above him. I still want him gone. Let me just say that. You guys, I think you guys don't want to admit it. You guys get close, but you don't want to say it. It's the coaching, right? I've listened to you guys.
I say it.
Yes, you did say it, right? It's the coaching. Right, I hear guys saying the bench aren't getting enough minutes. I hear guys saying we don't, which I just want to say, this is all things that I was saying 2 months ago when I was screaming from the top, it's Tibbs. Right? So Tibbs is the problem. But I do see, right, in the last few losses that we took, the one thing that I did recognize is he is trying to get the bench involved a little more. It's nothing crazy. It's nothing that we would like to see, but he kind of is trying to do it. And when you try to get a dormant bench involved, you are going to take some losses. And so I think that's one thing that we kind of have to accept, right? Is that, you know, in this change of him trying to add 1 or 2 or maybe 3 guys, you're going to get some losses. As far as the trade for Zion, because a lot was said here, and so I just sort of want to just address a couple of different things briefly. I don't want to ramble on and on. As far as trading,
you're good.
That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. If he can't contain himself in New Orleans with women, imagine what happens when he comes to New York. That dude's up out of there. Like, we'll never see him. As far as the get rid of Jalen Brunson, I don't know where that ridiculousness comes from. I understand it's the Knicks. I've been watching Knicks fans for years, and it's game to game, love or hate. You got to have a thick layer of skin to play in New York, because they'll love you one night and they'll be ready to send you off the next night. So that's Knicks fans. I'm not so upset at what I've seen the last couple of games. I accept a few losses because I've noticed there's a couple other people playing. So I think we need to be patient. Hopefully we get rid of Tibbs. Maybe they don't want to do it mid-season, but I don't think it's the bench. You know, I hear guys trying to put it on the bench because they don't want to say Tibbs. I don't think it's the bench. I think when you look at all these other teams, they develop their young guys off the bench. They didn't immediately achieve the success. They developed the young guys by giving them minutes, and those guys were able to play 1 or 2 seasons together to form. The Knicks have not done that. We've never been a team that does that, and that's part of the problem. And so I will end it there. And when it comes back around to me, I will have more to say.
Okay, sounds good. Appreciate you, my brother. Yeah, well, actually, shout out to Building Blocks. No, I mean, actually, one person said get rid of Tibbs. I mean, not Tibbs, Brunson. 3 people outside of that person said that the Knicks can win without Brunson. So not necessarily everybody saying get rid of him, but there's people that feel that Knicks can win without Brunson. So that's like 4 people right there. So I hear you though. I don't
actually said that we could win without Brunson.
I don't agree. I don't agree. I saw Brunson do too much last year. I think we forget what happens because we always worried about the here and now. I just think
he's doing it this year. I mean, he's not a different player. He's never could play defense. He's a liability last year in defense. He's a liability this year in defense. He's scoring, 2 points a game less, but we added 2 more offensive-minded people in Bridges and Cat. So he's getting less touches than he would. So we can expect him to drop a few points per game. But, I mean, what is he doing different? And I said, I'd like to see what Jay said. I'd like to see him playing off guard sometime to take the pressure off of him, you know, so he's not like having to fight every tooth and nail, you know, from the one end of the court to the other just to get a shot off. I like to see him open, you know, set some more picks and stuff. You know, picks are legal. Everybody tell the Knicks we can set picks.
Yeah.
And that's where someone like Josh Hart comes in, because Josh Hart can bring the ball up. Josh Hart can do all those things, like Nice was saying.
But but listen to this. You said about team guarding Brunson, but teams are not guarding Brunson the same way that team was guarding Brunson last year. Pretty much, even straight from the get-go.
Right, but he's still scoring 26 points a game.
Yes, but that makes it even better for Brunson, because now you have 2 players guarding Brunson. That means somebody has an undefended player.
But they're not putting 2
that's
people
because
on
of Cat. That's because Cat's presence is scoring.
They're not putting 2 people on Brunson. They're putting a tall, long defender.
Brunson is getting double team, bro.
No, Brunson they're putting a Kelly Oubre. They're putting a 6'7", 6'8" guy on him, and they pushing him into the corner and making him give up the ball. That's what they're doing.
Even Clyde Frazier said, but this is what I don't get. Certain teams are beating us because they put in double on Brunson. Then Philly comes in, put in only Kelly Oubre on Brunson, and then you see another team, Oklahoma. They had two players on Brunson. and iHeart was guarding Josh Hart. Nothing changed.
Well, the issue is the defensive schemes are, if you've got a big guard, put him on Brunson to make his shots more difficult. He's got to shoot above these guys to get his shot off, right? Or he's got to make a quicker move. If he makes quicker, this is kind of what I said earlier about him and his layups. If you know he's making these quicker moves, his balance is a little bit off, and I think that's why he's missing layups. He's missing.
Well, he's still playing. He's still, a calf injury doesn't go away that quick.
Oh no, I mean, yeah, he could be hobbled, and that could have.
And the same thing with Deuce. You know, Deuce came back a lot faster than maybe he should have. So a lot of these people, like I said, man, we're already seeing these injuries that are fatigue-based injuries. These are leg injuries that you get hurt, calf strain, knee sprain, these type of things. They're fatigue-based injuries. And, you know, if you go back to it, a tired guy in the fourth quarter, man, you know, that don't make for a good defender.
But what has to me even more worried, we're not even close to the postseason. And we already showing signs that, hey, we are defeated, in the sense that people's getting tired. So what makes us think that we're gonna make it once we get to the postseason? That's
why
that's
something has to change. Nice. This team can't stay the way it is right now. Even if everybody's looking to things like, okay, you got to go out and get somebody. Whether the Knicks get somebody or not, something has to change.
Yeah.
So whether that means we stay with the same people we got and we're able to bring other people. Oh, speaking of that, I just wanted to shout out Sadhu Bari in the building. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. I know he doesn't like Tibbs and he wants the Knicks to fire Tibbs, but he also mentioned the whole thing about the Knicks having players and they're not using them, having the G League. The Knicks are, you know, I don't know if you paid attention to some of the previous shows we talked about it. The Knicks have financial issues. They cannot use certain guys that they have access to. It's not about whether you think the Knicks don't know that TJ Warren is a walking bucket.
He can't come up to March and stuff like that.
Can't come up because they can't. Yeah. If they put TJ Warren on the roster right now, they go into the second apron. Knicks can't go into the second apron. They're trying not to. So that's like I said, there's help, but they can't use it. So the Knicks are in a weird spot right now. You know, you could be happy with the fact that we got these guys on the team, but understand that because they made that move to do it this way, they have to wait it out in order to get some help, or they have to figure out a way to make a trade, and they just haven't done it yet. Yeah. So yeah, I just wanted to put that out there.
What stops them from ripping that contract and just making it for it to work? Because they did it. They made it happen with Cat.
Well, the difference is, remember, TJ Warren is everything gets so convoluted because there's so many little different things you got to think about. But the other thing is, TJ Warren is also a veteran, right? So you can't give him like rookie money. Like he can't. Right. There's a certain thing he qualifies for because the CBA is going to protect him. So he can't. Like, you know what I mean? You gotta. That's the problem. Like there's certain. It's the little things, man, but it adds up.
Right, and then you have the 10-day contracts, and you can't trade certain things on that, and then you have the G League contracts.
Oh my God,
G League contracts you can only trade in between the G League. There's so many different reasons why you can't make moves with certain people down there, which is maddening to me. I think it's ridiculous because if like in baseball you got minor leagues, right? If you get any of them guys could come up at any point of the time, it doesn't matter. Somebody gets hurt, you're supposed to be able to go to your well to get whatever you can. But for some reason, the CBA, I find this.
Man, they don't destroy the NBA, man.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
NBA is maddening to me when it comes like the rules and
and
the refs not being always even. And
I don't even know, Jay. I don't know enough about the CBA and all this stuff. I don't even know about protections. Like what happens if the Knicks were to bring up? I don't know if they could, but if they could, what happens if the Knicks sign TJ Warren to a 10-day contract? Does that mean once they sign him, now you've opened him up to other teams? Now other teams can poach after this? Like, I don't know. That's another reason why the Knicks are like staying away from it until they can. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah, he liked it up down there, but maybe he likes it down there. Maybe he doesn't care no more. Like TJ.
I don't know. Man. So this is what I wanted to talk about, guys, because this was another issue. Look, Deuce, man. Deuce. And I got your question, Double A. I just wanted to talk about this.
No, thing.
Look, I love Deuce, guys. He's one of my, like right now on this team, he's my second favorite player. On the previous Knicks team, he was my second favorite player. RJ was my first. Josh Hart is my first favorite player now. And even though I'm wearing the Brunson hoodie, I love Brunson, but you know, I got a soft spot for Deuce. I'm not happy with what I see from Deuce. I talked about it a little bit earlier. I think
he could be hurt. He could be still hurt.
I don't know if he's hurt. He looks like he's moving pretty well out there. Lately, I mean, it's one thing when he first came back, you know, from injury, the most recent injury, those first 2 games, I give him that. But
and it's a campaign effect too.
I think that does have something to do with it, and that's why I said that I don't think Deuce and Campaign right now should be playing that much together. I think they kind of need to be separated a little bit because I think that it's almost the same thing.
They cancel each other out.
It's a smaller level, but it's like the same thing with Julius Randle and RJ Barrett. When they're both on the court, they hit the same spots, like you know. So yeah, I think that I think Deuce needs more minutes. And I also think that maybe he needs to play a little less with Campaign as much as they can. You can't avoid it too much, but for the most part, you got to try. Like, have you guys noticed that? Was it the other, not 2 days? Maybe it's Milwaukee. I don't know. Maybe it was Milwaukee. Deuce was the first one off the bench, and he was playing with the starters for the most part. They sent Jalen, and then they brought in Cam later. I think that
wasn't there some big hoopla about how well Shamet, Deuce, and Payne were gelling as a second unit? Remember, and they said how that's why they kept Shamet, you know, on ice to bring him back after he was injured, because how well he fit in and how well, you know, he adapted and how they were playing.
Well, no, they like the activity, right? Because when those 3 guys are out there, they're all moving. You give that Shamet moves. I give him credit for that. But the problem is, if you guys notice, when you play all 3 of those guys, Shamet wasn't scoring well. Like it's like you take the when you put 3 guards out there, you take the focus away from one of the guards to be able to get on a rhythm because there's 3 different dudes. They're all getting the ball, they're all trying to get off, and none of them can get off consistently because they're sharing. And that's the problem. Like, you need to kind of dial it down a little bit so that way guys can get, like, Deuce needs confidence. He has confidence, but he needs the ability to do his thing out there too and find his lanes. Like, I did not like watching last night's game and watching Deuce take limited shots. And I'm like, he's not forcing the issue, but he's not being aggressive. It's the kind of the same thing. Who's the, Quentin Grimes. The same thing like watching Quentin Grimes. The dude's here. We believing in you, and he's even worse because he was a shooter. Yeah, and he's still not being aggressive. Now I feel like Deuce has become that way. He shoots very efficiently. He's got to be more aggressive. When we got rid of DiVincenzo, that's the call for Deuce to step up, and we need that from him.
But even on yesterday's game, Ron, if we already saw that Payne had it, it was one of those that Coach Hib, he should have just sitting down Deuce and just explain to him, hey, you see how he's shooting and everything? We just going to give him all the time just for today. But those are the type of night that whenever Deuce is performing like that, you need to release that leash, because if you continue to, they knocking those threes and then the third and the fourth quarter, they not even getting no sip of playing. It seems like the problem is Tibbs. Like there's no explanation, and I love Tibbs, and it even hurts me of saying it, but Tibbs is a major problem because yesterday game, why wasn't Payne playing after the performance that he had yesterday?
That's fair. We haven't really focused on that, but Nice has been saying it, and that is very true. I think we all can agree Campaign should have played more than 13 minutes. I was shocked at the end I wasn't even paying attention. But now when I look at it, I'm like, he only played 13 minutes. I'm like, what?
Shooting the way he was shooting, Ron, it was one of those that I'm looking at him shooting, and I'm like, nah, he's definitely gonna miss this one because he's shooting like lights out, and then he makes it again, and it's like, whoa, this is a Stephen Curry night. This is
right. I thought he was gonna go for 30 points last night, and when he didn't come back in,
and then all of a sudden Tibbs sat him down. What is this?
And this is where my question comes in,
and that's why
because
I think
the question is not only
off ball is better. That Payne could have been that guy last night.
Right.
Right.
That's like saying
I'm
Bridges.
going back to you, Double A. Don't worry, I'm coming back.
Yeah, no worries.
That's like saying Bridges having a fantastic night, and all of a sudden you stop that spark and tell him sit down, and then you ask yourself, why is Bridges playing in his 5 games after that game? Why he's not playing the way he played that night? Because you killed that desire. Why I'm going to play like that if you're going to sit me if I play? What are we doing?
I don't know. That's a good point. Shout out to Rigo Andino. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here and rocking with us. Said this is the problem with coaching 3 guard sets both in the first and second unit. This is Tibbs' rotational issue. It's definitely one of them. Appreciate you, Rigo. Craig says you saw how upset Payne was last night when Tibbs took him out for Brunson. Yeah, I don't know, man. I can't say anything about that. I don't know what Tibbs was thinking. And even if you want to bring Brunson back in, you take somebody else out. You Campaign needed to be on that court. Especially, it's not like Campaign was out there like 20-something minutes taken away from other guys. He only played 13. He played 12 minutes. Like, what are you talking about?
It's not like he can't play defense.
But us as fans, will we be mad seeing the type of a performance that Payne had last night? Will we be mad that was the only game that Brunson was set down for his entire game?
No. And once again, I want to throw this out there again, guys. It's not on Jalen Brunson, because if you remember, there's been like 3 or 4 games in this season already that, as what Tibbs be playing these guys hella minutes, but there's been like 3 or 4 games. I'm going to say 3. 4 might be pushing it, where at points Brunson actually sat. Right in the third, fourth quarter, there was one game Brunson sat the last 6 minutes of the game. He didn't even play the last 6 minutes of the game. We played without him, and it's not like he was hurt. He was just on the bench. We were up big, whatever. But these other starters were still in the game, though. But Brunson was on the bench. So it's not like it's Brunson's the problem. Tibbs, for whatever reason, felt like he needed to get Brunson back in there, but he decided to take Campaign out, which was a mistake. Guys are not hot like that all the time. And when you get a hot guy like that, the last time we saw something like that, I mean, we've probably seen it here and there, but when Dante you didn't take him out, he let him cook.
Yeah.
So I don't know, man. I don't know.
This is the click thing I'm talking about.
Like it's just looking weird right now. Like you have not even a star. He's supposed to be a role player, shooting the way he's shooting, and nope, we just gonna set him down.
Yeah. That's crazy. Shout out Keyshawn. What's going on, my brother? I appreciate you. Thank you, Stacks. Different time and a member for 2 months. Stacks. Appreciate you. Just like I acknowledge Knicks will be champs. He was gifted a membership, and so Stacks renewed this membership on his own. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. Shout out to you. Thank you for being here. Hey. Thank you for the generous super chat, Ice Water 32. He said, unfortunately, it's hard to get rid of Tibbs. The Knicks have limited window, and a new coach sets them back. Yeah, that's the bigger story, and that it's true, and that's part of the reason why I'm saying, like, I know Double A has some argument about that it shows that other teams have made a coach firing and made a change, and it instantly started to change the team.
But I agree it shouldn't be done during the season. I want to get that out there.
It doesn't really work for a lot of teams. Plus, you could put the new coach at a disadvantage too. That's why a lot of NBA teams don't.
But the New York Knicks did do that.
Oh,
they did fire Don Nelson, and we were in first place, and they fired Don Nelson and replaced him with Jeff Van Gundy mid-season.
Right, it has happened. But sometimes the problem with it is, like, imagine, man, you guys are struggling. You guys have a bad team. You know what I mean? And things are happening, or there's issues. You fire the coach and you bring in Coach Ron. I come in, I'm like, all right, guys, let's do this. Wait, I don't like the defense you guys are running. This is my defense, but it's going to take you an off season to learn it. So I can't implement it. So I got to run this guy's same defense, you know, to keep it going. Or I got to tweak it a little bit, but I can't change it because this is all you guys know. And if I give you this, y'all going to look crazy out there. Y'all going to be messing up. We're going to look even worse. So I need the off season to get y'all right. So then you bring in the new coach, Coach Ron. And I'm like, man, I'm sorry. Still Knicks fans is over, guys. I hope y'all understand.
I take it over for you, brother. Don't worry.
I get fired. I'm like, oh man, well, I didn't do nothing wrong.
Right.
Now, that's what it is, though, because coaches have to come in. They don't have enough time to put their systems in place, and so you're stuck. And now the same thing that you fired this coach for, you got me running the same thing. Yeah, that's
right.
Not only that, when you bring a new coach in, if you fire just a coach, then that new coach comes in with all the other bench coaches that were loyal to this last coach, and he's trying to figure out what he's going to do. He's got to teach the team and his people all the things that they want to go, or he's got to learn from them what's happening there.
Right.
I mean, none of that makes sense to me. And listen, I'm going to say something. Brian had a major effect on our team.
Yeah.
Tibbs has a major effect on our team. I've always believed this, that a good coach has good people around him, like really good people around him. So you're mentioning all these people, but they have good people around them, right? And for instance, you might have a good defensive coach, but on your team, you might have amazing offensive players. So he's asking people to do, maybe, like Towns is an amazing offensive player. It's obvious that he's been in the league for this many years, and he's great at this thing, right? These two things, rebounding and scoring. He's just amazing at that. Somewhere along the line, no one sat him down to really get on that thing. He fouled quick. He always fouls quick. He goes for the head fake a lot. But don't act like Hartenstein. iHeart was good before. When he got to the Knicks, he became iHeart. He wasn't iHeart before he got here. He was Isaiah Hartenstein. Yeah. Now he's iHeart with a bag. Mm-hmm. All right. That happened under Tibbs and Bryant because he's hustling, because he's moving. All right. All these people got a bag. You said, remember last year, OG came in, OG 14 and 2 when he got here. Who got a bag? OG got a bag. The whole point is that this man is great at one thing. I've always felt like a team, especially like the Knicks, like this particular team we have right now, it should be like football. They should have an offense coach and a defense coach, and they got to really work on that, or like coordinators. You understand? They got to really work on that, and I think that it's a whole different era, right? The games, there's more traveling, there's more of this. I don't know what they're doing in practice, but it seems to be that they're not really making adjustments for that. And every year he also had big men there. Just like you said earlier, we don't have any of that besides Towns. Once Towns and he's an offensive person only. So we need to, no matter what you say, if you think that, and maybe they are, but if he's not going to play Hakaporti, he's not going to play Kolick, which I think is a mistake because he's a 4-year college player. He's smart. He's a southpaw. He's up and under. He's 7 assists. He led the entire college in it. I don't have to go through his whole bio. He's a Pisces. No. Anyway, you know the whole deal, right? So the fact of the matter is, if you're not gonna play them, throw them in the G League. Make the trades you need that you absolutely need. If you go get somebody that is punch you in the face, I'll get you 8 rebounds. I might get you, 8 points. We don't care about that as long as we get a block and a half out of you and a steal and a half out of you and about 8 rebounds. We need that guy right now. That's what we need right now. That's the only thing we're missing. And then let Deuce and Payne ball out. And in order to do that, if the person that you move is Mitch, you move him. We don't got him now. We don't know if we're going to get him. We don't know what we're going to get back anyway. And I'm sick and tired of just holding on to a guy that's either constantly hurt or just not, or we just don't have in the first place right now, period.
Yeah,
right.
The only thing that I will be worried about is if we end up trading for a player, Ron, and then we have the another dude that New York traded for that we ended up getting from ATL, and then we traded him for, I think it was for Josh Hart or in the first round.
Oh, you mean Cam Reddish?
Yeah.
Cam
so
Reddish.
If it doesn't work out, now we traded a player that we at least they fed to our system. They wanted to play for us, and now we have a player that is not going well with the Knicks, and now the whole Knicks, it looks even more lost than ever.
I had a great conversation with somebody the other day. I think it's a great point you're saying right now. But I would take Deuce. I would take Deuce right now. And if Philly would do it, I would go get Kelly Oubre right now. 6'6", put him in the middle of the mix. Then I would take whatever we could to go get Valanciunas right now. He might not be the defensive stopper you need, but he's a 7-footer who gets you a double-double off the bench, and he will be somebody else. We don't have anybody over 6'9" that is realistic. I know people have a tender heart for Sims. It's not realistic. He could get rebounds. He doesn't set picks well. He doesn't score. He looks lost the majority of the time, and I really think that, and this is going to hurt your heart, I don't think Deuce is our future. I'm sorry. I don't think any of those things are our future, Ron. I don't, and I know that hurts, and I'm here for you. I know you're on the ledge, but I think that if Deuce has some trading potential, man, throw Deuce in a trade. Throw him in a trade. But let me ask you a question. Do you think that we let go of Deuce right now and we brought in a Kelly Oubre, you think that helps us off the bench?
I'm telling you right now, everybody is short.
You ain't getting Kelly Oubre though.
Dudes, but look at Dudes. Forget about his playing style. Just look at the way he set up other players. Be in this position, be in that position. His IQ level is high as F.
Oh, very high.
The most important part is his salary, what he's making, and how he fits into our salary cap.
But then again, you have a Kelly Oubre. He's a great defender, but he's not directing other players. What can we avoid? That's why I love Deuce. So we shortchanging Deuce. Deuce is.
I'm not shortchanging him. He's shortchanging himself, or Tibbs is shortchanging him too.
No,
even Ron, because he ain't changing our game.
Nice. I know you like Deuce. Nice, but listen to Jay's argument.
He's not.
Who's better for the Knicks right now? What do we need? A Deuce right now or a Kelly Oubre type player?
And by the way, he is available, and the money is similar. Okay,
I'm not. Hold on. Wait, before we continue, I will say this. One, if you telling me they had to trade Deuce for Kelly Oubre, straight up, would I do it? Yes, because I learned to like Kelly Oubre. He's got a lot of fire in his belly. He has a lot out there, and he's got better height because we are a small team. We need more height.
Yeah.
We do.
Right. Yes.
But it is not straight up because Deuce makes around $4 million per year, and Kelly Oubre makes $8 million. He signed a 2-year, $15 million contract. So we would have to trade somebody else. Would you want to trade Deuce and Tyler Kolek for Kelly Oubre?
No, but I would do, and I know people are going to kill me, but I would do it for a Bacon Dadier. and I would do it for and I'm telling you, everybody says no, oh no, 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 no. Look,
we don't have the draft picks.
I don't say no because they ain't playing. You're right, Jay. You're right, Jay.
No draft picks. Like we're gonna.
You could be laughing and smiling.
No.
But right now, Kelly, hold on, brother. Right now, Kelly Oubre 6'6" will dunk on you in a half a second. Is the guy who would go out there and muscle as hard as he can. He hustles hard. His arms are as long as Mitch's body is. He has been playing as hard as he can for a long time.
Jay, I'm not arguing that. I'm not arguing
$8 million.
No.
I would take Deuce, and I don't want to get rid. And let me just make this straight first and foremost. I don't want to get rid of Dottier. That's not what I'm trying to say out loud. I'm trying to say if it took to get something like that, right?
Why not? He's not playing.
Why not do it? Because you know what you have in a 29-year-old guy who has 2 years on his contract this year and next, and do that. You don't know what you're going to get with this kid.
Kelly Oubre is not going to move the needle, my friend. That's what I'm saying.
But listen to what he's saying.
I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing. Jay, but let me explain. Let me explain, my brother. I'm not arguing what you're saying. I said you have valid points. But
right.
we are
I'm
not
listening to you. I just have to grab something. I'm not,
like I don't think that our best option is trade our best asset or our future asset, because those are our future. We don't have no first draft pick after this. That's it. We are dealing our best card.
No, we have number one draft picks. There's rules in place where you can't trade a certain amount of number.
Yes, but I'm talking about we close to empty. We don't have draft picks. If it's not our in between years draft picks, we are not counting for draft picks. We don't have nothing.
You know, I've always been like a future type guy, nice, but I've come to realization we are a win now team. All our chips are on the table, bro. When we put those 5 picks in on our chips on the table and traded for Bridges, all our chips are in. We going for it.
We are.
So if you could let me finish. You got a guy like Dottier. Yeah, he's a young talent. He may be this, but we'll never find out, bro. He's not going to play this year. He's not going to play next year. So we might as well use him for something that's going to help us.
Yeah,
which Kelly Oubre, we know what he is. He's a proven
and that's
talent.
Not the only trade either. I'm trading.
I just want to say one thing real quick.
Trading one person over for Valanciunas. Now you have 2 people who are coming off the bench.
But Jay, the only thing that I'm seeing is us imitating the Lakers when they had great draft pick and they ended up trading, and then Julius Randle, then another player. You remember those days, Ron? It's sounding just like that. We are getting close to that. Why are we going to do that?
No, we're not close. We're there.
All right.
I mean, listen.
When you put 5 draft picks in on one player, bro, you putting your chips out in front and saying we're going for this chip. So what he's saying, I'm saying, we need somebody, bro. We need somebody to come in and do the work that Kelly Oubre does more than we need what Deuce does. Because like Ron said, Ron's talking about alternating Cam and Deuce because they're bringing the same thing. They're getting in each other's way. Just like Randall and just like RJ, they're getting in each other's way. So why not bring in somebody like Oubre that right away he addresses the issue?
Because I'm looking at age. I love Kelly Oubre last year. This year I'm looking at age. So if you tell me Herb Jones or the other cat, the one that plays for the Pelicans, now we talking. But I understand, Ron.
I like a Herb Jones for the next 5 years. That's Trey, what's his name?
But Jay, what I'm talking about, we need to not think about just the first 1 or 2 years. They are getting close to their those type of years that if they get injured, they may get injured. That's it for the rest of their NBA career.
I don't want a 2-year contract.
I don't want those.
He has a 2-year contract, Ray.
The only thing I'm saying, let's trade. If we talking about trade, let's get a player like Kelly Oubre, but with less age, 26, something closer.
He's only 29 years old, brother.
Yeah, who's going to trade him? Who's going to trade him?
I don't know about that, man.
Hold on. Hold on.
Because he can't shoot, Ron, doesn't mean he's a guy who goes to the rim.
Bomb in here. Hold on. You guys are very passionate about this one. Hold on.
No, I have no passion.
Look, I'm gonna say it again because this is the only way I'm saying it. It's the only way I look at it. You tell me right now, Deuce for Kelly Oubre straight up. I'm doing it. Okay, and Deuce is my second favorite player on the team. But for Kelly Oubre straight up, I'm doing it. But it ain't straight up, and I'm not trading Deuce and Dadier, Deuce and Kolick for no freaking Kelly Oubre. You got to give me
I'm not trading him either.
I'm not doing it.
I'm
with the whole idea of Kelly Oubre being a piece that could have helped this team, and I think we should have got him outright. But for whatever reason, maybe the conversation happened. But Kelly Oubre was like, I don't know, how am I going to be used, or maybe you're not up in the money because we had a chance to go get him.
Well, then you throw in Sims. How about that? You took Sims, and now you're getting closer to it. You want to keep your Dadier. You want to keep your Dadiers. Now you're closer to it. And then we need a backup center.
Making like $2 million.
And we got two people scoring off the bench.
Sims is around $2 million.
Yeah, that's not enough, right?
But how
but they will get close
that's
enough
what
where we'll
the thing is. I think we could sell Mitch and get 2 players for him. I think we could get a backup big and a supplementary player for Mitch. And I've been saying for a little while, a move that I think that could possibly work, I'm not sure they might do it, is I would take Kevon Looney and Moses Moody from the Warriors for Mitchell Robinson.
Now we talking.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the second person.
Kevon Looney and Moses Moody from the Warriors.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm on that too. I like that.
But not for Kelly Oubre, man. Like, what do we like?
Yeah, but
I'm not saying that. All right, so what about on 3? If we relying on a player like Kelly Oubre,
hold on one second.
I don't think Oubre's that guy.
One second. Nev, I see you, Nev. You kind of making me break my little new rule that I haven't really told anybody about, and I apologize. I'm gonna do it after today. It's done because now I prepared everybody. Okay. After today, panel is only gonna be 6 strong. Okay, going forward.
I drop out and let it come in, bro.
I mean, double A.
It's all good, man. You know, I gotta go anyway. I gotta put Neil in the oven and some gandules. You know,
come on, little Oroco gandules. Holla at me, man.
Well, Jay got enough fire for both of us, man.
Yeah, man.
All right, fellas.
Have a good one, boy.
All right, man.
Good love, man. Love, nice. Be good, baby.
Next time I listen to Cool and Gang, I'm gonna think of you. For real.
All right.
I appreciate you, bro.
Enjoy your food, brother.
Ooh, man. And the phone lines are up, guys, in case you haven't noticed. Let me bring Nev in here, but let me get to this phone call.
Monday night?
You know what I mean? All right. Caller, you on live with SKF Know the Ledge. Your name and where you calling from?
Ice Water.
Oh, what up, Ice? Man, my bad, brother.
What's going on?
What's happening? What's happening?
What's going on?
So let me just say, Nev, appreciate you, my brother. Thank you for joining. Let me get to the caller, and then we'll get right over to you, Nev. And I know what you're going to talk about because today's show is perfect for you.
He's Nevin.
Man, there was something I was going to say and I just forgot it, but whatever. But anyway, bottom line is, guys, going forward, right, just to make it easier and less convoluted and crazy, now that we got the phone lines and everything going, from now on, we're just going to go 6 deep on the chat when it comes to the panel. So if you guys see 6 up here, you know what I mean, most likely we rock it with 6. Now, it doesn't mean we won't switch out, but I just don't want anybody to feel a certain way if you try to get in and I got a panel going and I'm like, we cooking, and you're like, yo, Ron, I just wanted to put that out there because I just want to reel things in a little bit, you know, because everybody needs a chance to speak. And the more people we put up here with the phone lines going and everything, it gets too crazy. So, all right, Ice Water, what's going on your mind, brother? Appreciate you. Oh, wait, 1 second. Let me read this before I do go any further. Shout out to Ice Water. He said, on another note, I'll pay Tibbs out of my own pocket to leave Jericho Sims in the locker room. That 24-hour dumb look on his face, it drives me crazy. A lot of them, not for nothing.
Man,
Not for nothing. And hold on. Shout out to Paris Duggar. Thank you, PD. He said, honestly, does OG look like he wants to be here? We can't judge, man. OG's a wild-looking dude, bro. You can't tell what OG's thinking by looking at his face. He got that Kawhi Leonard thing going on. You can't. We don't know what
does. That's a great analogy. He really does.
We don't know what's going on with OG.
He's thinking about fondue and shit.
Yeah, he could be thinking about French clothes, anything, bro. We don't know about OG. Shout out to Ice Water once again, man. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Once again, let me just say that. So just a disclaimer, you guys, I appreciate y'all. Y'all don't have to do this. And the fact that you do it, I appreciate the love and the support. Thank you. Why would you not put Kolek in a trade? You really want to protect an undersized, unathletic point guard. Deuce also for an Oubre type. Both of them are gone. Nah, it's not that I'm saying I wouldn't trade Deuce and Tyler Kolek. I'm just not doing it for Kelly Oubre. Kelly Oubre is a journeyman player who I think can help this Knicks team, but he's still a journeyman player who
not that guy.
Is making $16 million for 2 years. That's a fairly good deal. I'm not doing that because both those guys are young, and we don't have a lot of draft assets going forward. And these people, if anything happened, you could see how they could be better pieces on the team. But right now, because of the structure of the rotation and the type of bodies we have, they don't necessarily fit at the moment. But things change a lot. Next year, anything can happen. There's going to be certain guys that are not going to be here on this, that are here now, that are not going to be here next year. So I'm just not willing to do it for Oubre. Not saying I wouldn't do it. I know who people keep saying it all the time. Let me tell you something. I don't want to do it because I don't like him. But if Danny Ainge says, listen, we're going to give you Walker Kessler, we're going to get hello, Tyler Kolek. Yeah. I love you, bro. Peace out. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
now we talking.
So that's what I'm saying.
But also another thing, if Kelly Oubre wanted
somebody else, definitely 100%.
If Kelly Oubre wanted to come to the Knicks, he would have come because last year or once the season was over, he would have getting out of Philly and got with the Knicks and taken a pay cut the same way as Payne did.
To me, Oubre's not a championship player. I think someone like Bruce Brown, who's they're looking to shop, that's a guy who I'd want on a championship team.
Yeah, but the only problem with Bruce Brown, Keithon, is the height. He's another like a Josh Hart.
Right.
See that's
yeah. I'm saying in the hypothetical that we're trading the Kolek and
right. No, I hear you. All right, let's not get too far sidetracked. Ice Water, once again, appreciate you for the love, man. What's on your mind, bro?
No problem at all. But that's I understand what you're saying about Oubre as a journeyman, but let's not make it seem like Tyler Kolek and Deuce are going to in the future going to be these great players, and they're undersized. Deuce is at the most 6'1". Same thing with Tyler Kolek. If I could get a Kelly Oubre, and again, just like I was saying before in my super chat, the window is small.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever you can do, the Knicks. I think somebody said it earlier. The Knicks are in win now mode. So if you're in win now mode, and if you can get a 6'7", 6'8" Kelly Oubre for 2 years, I think that you should do that. And if you're going to sacrifice Tyler Kolek and Deuce McBride to do it, 2 6'1" guys, I say yeah. Now, if you want to hold out for the big man from Utah or something like that, I can understand that. But for right now, somebody that can go in and it could spell Bridges and OG. Oubre can play both spots. He can play off guard, and he can play the small forward spot. And he's long, and he's athletic. Something that the Knicks are short of: athleticism.
And he's a dog.
Yes, I understand that you're saying that he's a journeyman, but in win now mode, you need win now players. And Oubre is a champion. Let's not say that he's not part of a championship team. He was on that Golden State team that won a championship. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong.
Nah, he wasn't.
One of those Golden State teams that won a championship. In any event, that's all I got to say. Thanks a lot, guys. Like I said before, I appreciate the conversation and the content. Thank you so much.
Hey, man, appreciate
Ice Water, I agree with everything you said.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Thank you, brother. Thank you for the call as always.
Yeah, I don't think he was on that championship team. I think they got rid of him before that.
Yeah, and so I mean, he makes $7,983,000. That's $8 million, guys.
That's $8 million. It says $8 million in the trade thing.
Yeah,
so
because they average the salary, so he's making $8 million per, you know, for the 2 years. So it is what it is, $8 million per. Yeah, man. Look, like I said, I don't dislike Kelly Oubre. It took me a while to kind of what opened my eyes, which was 2 years ago, because the Kelly Oubre thing to the Knicks has been something that's been going on forever. Like there was always a thought, should we go out and get Kelly Oubre? And then what happened was I made the mistake. I don't know why I did that. It made me feel bad inside. I looked at Kelly Oubre's numbers and I looked at RJ Barrett's numbers, and they were very similar. And I was like, oh boy, that's not good.
Are there any rumors with him now coming to the Knicks, or
no?
I don't know how the conversation started.
I brought it up because it was something I was talking to the. I'm sorry, Ron. It was something I was talking to Divine about from Knicks Real Talk, and listen. We don't need him to come over here to shoot threes. He's not a 3-point shooter. He's like 30% tops at from that area. He's a guy who gets it. He's a guy who will run for 35 minutes. He's a guy who has super long arms, who will in your face, who's a dog. All right, he's a dog. He hustles. Let me tell you something. I'm in the same world as you, Ron. I had to get used to him. There was something about him that bothered me for a while. And then a couple of years back, there was something happened. I watched the way he played this game, and he's just a guy who wants to yam on you and take the ball out of your hands. That's who he is. He wants to do that. And I mean, he did that to us the other night.
Yeah, and I think that you're right, Jay. That's the reason why I started to look at him differently too. I said, yo, this, as much as I don't like, because the thing about Kelly Oubre, he talks a little bit, he got a little mouth on him, he a little swagger. Right. I don't love that. As an opposing team, you look at me, I hate those dudes. But if he's on my team, I got to look at it like, you don't just talk the talk. And this is like going into the playoffs when we played Philadelphia. Kelly Oubre didn't care how we were playing, how we were cooking Philadelphia at points. Dude came in, dunked on us. Like he came in talking, but he was aggressive. I like that. It's the same reason why I like the rat face. I mean, campaign. It's the same reason why I said, campaign is annoying, but he is a certain way about him, right? He give you that hustle. That it's the same thing with Kelly Oubre. I wouldn't be mad at Kelly Oubre being on the Knicks. Is Kelly Oubre the answer? Like, no, but
not
Kelly
alone.
No,
Ron,
he's not.
I'm not.
Yes.
I'm not mad of Kelly Oubre being in this team defensively, but we talking about this new generation NBA style type of play. We need 3-point shooters, and I cannot rely on Kelly Oubre shooting threes. So why are we talking about Kelly Oubre?
Because he's not here. Just like we talked about Mikal Bridges. Why is Mikal Bridges here? Why is OG Anunoby here? Kelly Oubre would not be here to shoot threes. He's here to play good defense and to be aggressive to the rim like he has been. He gets buckets without shooting threes.
But you feel much better having either OG Bridges shooting threes. You'll feel even more comfortable having them shooting three more than Kelly Oubre, right? That's what I'm saying. So if I feel like I'm more comfortable of having the players that we already have shooting threes than having that player, I don't even want to have him in my team because he's going to make it worse.
Nice, but you need a bench, and he's becoming off the bench. So what somebody said earlier in the chat is that the Knicks need, and I want to get over to Nev. Sorry, Nev, I know you had to wait for a bit.
No problem.
What the Knicks need is a player who can slash and get to the rim, right? You know why you need that? Because the Knicks are too perimeter based. We rely too much on the 3-point shot. And then when it comes to setting up and getting in the paint, have we had games where we've showed that we can score in the paint? Yes. Do we do it consistently? No. Do we have enough guys that play make here? Probably not. So we need somebody who can get a bucket. Like I think that the Knicks and the NBA has moved away from this a lot. I complain about it all the time. I'm a purist type of dude. I'm a purist fan. I love the Glenn Rices. I love the Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr can hit threes. I love the Mark Prices. I love the Peja Stojakovic's. I like guys who can hit the two. I like the, you know, I'm a guy like that. I like to watch the sweet shot. So the 2-point shot is moved away for the most part.
Right.
But twos get you buckets. Twos keep you in games. If you need a guy who can get you some twos, a guy who can. That's why I wanted DeJounte Murray. It's not because I necessarily like DeJounte Murray, but I know that the dude can get his buckets, and those twos they be adding up. The Knicks need some consistent scoring because the Knicks can't depend on that 3-point shot all the time. We've already seen we shot 30% for 15 games. We shot 28% for 10 games. We need something else over here. Not only do we need a defensive center, a big, we need somebody else that can get us some easy buckets.
Right.
Whether
and he's 15 and 6 rebounds. 15 and 6 rebounds, which is the same amount of rebounds we're getting from practice. We're going to get from a guy who could play the 2-3, you know, combo, even 4.
Right.
You know,
Damn it.
And I'm not talking about he's the only trade either. You know?
I don't know.
Man, let me get to this call real quick. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Hey,
Sorry,
caller, you on live with SKF, Know the Ledge, your name and where you're calling from?
AJ from Queens.
Oh, what up, AJ? Hope you're doing well, my brother.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate it.
All right, give me 1 second. Let me just get to Nev briefly because the thing is, Nev, you be having a mouthful. So I want to get to you for a little bit, but don't want to keep AJ waiting. So let me just get to Nev. Okay. Give me a second. Go ahead, Nev. Well, what's on your mind?
Yeah.
Brother?
So Kelly Oubre has been one of. I'm going to talk about Kelly Oubre first because that's a topic we're currently talking about. Kelly Oubre has been one of my favorite players since he came in the league. And I thought the Knicks should have got him instead of Fournier. That's where they made the mistake. For whatever reason, they did not go after Kelly Oubre. And to me, in that one, he was a free agent. And they could have just picked him up for nothing. They decided to not to go after Kelly Oubre. And I couldn't figure it out. I don't know the reason. Maybe it's because of he's not a consistent 3-point shooter. But I thought the guy was trending upwards. He was getting better each year. So they could have, and he fit that system. A 6'7" guy, you get him on the chip, you don't have to trade for him or do nothing. All you have to do is sign him out outright. That year, they decided not to pursue the guy for whatever reason. And you can see now he would have fit our system. And help some of our plays, get some rest. But
100%,
but
100%.
in today's environment, Kelly Oubre is really not our problem. Our problem is more the coach and his decision making.
Yeah.
So when they hired Tibbs really was in the wilderness. He wasn't about to get a job. Because he had wrecked some organization, basically. So when they hired Tibbs, they put in some place like a sentinel, a guardian, somebody to watch the guy, some to get him to do certain things, and that system, even though we had injuries, we had, there were times where the minutes problem was still an issue. There were times where he scapegoated certain players. As we witnessed it today, Cameron Payne right now is the next whipping boy. Cameron Payne is not going to do nothing right. If he plays well, he's going to be pulled. If he doesn't play well, he's going to get pulled. If he plays average, he's going to get pulled. He is the next whipping boy. We all watched Obi. That was happening to Obi. But there's one player most people don't know about. That has when Tibbs was in Minnesota, his name was Rookie Rubio. He was a whipping boy of Tibbs. So
Ricky
that's what
Rubio.
is happening with Cameron Payne. But nonetheless, when we hired Tibbs, we also hired Johnny Bryant. Johnny Bryant was not one of Tibbs' guys. He was basically there to get Tibbs to minutes, play young players, all the things that Tibbs did not want to do. You know, Tibbs got better. Tibbs, we won. We had injuries, and we all know, Lawrence, yes, if you want to listen to a good podcast of the list of injuries year after year on the Tibbs, listen to Freezy, Uncle Freezy. He had an excellent podcast this morning. Excellent. And he listed all the things. But now, Tibbs has gotten his contract. He has survived his critics. You know, he has gotten rid of all the constraints. There's no more restraints on this guy. So Tibbs reverted back to who he naturally is. You know, and who is that? What is, you can see the natural state of Tibbs. This is the natural state of Tibbs. He doesn't play young players. He keeps them on the bench. He develops there's somebody he must target, and I don't know the reason why. And you know, I think basically that's because of his philosophy. I always said his philosophy is a Bobby Knight's philosophy. It's a total hierarchy, full power. I say what goes, you know, and the Bobby Knight philosophy. If you look around the league, not in high school, not in college, not in, and it should definitely not be in the pros. They all die. There are no more coaches like that.
Right.
So Tibbs is our problem. Not
okay.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't want to cut you, Nev, because we'll get back to it. I know you've been waiting, and I know you always have a lot to say about Tibbs. I got it. But I do have the caller. But I wanted to say that I just wanted to say that I hear you about Tibbs and young players, but I don't want to say that Tibbs is not willing to play young players. Tibbs is not willing to play inexperienced players, because if you're young and know what you're doing, he's going to play you.
I disagree.
Well, you can't.
RJ IQ never played. Like Grimes never played. Like the only person that didn't really play was Obi.
But
that was survival.
Now it's because Julius Randles was in his way.
But
he did that for survival. To survive.
But I think that the point is, we did see that RJ played out the gate and never didn't. He never. He didn't. I can't even say that. I can't even get that up. He did not play until towards before he got traded, when Tibbs started to see there was too many defensive issues. Then he finally started to take some accountability. He started to sit RJ here and there in certain spurts. But RJ was playing all the time in crunch moments, even when RJ at some points was a liability. Emmanuel quickly played. I know, I get it. It was a different Knicks team. You had different players, and these guys were actually better than some other players, so you had to play them. I get it. I'm just telling you, they did play.
He had the green light too.
He might not have played for a different reason, though.
But the only thing is that Neff is actually saying something good. Like, I'm just being honest, and I find myself to be a third.
No, wait, hold on, nice. I don't want to cut you off, but I have to hold it. Don't forget what you're saying. Yes. Got to get to the caller. AJ, sorry, brother. What's on your mind, bro? Sorry for the wait.
Yo, what's up? I appreciate y'all taking my call. But yeah, I like what Double A just like he just mentioned the rookies. Like I like what he mentioned, man, because he will play like certain rookies.
Oh, that was Nev. Yeah. Go ahead. Continue.
You said Nev?
Yeah, Nev said that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like that he said that, because he some people say like he don't play rookies, but like he'll play like certain rookies, but like you gotta do something to stand out to for him to play you, like Obi, we'll come in and he'd do like some crazy dunks and all of that, and then you gotta quickly every time when he score, he shoot the three, he be doing some crazy guns and all of that stuff, the crowd used to always cause him to come out. So for Tibbs, you gotta if you're a rookie, you gotta stand out, for him to like have a reason for him to want to put you in the game. I mean, I might be wrong. I don't know. To me, it looked like, you know what I'm saying, he got like a certain type of like, you know what I mean, style, or the fans gotta like, you know what I'm saying, want him to you know what I'm saying, put him out in the rotation.
Right.
But yeah, like, yeah, man, this team, man, be frustrating me. Like, it'd be like hard to like watch the team, man. Like, I get frustrated because like, I don't know, man. Like, I feel like Tiz is like, man, like I think like he's like, I don't know, man. He might be a cool dude, but they gotta like, I don't know, man. I think they gotta move off him because like, I don't think he understand like last season, like the team, like they had a better rotations, like they moved the ball better, they did everything better, like they was like perfect, like they didn't really need nothing else, and like I feel like because like right now they don't got like y'all don't think they got good ball rotation or nothing like that, right?
Right. The ball rotation is a little bit suspect. It doesn't move. It's not consistent. It's not consistent.
Yeah, I don't really like when I watch them play, and it's like I don't understand. Like I feel like once Tibbs signed that extension, like I feel like they just gave the team to him, and it's like because like I feel like that's the reason why we got Cat. Like I like Cat, I like what he does, like the rebounds and all of that stuff. But like when we had the team last year, we had like more diversity. We had more ways we could like, you know, switch the lineup, you know what I'm saying, for the other teams to, you know what I'm saying, like they couldn't really tell what we was going, like how we was gonna play, you know what I'm saying. But like Cat is a good player, but I'd rather have like chemistry, good ball movement, you know what I'm saying, things like that, than just having a superstar that's gonna, you know what I'm saying, come in. And I feel like, you know, Dante DiVincenzo was perfect, 1-2 punch for Brunson. Like he come in and shoot his 4 threes. You know what I'm saying? For Tibbs, take him out the game. You know what I'm saying? Like he, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes he might do, like he might take a play out the game that he shouldn't take out. And like, you know, OG's cool. Like I like OG with Randle. They both like all Randle needed was a guy like OG to come in and like, you know what I'm saying? Come in, let Randle do what he does. That's what OG was there for. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it was perfect. Yeah, Villanova guys, you know what I'm saying? They all knew each other. You know what I'm saying? It was perfect. You know what I'm saying? But like, I feel like, man, like even like with Mikal, I feel like if they had kept the team, like I think Dante and Mikal, like they would have been coming off the bench. I feel like even if Mikal was bad, put Dante in. You know what I'm saying? Randall, put him and OG out there. You know what I'm saying? Nobody was able to beat that team. Like they was like, I think like 12-14 and 2 or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I don't remember the record.
Yep. No, that was it. You were right.
Like 14-2, yeah, somewhere around 14-2. And you know, so when I was watching it, I was like, man, this team is real. Like they just got a lot of chemistry. Like it was like really hard to like stop like what they was doing. And you know what I'm saying? I thought that was a better team. Like now I feel like they, you know, I don't know what, like, you know what I'm saying, like OKC, like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know how we're gonna beat a team like that. And they so young. I feel like we can't beat them now when they're young. How are we gonna beat them, you know, 2-3 years from now when our players is gonna get older? Tibbs is, you know, running them 45 minutes into the ground in overtime games. And it's like, how are we supposed to beat a team like that? And it's like we try to just figure it out with new pieces. So I feel like Tibbs, man, he just took over the franchise, man. I think Dante even said, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is what happened, like, when you let this guy run the team, man. Like, he's gonna trade players that he don't want. You know what I'm saying? They gave him an extension. They're not gonna move off him. He's gonna be there probably for like 3 years. Him and the people upstairs, you know what I'm saying? They all buddies or whatever. Like, I don't really know the history with them, but like I think they close and everything like that. So, you know, I'm just mad with the team. I'm just like a little pissed off. Like,
no, listen. I mean, you have every right to be upset at sometimes this product that they put out there, it don't look great. You got every right to feel a certain way about it, and you know, we never really got into Double A's question about the friendship between Tibbs and Leon Rose. and how that could be a detriment to the team, like because they're such good friends. Does that make it Tibbs gets away with a lot of stuff, whereas maybe another GM might feel differently? Don't know. Maybe that's the case. Maybe it's the truth. Right. But one thing we do know, and this is anywhere, you ask any coach this, and any analyst is going to probably tell you the same thing. When it comes to how you coach the team, the coach has to say, and the GM has to stay out of it. And they'll probably tell you that, listen, I'm not coaching the team. He coaches the team the way he's going to do it. But when you notice that the team is underachieving, or there's certain things that are not working when you've put everything out there, then that's a problem. Then you can point the finger at the coach. The problem, though, the only thing I was going to say about it is I don't necessarily know if this team, they've tried to build it to the best to be a contender, but I don't want to say we're there yet. Like there's certain things that they didn't know were going to happen, that they thought they would have a better chance at working through. That losing iHeart was not in the cards, guys.
That's
as much
it
as
right there.
To the left, the Knicks thought iHeart was coming back. And
that's it right there.
That would have been everything. That's the one guy I would have wanted to keep.
But
Ron, but they got Cat though. Like Cat can't even defend. Like if you I feel like if you knew Hartstein was gonna leave, I mean, guess they could have just got somebody that could at least defend. That's what I wish they would have just got a solid defender at the 5.
Well, the problem is, I hear you, nice. The problem is that if you're gonna trade Julius Randle, because that was the chip that they knew they had to get rid of because they wasn't going to sign him. You're going to trade Julius Randle. You got to get somebody that's going to come back and give you some of them Julius Randle points and some of that Julius Randle rebounding. And it's not as easy to find a guy who can score, rebound, and play defense the way you want to replace, like if Mitch is not here, or losing iHeart. It's not easy to find these guys out there. I mean, just look. Who's out there that can do all that is actually someone you can trade for? If you got somebody like that ain't going nowhere, you can't get that person. That's the problem. That's the problem, because even like a guy like Jaren Jackson Jr., for example, I don't like him, but dude was a defensive player of the league. I mean, defensive player of the year. I can't get that out. He can score. Like he can shoot the 3 here and there. He got a little offensive game, but he has some moments where he can get hot, right? So he takes care of 2 of the issues. But he's not a good rebounder. He's actually a terrible rebounder
for his size. Terrible.
Right. That's like, so you can't get everything. Unfortunately, the Knicks made a decision that the one thing they thought they really needed to do was not just get a big, they wanted a big who could stretch the floor. And so that's why they went with Cat. And it it helps. But
let me say something real quick to AJ. Listen, I miss the energy and the cohesiveness of last year's team, because last year's team, it feels like I'm big on college sports, because college sports, the refs or the umps they're less involved. These kids are playing so they can eventually get picked, you know what I mean, like go to the NBA, and they're really good. So we were watching a team that was cohesive from college play together last year, and Debo quickly became a fan favorite. Hart is quickly one of the best, most loved Knicks in things. So we missed them. But imagine that we didn't make a trade this year, right? And we had the same team, but the only big guy in our team right now would be Sims. That would be the only big guy on our squad right now. So every game, Randall is playing center now.
Facts.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
Or Precious is, because we would have nobody at this point right now to play. So literally, as much as I miss them, and I really give props to Randall who chose us, that type of stuff, it hurts, man. The fact of the matter is, if and everything's an if. And I always say, if my uncle had a ding-a-ling, if my aunt had a ding-a-ling, should be my uncle. Here's the deal. The if is this: if Brunson would have took that money off the table earlier, we could have iHeart would have stayed. Things could have changed. A lot of things could have changed. I do agree with you. Maybe there's some, there's a lot of difference in this team that doesn't make me get so excited. And we should be, because we got a guy who could get 30 and 20 and another guy who could get 30 and 8 assists. We should be excited. But the problem is that there's other things. We just came off a 9-game winning streak. We lost a few games. The sky is falling. New York, we got trauma. We're Knicks fans. But I do agree with that. Also saying that, I wanted to let you finish, and then I'm going to say.
All right. Hold on one second, AJ. Nice. You were going to say something about what AJ was saying before?
Yeah. The only thing is that people keep on saying that we don't even have reason to trade Tibbs or this and that. I'm not talking about nothing in between. Just think about last night's performance. Guys, like we cannot continue to rely on a coach like this. And remember, I used to be Coach Tibbs' advocate, but for a last night performance that you have a player like Payne shooting the way he's shooting, and you're gonna sit him down? Like, no, Ron, like you don't need more excuse after that. That is the best reason that you just need to have to fire a coach. Because if a coach does that, that means that they are not capable to alter whatever their belief is. Because listen, when will we ever see a Payne performing like the one that he gave us last night? There's no guarantee.
Mm-hmm. You do have to. You have to go with the hot hand, and
you're gonna destroy
it. You gotta let him cook.
You're gonna destroy his rhythm. You're gonna destroy. Now you start even asking why there's certain players that they start losing faith in this team. Grimes did it one time, and you never know if that might be a reason Deuce is playing the way he's playing, because it's like, damn, I showed out last season. This was supposed to be my season. We don't know about how he's feeling about Payne and Sham.
I mean, you make a good point, Nice. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Still be playing his ass off.
I mean, last night wasn't a great look, okay? Because that's not that. No player loves that. You know when they're cooking like that, because they don't get it. You don't always star players, NBA players that play consistent minutes every night in and night out. Fine. I mean, I'm gonna go. Okay, this is one night. I'm gonna go again.
It's one night.
But a guy like Campaign coming off the bench that hot, you definitely don't want to go back to the bench. Yo, I'm cooking. I'm not. I don't know when's the next time I'll be cooking like this. Leave me out there. I would be upset too. That was not the greatest look by Tibbs. I ain't gonna lie to you.
His face after that, Iran.
Yeah,
that was not great. After that, he looked disappointed. Like, what the?
That wasn't great. But let me get back to AJ.
Yeah,
was there anything else,
say, man?
Oh, okay. All right, brother. No, listen, man. I appreciate you.
I'm just frustrated. I just wanted to, you know what I'm saying, vent a little bit, because I'm just like, frustrated watching the team, and it's like, man, like, I don't know, man. I don't think they're gonna get rid of him. So like, I feel like we just gotta. It's gonna be summertime coming, and I don't know if, you know what I'm saying, if he's gonna play them like 40-something minutes in the summertime, and we might have some games where the AC ain't on, and I'm afraid like somebody might get injured, and then. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, man. It's gonna be hard to just watch the team, but just know how he his philosophy, like the other guy said. It's just gonna be hard to watch it. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know what they're gonna do with that. I think they just need to move off him, but I don't think they're gonna do that though.
Well, in my opinion, the Knicks are not moving off of Tom Thibodeau. Period.
Yeah, they not.
Period. Not now. Period. I don't think
for 30 years. No, I agree with you. I think he's here.
But I will say this. I hear you, AJ, and I appreciate the call. Thanks again, my brother. You're welcome to call back anytime. Thank you for always being a part of SKF and supporting. Appreciate you, bro.
Appreciate y'all, man. Thank y'all, man. Take my call, man.
No doubt, brother.
Have a good day, AJ, man. Knicks, let's go Knicks.
All right, bro.
Enjoy that. Thank you.
You too. I think that what we need to do is what fans need to do, especially the vocal fans that be on X and Instagram and all other places and typing in stuff and calling into different shows or whatever, is stop talking about firing Tibbs. Tibbs ain't going nowhere. At least definitely ain't going nowhere this year.
Yeah,
Instead,
I don't even think he's the main issue, but
no, I actually think he might be, bro. I didn't think it before, but he's kind of.
I think he's definitely part of it. I definitely think
he plays a part. He's popped up on me, bro. And I'm gonna come right back to you, Keyshawn.
Wow, Ron, you really wow. Surprised.
Yeah, no. I'm feeling a certain way now because
that last night
everything that I want to give him credit for, I'm not taking away from. But here's the issue. I didn't have an issue with him playing guys a lot of minutes early. I told you guys chemistry, we need to build all that. That's fine. And I didn't even have an issue after the 20 game mark, 25 games. Okay.
It was the consecutive minutes.
But then once he got into the consecutive minutes, and then when the 25 games turned into 30 and 40 games, and then we're top 10 in the NBA in minutes played, 4 of our 5 guys. Like, it got a little crazy. And then when I start to notice guys struggling in the fourth quarter, not executing, making turnovers, shooting poorly, hitting the front of the rim with tired legs, it's too much now. Now it's too much. And then, you're not even giving other guys the ability to be out there comfortably, like Deuce and Payne, to get going, to see what they can do. You don't feel comfortable with playing guys like Daddier and Huck Porty. Okay, if you're not going to do it, don't do it. But don't tell me that because I'm not doing this, I still got to play these guys 40 minutes. Because guess what? Sometimes it works, but it was working against bad teams. But when we play better teams and you playing these guys all these minutes, we still get cooked at certain points. We still get cooked on defense. We still got no perimeter defense. There's moments where our offense is not going. So I got to point to different moments where I say, tonight, I get it. Okay, if it works tonight, fine. You made your point. But on this night, when it don't work, clearly out the gate, first quarter, we getting smoked. Do something different. Or you play a team like, and I'm never going to forget this. I'm going to be pointing to this game all year. You play Orlando with nobody. They got nobody.
Oh, my God.
And you let these guys with no effort. The Knicks didn't want to play that night. I don't care what nobody says. The Knicks did not come to play.
They were tired, Ron.
And you play them same starters. You don't bench.
They were, matter of fact, Ron. Matter of fact, in that same game, Michael Bridges went down 3 times. Michael Bridges cannot take when somebody sets a pick on his left side. He cannot take that. In that game, he at least 3 times he went down because these players are playing too much.
Yeah.
Their body is tired. They're hurting.
I mean, even in the beginning of the season, he couldn't get over screens.
Right.
He couldn't get every time somebody set a screen on that in that Orlando game, he went down. And that guy just ignoring all of that. That coach is just ignoring all of that.
Well, but yeah, you're right, and I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm saying all this to say that's why I think Tibbs is a problem. But once again, I'm not saying fire Tibbs because we need to. If the Knicks want to have any chance of having a decent season,
need Tibbs, dude. We don't.
Nev, the Knicks are not firing in the middle of the season. They're not firing.
I think the problem is that it doesn't matter. We keep saying this. We could all have this opinion. He's not going nowhere. So Nev, you might feel that way, and I could agree with you. And Ron, I could feel that way, but it doesn't matter. He's not going anywhere. It's about now.
But Ron, we need to set the record. Even though he's not going to get fired, we still need to call it out.
Yeah, we do.
That's what we need to do. We cannot say it's acceptable.
And but I'm not saying you're wrong for calling it out. I'm saying call out the issue. If you have an idea or a solution, we should talk about it. But put that out there. Remember, I started this conversation with saying instead of the narrative fire Tibbs, talk about what's wrong and what needs to be fixed in the chat. Tibbs needs to start doing this. Tibbs needs to do this. Why is Josh doing this and not getting this? Or, I don't know what it is, but I'm just saying for whatever it is, start putting the solutions in the chats on X.
Brunson played the 2.
those players are going to see that stuff because they're following everything on social media these days, and maybe they'll start talking about it amongst themselves. Maybe they'll say, "Yeah, why aren't we doing this? Why are we always playing drop coverage when this team is doing this? Why are we not doing this?" I'm not saying they don't already know this, but when the noise starts to become louder, it's less about just fire Tibbs. No, give me a solution. Let's talk about what he's not doing.
We can give you a solution, including firing Tibbs.
No.
All right, but he ain't going nowhere.
I have a quick question for everybody in the panel and the people in the chat. Just give me a good reason. And I know that I keep on beating this dead horse, but I'm going to continue saying it. By the end of the second quarter, Payne had a crazy performance. I was expecting of him coming back, and by 1 minute left in the fourth quarter, I still didn't see Payne. Like what?
No, there was no good answer to
what,
that.
What is the reason? No. This is what I'm saying. I want to hear what is the best reason in your mind for Coach Tibbs to do that? Because we was down.
There's no reason.
I don't know.
You're right, nice. You're 1,000% right.
Brunson was probably like, "Put me in the game."
But
that's all I could think. Brunson's like, "Put me in the game" or something.
I mean, but even if Brunson wanted to be in the game, like I said before, one doesn't affect the other. You put Brunson back in the game, but you leave Payne in there.
I mean, I'm not excusing it. I'm just saying that's probably the only thing I could think of.
Man, there was one shot.
I think the point. I think that the issue, Tibbs is part of the issue, but I think the reason we're getting all this fatigue and this poor performance is he doesn't think the bench is good enough. I don't think he believes the bench is good enough. Yes. Yeah, and we don't have another backup big who could take time. Who Cat can take time off for, and for these guys, our team's not tall enough. Like we're not physical. I feel like it's physicality and height.
That's a misconception. I don't buy that because what we have seen since the season started, whenever Tibbs has played any of these young players, they have shown out. Yeah. They haven't shown that they cannot handle the situation. He has played Huckabee.
Say no, I want to hear you say it.
Butchering his name.
I'm only playing. Go ahead.
And he has, and because of that, we want to see more of it. Yeah. He has played Brady, and because of that, we want to see more of that. He has played Kolick, and because of that, we want to see more of that. Mm-hmm. Those guys are performing in the G League. One day he goes to the G League, he scored 36 points, he have a triple-double, and he cannot do
playing at middle school.
I think these kids are there. I think these kids have a lot of potential, you gotta name me a championship team where kids are playing on.
Dude, every
championship team has kids playing significant minutes.
Go look at Orlando. Go look at.
I think that's
OKC. OKC played a rookie.
They had never done anything yet. They haven't done anything yet.
Yeah, but they haven't won. They may win to this. They may win this year, and then this will be the where everybody's going to say OKC is.
They won with Jordan Poole.
They won with Jordan Poole. Every team is trying to do that, and they're playing rookies.
Yeah, they playing. It's true.
They're playing well. They have good talent.
Denver playing rookies.
They haven't done anything yet.
So what about so what's the reason of Houston? What's the reason of OKC? Because they ain't getting superstars.
They're trying to win a championship,
but they're bigger, faster players.
Their average age is what, 23 or 24?
OKC is playing a rookie.
Houston ain't gonna win nothing.
I'm talking about like playoff experience. That's what I'm saying. They haven't done anything.
This is the new league.
I'm talking about like,
and you don't think that they're gonna do it this year?
You cannot just go pick up a player off waivers. It's not possible.
But Keshawn,
I'm not saying pick up a player off waivers.
But Keshawn, the way OKC is looking right now, do you doubt that they could actually reach the Western Conference the way they look?
They could, but I haven't seen it.
All right.
So
I mean, listen, we all know that OKC is a really good team. This is 2 years in a row that they've been really good.
Right.
But let's not forget,
there's been a lot of good teams that never won a championship.
Right. And
Sacramento, that's a really good
year,
team. They never
OKC
won.
made the playoffs, and they got out of the playoffs too because they showed their inexperience. They weren't necessarily ready. I'm not saying they're not ready this year. They might be ready this year, but they weren't last year. They showed the young inexperience of not being playoff proven because they were a good team last year too. They were number one in the Western Conference for a lot of the year. So it's just that you have to let it work, and not everybody's going to have the same formula. You know what I mean? The Milwaukee Bucks are a championship team. They've won a championship with basically the same unit, almost a little different here and there,
but primarily the same.
Yeah, but they don't look like they're a championship team right now. I don't care how they're playing. I don't feel confident. The Knicks handle them every time because they don't match up well with the Knicks, and they're not going to match up well with other teams. OKC's going to be smacking them around, or even Cleveland or Boston. They might have problems getting out the East.
They're fast.
Yeah, it's the type of things you got to say.
And Houston, and that's what these teams have in common. The Houston, the OKC, they're young and they're fast, and they got size on them and all that stuff. Now, when it comes down to the end of the season, that will help them because they're youth and then whatever it might be. But because of their lack of years in the league, we might play against them. And if they run up against Cleveland, let's say, in the finals, I think my money would be on Cleveland. I'm going to tell you for a lot of reasons. Because they've been together for a long time, because they're a little bit older, but they still have the young team. But I'm going to tell you one thing, and I'm going to check out of here because I'm going to go be a father, and it seems like there's a lot of back and forth, and we're all talking about this one particular thing that just can't happen. We need to have we need to make a few moves. There's no doubt about it. I'm going to say this right now, and I haven't said it all year. I am now on the side, and I have been on it for a while, but I haven't really said it, where I think Tibbs is a big part of the problem. Okay? I don't think Tibbs is 100% the problem. And if you think that Tibbs is 100% of the problem, that I think that you're entitled to your opinion. I disagree with it. I think he's a major part. Watching last night's game made me so mad when he didn't stick with the hot hand. Anybody who's ever played ball knows if somebody's on fire, you better get that the rock. And he didn't do that. And even if it was because these other guys make more money or he trusts Brunson more, that circle of trust thing, he could have found a way by keeping Mikhail out for a little while and keeping Hart out for a little while. And then I would have loved to have seen what it looked like with the Brunson out for a little while. But then keeping Brunson in with him because he's really a point guard. And I really believe JB is more of a shooting guard. But I'm going to say this on the way out. No matter what, even if I agree and I'm where Ron is now, I am with where you are now, Ron. It doesn't matter. It's not going anywhere. So we have to figure out what now is going to happen. And if we know that he's not going to, like Nev, you're saying like he's going to stick with what he's doing, then you're going to have to chalk it up that we're not going to win this year. But if you want to believe that they're going to win because Tibbs is staying here, we have to make some moves. I like the guy I said. Nice doesn't like him. That's okay. We all have different opinions. We're entitled to them. And I find no disrespect in any of that stuff. I think it's a great thing that we are individuals who have opinions. That's what makes a good conversation and a great podcast. So, Ron, God bless you and your wife and your family. And guys, it's always a pleasure. I told myself today, I'm not doing 6 hours today. I'm going to do a couple of hours. And my daughter and I are going to watch a movie. We're going to play some Legos. I'm going to hang out. I'm going to have a really good time.
Yeah, enjoy yourself, bro. Do that.
But thanks for the conversation. Listen, man, what my motto is, man, let's pray that somebody – I always go back to this. Remember this? Tom Coughlin had a real problem. Michael Strahan sat him down and said, look, you're the coach for us, but you got to make a few changes. He did it. That year we won a Super Bowl. against a really good team. Let's hope and pray that somebody does that with this guy, because he's not going anywhere. All right,
it's true. All right, man. Appreciate you,
God
bro.
bless you guys, man.
Day, man.
Okay. All right, you too. Blessings. Peace.
Same. Yeah. I mean, look, that's all I'm trying to get at, guys. Because as mad as we can be, as upset as we are with what we're currently seeing out there, which is it doesn't make any sense. Tibbs is not going anywhere, at least this year. He's here. He ain't going anywhere. The Knicks ain't going to do one of them mid-season firings with a guy like that. He's built up enough cachet that he gets full seasons out of him. You got a problem with Tibbs this season? Well, we'll see what happens next season, because he gets a full season this year. So how can he get better? What can he do to fix it? Is the type of stuff I like to talk about, which we have been talking about, and it just hope that that translates, like someone else sees it, or somebody says it, or they're thinking the same thing we're thinking, because there's certain things that don't make no sense. There's no reason why a guy like Cam Payne, who was that hot in such a short amount of time, didn't play the rest of the game. He played a minute and 58 seconds in the third quarter, and he played about 3 minutes and 33 seconds in the fourth quarter. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And even if forget that, you've already killed his momentum. So who knows if he definitely missed his next shot that he shot when he came back later in the second half. But the only thing I will say is I don't know. I didn't pay attention to everything in that game. I hear Cam Payne wasn't the happiest when he got taken out. I don't know how Cam Payne acted.
Yes, that's definitely true.
Don't know how he acted. Don't know if he said something to Tibbs or Tibbs heard something. I don't know.
No. He was going off on the sidelines.
I just feel like some Obi Toppin feelings, like a cursing now. I want to get, and he's going to try to do everything in his. That's what I'm saying. Can you blame a guy to act that way after that?
Yeah.
I'm not saying you should blame him, because he was cooking, and but it's just, you got to also understand, know the room. Like if I'm mad at something because my coach is not playing me and not giving me the love, and I know who I'm dealing with in Tibbs, I can't do all that stuff. I watched things play out with Cam Reddish. I watched things play out with Fournier. I watched things play out with Obi Toppin. I watched things play out with Quentin Grimes. Like, that don't win. You're not winning against Tom Thibodeau when it comes to that. He's got the say. Like, if he don't want you here, you're not here. If he don't want to play, you're not playing. Like, so I gotta work this around.
No, but as a captain,
you have to understand, Ron, players are still going to show their emotion in the game, because
I don't doubt that.
Want to win too. They're there for a reason. They're there to accomplish something.
Yeah,
and so it should be acceptable for this guy to go off.
Right.
But nonetheless, Tibbs is going to do whatever he wants to do, because winning is somewhere in his brain is part of his priority, but it doesn't look like it's 100% part of his priority.
Right.
Because if it were 100%, he would have played this guy. He would have played Payne, because that's what he's fully concentrated about. But again, he has his own agendas, and his agendas override winning whenever he feels it's necessary. If he doesn't win a certain way, I always said that. Matter of fact, I wrote an article on this. If this guy doesn't win a certain way, because he's an obsessed person, and obsessed people likes things done a certain way. And if it doesn't, if it's not done that way, you can accomplish the task, but it's not good enough.
Yeah.
So that's what you're seeing, where he wants to win a certain way. So campaign, bench.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Sorry, campaign. You go to the bench.
And the way he was shooting, that's what I'm saying. Like, is what? It's crazy.
Yeah, it's Tibbs definitely he's a creature of habit and has his ways of doing things. It's agreed. And the funny thing about it is, when this is why, like, we're talking about this because it happened, right? So I don't know what's going on with Tibbs with regards to that, because the funny thing is, Tibbs is usually the type of player that will, for the most part, not all the time, he will play the hot hand.
Yeah.
He has done it in the past. I don't know what's going on this time around. I don't know why
behind the scenes.
Yeah, I don't know why he's not doing it this time around. It's kind of weird to me. Current Alexis is in the building. Salute. Shout out to you. I think this is my first time seeing you in the chat. Thank you for being here. Said the Warriors became a dynasty when they changed the coach. And so it's interesting that you say that, because there's so many flip sides to that argument, right? It's true. Kerr definitely took them to the next level with what he brought in, but some people credit Mark Jackson for putting that team together and kind of giving them the first. And the problem is, you can't even say that Mark Jackson was the problem, because he didn't get a chance to run away with the team. Like he put the team together, and then once they felt like they were good enough, they got rid of him because of other issues, with Mark Jackson. But he didn't have a chance to really even see what he could do with them, right? And the funny thing is, you talk about that, and people have said that forever. Kerr basically inherited that and then took it to the next level, whether you want to give him credit or not for it. But they did become a dynasty. They did win multiple championships. But if you look at the people who talk about Steve Kerr to this day, they're like, Steve Kerr is a horrible coach. Steve Kerr needs to be fired. Like, you see how it's like crazy to me, but this is what I'm talking about. As Knicks fans, what? Our coach won 2-3 rings. He's like in folklore. We love him forever. Oh, do we? I don't know. Today's Knicks fan is a little different, but we definitely would appreciate that. You kidding me? We starving for a championship. He brought them people 3 over there, and they're like, he's a bad coach. They need to get him out of here. You know what I mean? Things change. Things happen quickly. Shout out to Green in the building. Shout out to you, Green. He said, last season our defense was disruptive. We applied pressure on even the elite teams. Who are we applying pressure to on this season? Ourselves? Like, yeah, no, that we had a different makeup, a different dynamic. We had really good chemistry, and guys bought in. Like I said, I go back to the fact that people talk like it's no big deal. It is a big deal. Not having a defensive center is a problem for Tom Thibodeau and his style of play. We already talked about Tom Thibodeau being a creature of habit, so he don't change much. So his defensive systems are the same, and his defensive systems are predicated on having that big man. He don't got the big man defender. It's a problem. I don't care what nobody says. You don't got to listen to me. Just look at the team. Look at how they play, and look at how you're not getting the same. It's the same defense. Something's different. There's no big center that plays defense in his lineup, and that is a problem for Tom Thibodeau's system. Knicks Prophet Curry TV in the building. He said he took Cam out because he's not a starter. He didn't want him to overshadow them. I don't know if that's the case. I just think that he felt like he could. I feel like Tibbs felt like last night was going to be one of them nights where we were cooking, because we were shooting well from 3 in the first quarter as a team, even though we shot poorly from the field. I felt like Tibbs just thought, we're going to cook tonight no matter what. I'm going to take him out. I'm going to put Brunson back in. We're going to cook. And then whatever, I could put Campaign in later. We'll still be cooking. Like, I felt, and he was wrong, because we weren't cooking. And the shooting from the field should have been more of an indicator for him, that because we shot as a team, we shot. Ooh, hold on. Wait, it's the wrong game? Yep, wrong game. My apologies. I had it up, and I think I just dropped it down. This is, nope. I got so many games up. It's crazy. Okay, Minnesota. We shot 38.9% from the field on 90 shots. That's horrible. Okay. It's not, I should say it's terrible. Horrible would be even worse, but it's terrible. If 44% is the average, we shot 38.9 from the field. So that was a bad sign. We shot, oddly enough, 41% from 3, but you want to say has a lot to do with Campaign. He was 4 or 5 from 3. But we weren't terrible. And actually, we were actually pretty good from 3, which is weird, because OG Anunoby shot 3 of 6, and he's been struggling. So that was actually a pretty good sign. Josh Hart shot 1 of 5. He wasn't great, but Mikal Bridges was 3 of 7. Brunson was 3 of 7. Miles McBride was 0 of 4. Not great. And then Campaign was 4 of 5. But like I said, for whatever reason, we struggled in other facets. Josh Hart shot 3 of 12 from the field. Bridges was 6 of 17. Brunson was 9 of 23. Yeah, and Precious was 3 of 10. I'm surprised Precious took that many shots. But like, yeah, we struggled shooting from the field, and it just wasn't a good look. And let me see the ball movement. We had 19 assists. That's terrible. Especially the way we've been playing lately. We got to move the ball. We got to be in the mid to high 20s to be, you know, pretty effective, it shows. But even in those cases, sometimes that's not enough. I talked about it before, the Jalen Brunson thing, as far as ball movement goes. Like we are making a big deal. We played Detroit and we lost to Detroit 124-119, right? In that game, the Knicks had 26 assists and people were complaining about ball movement, right? The Knicks shot 50% from the field. They shot 40% from three and 82% from the free throw line, and we lost. And people are pointing to ball movement and blaming Jalen Brunson when we had 26 assists and Jalen Brunson had 11 of those assists. Like, that's why I'm saying, like, certain things make sense, but not every game. Certain games, you can't say that Jalen Brunson didn't do his job in this game. He had 31 points and 11 assists. That's not on Jalen Brunson. That's the team. The team needs to do better as finding each other, moving the ball around, working as a team. It's not just one player.
But what team do you expect of, Ron, if the best player that is shooting three, you decide not to even let him play?
Yeah.
Wait, but this is the Detroit game.
Huh?
Yeah, Ron.
This is the Detroit game,
Ron,
though.
yeah.
No. But I'm talking about just last night game. Like, I'm not even talking about OG Brunson. Everybody could be playing great. Everybody might do what they supposed to do. But when we behind, I understand if we in front. If we in front, I don't even care if they sit down pain. But if we behind and we trying to win, and you said the best player you said 4 out of 5, Ron.
Yeah.
Did I get that right?
4 out of 5.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
I don't know. Things happen, man, and that was just not great. Shout out to Jermaine Sims. I'll get right back to you, Nev. It's both of them, Tibbs and Leon. Okay, and then shout out to my guy Corey Lee. Thank you, Corey. He says, "Breathe, please, Knicks fans. We are overthinking. The team hit a rough patch. Hopefully, we make a small changes. We'll be okay." So, Corey just brought up something that I did want to get to, and I'll say it real quick and get over to Nev. In typical Tom Thibodeau fashion, typical New York Knicks fashion, I do believe everything we got going on, everything we're saying right now, when everything's said and done, I do think the Knicks are going to finish third or better in the East and are going to look good going into the playoffs. And we're going to say, man, they had a really good season. That's what I think is going to happen. When everything's all said and done, I think that we're going to be there again because that's what's happened.
No, it's not.
Oh, did you think last year the Knicks were going to finish second?
Not really, no.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. Like, we count them out. We count Tom Thibodeau out. And by the end of the year, we're always like, wow, like it's surprising. And I'm not saying, that's, you can't always have that same effect. But I do feel like that's going to happen again because of the fact that as much as I'm seeing certain things that I don't like personally, can't shake the fact the Knicks are like 11 games over 500. And we're still right now with all this stuff going on, we're third in the East. That tells me that we got a lot of room to get better and build and stay in the same type of position.
I don't even have a problem with Coach Tibbs, Ron. Like, I love Coach Tibbs. Like, if it's up to me, let him play. Let him keep on coaching this team. But with the only thing I don't want to see, if we have Kolick, if we have Daddy, if we have Payne, if we have whoever has the high hand, I do not want to see whatever happened last night. I'm so easy to forgive and forget, real easy. I do not want to see it happening again. That to me is stupid.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that's me just trying to keep it PG. But what I saw last night, that that should be a game that should be a wake-up call, not only for fan, but also for him as a coach, because that should never happen.
Agreed. I mean, that's one of them nights where I think he missed an opportunity, and that's one he should definitely learn from. That's one that everybody can easily see. Even the administration is going to notice that, like, you had a hot hand and you went away from it. And not only, the problem is, it's not like he just went away from it and maybe, you know, he tried to go back to the well later, but he broke the momentum. Cam Payne only played 12 minutes and 30 seconds. He didn't even get like 20 minutes. Like, after the way he came out hot, that's crazy to me. That makes it even wilder. It's not like Cam Payne finished playing, he played like 20 minutes, but he just can never find that same heat. He didn't even get like a big opportunity. Like, that's crazy. That's wild. Hold on. Shout out to Corey Lee once again. Thank you for the generous super chat, my brother. He said, and if you don't know, the butcher is coming, number 23. That's Mitchell Robinson, by the way, guys. Anyway, shout out to you, Corey. Appreciate you. So before I get over to Nev, I know you're waiting, Nev. I just wanted to ask you guys something, because I was going to ask you 5 minutes ago, but other stuff has popped up. If you, Tyler Kolek, another reason why Tyler Kolek doesn't play is not just his height, yeah, we know, and the defensive side of it, but minutes, right? Minutes, proper minutes distribution. Sometimes in order to get the best out of your player has to play not a couple minutes. Like, to get the best out of Tyler Kolek, in my opinion, and that's why the Knicks are going to keep him here as much as they can, and I think they should, Tyler Kolek doesn't need to be playing 10, 15 minutes. He's not that type of guy. I don't think his impact is that style, right? Tyler Kolek is the type of guy that needs to play 25, 30 minutes, right? You want to see the best out of Tyler Kolek and what he can really do for a basketball team, he needs to play. And there's just no room for him to play right now. That's why I think he's not playing, because he doesn't come in and impact the game like that. He's not a flamethrower shooter. Is he a good shooter? Yes. And I think if you give him reps, he can make some stuff happen. But he's not coming off the bench, start making it rain. He's not that type of style of player. So limited minutes, you don't get a lot out of him. And that's why I think instead of giving him the minutes, they're trying to move the minutes elsewhere, or Tibbs is not giving minutes at all. He's just keeping the starters out there. It's not good. I'm just telling you, it's the same thing, the same conversation you have with, you know, RJ Barrett. You know, you put RJ Barrett on a different team, make him the number 1, number 2 option, you see a lot better play. Emmanuel Quickly, you make him the number 1 option, number 2 option, he gets all those minutes, you see better play. Like, Tyler Kolek is that style for me. He needs the minutes to show you what he can really do. And I think Knicks fans would be kind of surprised, because I think if you give Tyler Kolek 30 minutes a game, or 25 to 30 minutes, he's going to surprise you. You're like, oh, okay, now I see why we kept him, why we held on to him, because he can ball. But you got to give him those type of minutes to be effective. Right now, he's not going to do the limited minutes.
I totally disagree.
Well, Nev, you're entitled to your opinion, but there's no way I'm wrong in this, because he's already had limited minutes, and in limited minutes, and doesn't play defense, and so he can't impact the game that much.
In limited minutes, he has shown enough to get more minutes, and that's what you want. Because basically what it is, when the Knicks decided to go into this season, I know they strategized. They sat down, they strategized about how we're going to approach this season. You know, what players are we going to have? This is not a random thing where, you know, you don't know what you're going to do. You know, this is an organization that sat. They know they were going to not have a bench of veterans because they couldn't afford it. They made some big trades. They know they were going to be top heavy. You know, so all these things were planned in advance. Now, for you not to realize that, especially early in the season when you had injuries, to play these plays, to see what they have, to put some trust in them and say, I'm going, we're playing in November. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't winning nothing in November. The first big thing is the in tournament play, something in December or something like that. So I can extend minutes to these guys because I know this is a new CBA. We cannot pick up players off the waivers, or we just cannot bring G League players up. We cannot do. There are certain things we are restricted from doing. So that's what this coach was supposed to do. Now, to sit here and tell me Tyler Coley cannot play 2-3 minutes or 5 minutes or 10 minutes, I am not buying that because I haven't seen it. I haven't seen the way this coach has given him that kind of minutes, and he's incapable of doing it. What I know is that when he plays, it doesn't matter in the G League, it doesn't matter in here, he performed at a high level to at least deserve more minutes.
But
that's it. At least
I don't want to cut you off. I'll let you continue to speak, but I have to cut you off because even that, and I hate to shortchange and take away from guys, but they don't play no defense in the G League, Nev. It's a non-defensive league. They don't play no damn defense. If you got some offensive prowess, you go out there, you cook in the G League.
Yes, Ron, but that's not an excuse not to give this guy, because that's what you draft them for. You believe they are good. You draft these players because you actually have faith in your drafting. So you cannot cut in your nose to spite your face. Well, because you actually draft them because you believe, and you pass over other players. Remember the Knicks pass over what's that guy in for the Suns? That defensive guy
Ryan Dunn.
Ryan Dunn. So you pass over other players to draft these players. So you got to trust your system. That's what this coach is not doing.
Can it be
He's
that
not trusting the system and believing in what the organization is trying to do. He's actually going against it. So that's the problem we're running into. So, and then you don't have a bench. You just created, you don't have no contingency plan. That team, if that team has one injury deep, if it goes one injury deep, we nobody. Because right now, we don't have nobody, no backup. No backup. We cannot trust nobody. And he's not willing to trust anybody. And he's already playing, he's already extending these plays, which is the point I was trying to make before. When you extend these players so many minutes, there are repercussions. Guys cannot cut. We're asking guys to assist. But in the fourth quarter, you know what they're going to do? They're going to look and stand around and give it to the guy that can create. And that's Brunson. And everybody's going to watch because nobody can move. You cannot ask guys to move when you're in there 30 minutes playing hard defense, doing all kinds of stuff, and you don't want to rest them. There are repercussions to that. And that's why we cannot, our assist is very low. We don't do much in the fourth quarter. You look at our fourth quarter numbers, it's the worst in the league. Because we asking these guys to do it all. You don't get tired. Play 45.
Can
play 20. 24 minutes in a half, right?
Yep.
These guys, almost 2 games in a row, they play 24 minutes in the second half. Why are we doing that?
I can't. Nev, I can't argue with you on that. That part does not make sense to me. I don't know why we're continuing to do that, and that's been one of the things I've been saying for a minute. Go ahead, Nice.
The only thing I was about to say on Neff, and just could it also be that he's doing it on purpose just for now, so that trying to help out our starters make it to the All-Star.
I mean, I think that's something you do when things are working well and you can afford to do that. When the Knicks are cooking, when the Knicks are cooking and we have one of them good games when guys are on clicking, I can understand guys playing a little extra, padding their stats a little bit because things are flowing. But when you're struggling, I think he's just of a different mindset that he just continues to go in what he believes. And it's not always necessarily, it could be good, it could be bad. But one thing that I was thinking about because of what Neb was saying is if you ask most people that watch Tom Thibodeau and how he moves and look at this Knicks team as to what it is now and what it's become, a championship contending team is what they were looking to build and what they think they have. A lot of us didn't even, not only did we not think that there would be any room to play rookies, a lot of us didn't think that Tibbs was even going to draft any of these guys. Everybody thought these Knicks ain't keeping these picks. We're going to wind up trading all these picks. And we drafted 4 people. Now, and I said this before, I don't believe the Knicks drafted these 4 guys so that they could use them on this team for depth. I believe they drafted these 4 guys because they already had a plan in place that they knew, first off, Jalen Brunson was going to have to get more money. They didn't know what they were going to do with Julius yet. They were at that point, they were trying to get Mikal Bridges. I don't think they had him yet. And they knew that they were going to have to add these players to the team. And eventually the contracts and salary was going to put us close to that apron. So why not draft players that you think could help the team going forward? Get them in here under contract as drafted players because you're not going to have a lot of free agency is going to be dead to you. You ain't going to have no money to go out and get anybody else. You already spent the money on your guys that you're picking up or planned on picking up. Because regardless of what we say, they were going after Mikal Bridges and they felt like they were going to do whatever it took to get him, as you know, because they look at what they gave up. So Mikal was coming here. Cat is a different story. Even though we knew that they were planning, like they've been planning to get Cat all off season. It took a while to do it. They were planning that. But I'm just going to go back to once again, it's not like the Knicks didn't have a plan. The plan didn't work out. Isaiah Hartenstein was supposed to be on this team. He's not here. That fell through. Dante DiVincenzo was not supposed to go in that trade. He was supposed to be a big piece off of this bench. But Minnesota was like, nope, we want Dante if you want this trade. And then they had to put him in the trade because we already heard that they didn't want to trade Dante. And that wasn't the offer that they were giving Minnesota. But Minnesota said, no, we want Dante. And then we lost our next backup plan. Now we got no bench. So I think the Knicks had a plan. And let me tell you something. If this Knicks team had Karl-Anthony Towns with Mikal Bridges, OG Anunoby, Jalen Brunson, and Dante DiVincenzo and a high heart coming off the bench, we would not be talking about this team in the same way. But it didn't work out.
Not have everything.
It didn't work out. It didn't work out.
We cannot have everything. No team has everything.
I agree. But that doesn't mean they didn't plan on having it that way.
You have to take the time out where you are weak as a team to develop. You know, you have to strengthen. The guy, he has created a catch-22. Well, now we say we don't have a bench because we never took the time out to develop the bench. Yep. So it's a catch-22. We don't have a contingency plan.
Yeah.
You know, that's what it is. If we don't have a bench, you have to take the time out to develop it because you're going to need it at some point. And that's what happened here. I know they sat down, they strategized everything. From every penny, this management team is excellent. I have said that many times on this show. If my Giants had this management team, they would be winning titles.
Yeah, I
have said that. You know, because that's how highly I think of them. But the one thing I have said over and over from day one, they hired the wrong coach.
Yeah.
I've also said that I've gotten blows. I've taken so much blows on this show and every show for saying that. But I have stuck to my thing. I believe that was the wrong coach. And you see it now. Everything, the management puts a plan in place. We're not going to have, because of the new apron, this is how it's going to be. Then develop the bench. Because if you don't, we're going to get stuck. Well, now we cannot play them because we don't know what they can do. We're afraid what they can do when they get on the court and that.
But Jeff, even think, and I'm just going to say this real quick to give power to everything that you're saying. Look at last season, Ron. We don't need more proof than that. Imagine if we started playing our bench in a consistent manner, we may not even had a depleted squad playing all bench, because newsflash, we had 2 main players, almost 3 main players that wasn't playing. It was literally our bench. We was playing with our bench, and we noticed what we had with our bench. But if we played them early, how many games we would have won?
Well, I don't know what you mean, because last year we did play our bench. Our bench was better. Actually, in some point, people thought we were the most deep team in the league.
But we got to see our bench on a predicament that Tibbs, he was forced to play the bench because pretty much Julius Randles was out, Mitchell Robinson was out. So now you obligated to play players. So yeah, he wasn't betting on iHeart to play starting minutes because Mitch, but hey, you're obligated. Right. Now for Julius Randle, I know OG, but you playing for Julius Randle. And then what happened to OG? He got eliminated or hurt by the Pacers. But we started playing the bench, and it continues on.
But I mean, last year's tough, man, because in fairness, last year was different, and Tibbs was different. I'm just honest. Tibbs was I thought was coaching really well last year. I thought Tibbs did a good job. I thought he made some adjustments that we were complaining about. It was like, this guy don't make no in-game adjustments. He was doing some things. He did some stuff against Philadelphia in the regular season, not the playoffs. And even in the regular season, he was making some good adjustments, in-game adjustments. Yeah, I think he played more guys. Obviously, I know he trusted more guys because we had Bogdanovich and Burks coming off the bench and stuff. And I think the Knicks would have been a lot better had things worked out from the get-go when we made the moves. But, you know, we didn't know that Burks had some other underlying health issues. There was a reason why he wasn't playing well to start, and it stunk, but it is what it is. But I felt like Tibbs was making the proper adjustments. To me, last year was the best Tibbs I've ever seen with the Knicks.
Yep.
This year, I don't, you know, he's thrown me off a little bit with his minute stuff, but you know, and some of the non-moves that he's been making, but I don't know what's going on. But I still think
he has gotten his big contract.
It could be.
That's one. And number two, the guy we had in place to hold him accountable, that management put in place, was Johnny Bryant.
Okay.
He's no longer here. So this guy has full reign. He has total control. And he's doing what he's doing. He went back, he reverted back to his natural state.
Right.
Instead of changing. This is what happened to Tibbs. Tibbs didn't realize what management had done that made him a better coach, a well-rounded coach. So when the restrictions were gone and Johnny Bryant was removed, he just reverted back to his natural state.
You might be right. You might be right on that. Hold on, let me get to these super chats. Shout out to Corey Lee. Thank you for the generous super chat. Tibbs doesn't want to destroy these second round, I guess the second round kids' confidence. If you want to them to watch the G League, what if? Basically, I think what you're trying to say is he doesn't want to destroy the second round kids' confidence if you want to watch them in the G League. Okay, I think that's what you're. Okay, I get that. All right. Corey Lee says, "See them fat thumbs. Let's go. Get likes up. Let's go. Appreciate you, Corey." Thank you for the generous super chat, Parrish. Play Huck, Porty, Kolick, Cam, Sims, Pockholm, 20 games, and they will all get much better. Much better. Tibbs was forced to use iHeart and Deuce and Precious to win. Yeah. I mean, look, what we have, what we're all in agreement on is that Tibbs is playing the starters too many minutes, right? I don't care who he plays to take away from the starters playing all those minutes. I just feel like it has to happen. I don't care if you tell me I want to give Campaign 20 minutes and give Deuce 23, 24 minutes, whatever. I don't care. The minutes have to come down from other people. I don't care if you say, let's give Huck Porty 10 minutes or 15 minutes. I don't care. I think that's fine. The minutes have to come down from those other people. I don't care how you do it. I'm not necessarily saying that Daddy A is ready. I find certain things a little concerning. I wasn't paying attention until I looked and I saw, I was like, oh, that's not good. I just told you that there's not a lot of defense in the G League. These guys kind of get away with whatever they want. They go out there and they cook. But then
Ron, let me
hold on, Nev. But then Nev, Daddy has been struggling in the G League. I just told you they don't play no defense, and Daddy has been struggling in the G League. You know, that's a little bit of an issue to me. I'm a little concerned. Huck Porty was doing well. Let me pick up this call. Caller, you are on live with SKF. Know the Ledge. Your name and where you're from. I know who this is. This is Wiz. Wiz.
You don't break in my heart.
Oh no. Caller, you don't sound good. I don't know. You might have to hang up. Don't be singing, Wiz.
Wiz DK, LA. Well, what time to leave?
All right. Hold on one second, Wiz.
Go ahead, man.
Let me just finish what I'm saying before I forget, because my memory, you know, is kind of can be trash sometimes.
I know.
Yeah, you don't have to agree with me. So yeah, that's what concerned me a little bit, because I thought, you know, we all knew and we all had an idea. Everybody else was on the roster, right? The only person that they kept sending to the G League was Daddy A. Like, he was first. Like, they kept sending. I'm like, why do you keep sending Daddy A to the G League? To me, it's obviously they believe in him and thought, hey, maybe we could use Daddy A. So let's get him some seasoning. Because they were sending him while they were keeping Huck Porty and Kolek on the bench. Then now, all of a sudden, you know, obviously going forward, they started to send everybody. And so we see Huck Porty doing pretty good. Not crazy, but having some good nights. And then we see Kolek killing it. And I'm like, okay, good. All our young guys are doing good in the G League. That's good seasoning for them. I didn't pay attention to Daddy A. I didn't look. But then last week, a week and a half ago, I said, oh, you know, I wonder how Daddy A's doing. And I looked at it, like, Daddy A's struggling in the G League. I'm like, that's not good. And then we see the report a couple days ago that came out, whether or not it's true or not, you never know with this stuff, that the Knicks are possibly looking around to see if there's a developmental coach that they could bring in, because they don't necessarily feel like the young guys are at the pace that they want them to be at right now. So, guys, I hear you. I'm with you that the Knicks need to figure out better ways to manage these minutes. They need to figure out, you know, how to play some of these guys that can help the team. But if they don't feel like in limited minutes these guys are going to be effective enough, so they don't even want to put them out there, what are we? That's, you know, that if that's the truth, that's true.
And that is the catch-22 right there, Ron.
Yeah, that's a coach problem.
That is the catch-22.
Because he's the one that needs to enforce, hey, we need to get a better development coach on this end. He's the one running it. So it's his fault.
and he's the one. And
because at the end of the day, you're still going to be forced to play.
Another repercussion of the heavy minutes is a lack of practice. Mm-hmm. And you and what we don't realize, this is something most fans don't realize. When we see players going in long stretches of struggling kind of his shots, like Brunson, Michael Bridges, what you need is practice. You need to practice. You need to shoot.
But they don't got practice.
But that's it, Ron. So he is hurting our team in multiple ways. This coach is hurting the team in multiple ways.
But hold on. There was a stretch. Wait. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to let you get. But what are they supposed to do when they can't have practices? When the Knicks play every other day, there's no time for practices. They said that it's so crazy because there's not a lot of time to get rest that they're not even. Sometimes they can't even have a shoot around.
And that is fine. That is fine because you're playing every other day. You don't need practice when you're doing that. But when you're too tired to practice, that's the problem. Okay. You understand what I'm saying? and especially if you in a slump. So that's why sometimes our guys go long time, cannot get out of the slump. I was wondering, I'm watching Brunson, I'm wondering, it took him like 5-6 games to get out of a slump. I'm like, why are you taking him so long?
That's kind of surprising. Yeah.
Because, hey, he's not getting any time to practice because he needs to rest and recuperate.
But
that's another problem of minutes.
But I don't want to go too farther away of your question, Ron. What you just literally said about Dadier, of him not, like, even the coach got to a predicament that now he needs to say the truth, and he actually needs to say, hey, yeah, we need to get a coach player development, because there's a reason he's not playing. If he's not playing him, if he's not seeing what the production of the player is showing on the court, is that actual something that they could do something with it? It's your fault, because you're not asking for the right player development coach that actually could coach them, so that whenever they have the opportunity to play, whenever you give them those minutes, they could actually show you what you actually looking for. But if you're not actually giving them no type of coach that is actually taking that responsibility, how could you even blame the not the players? I mean, not the coach, but the players. You cannot blame the players. You need to blame the coach.
But that's fair, nice. But in that case, that wouldn't necessarily be on Tibbs. That's on the front office.
Yeah,
the front office
it could be the front office.
They gotta have somebody in there for development.
Yeah,
like Tibbs can say, "Listen, I don't have time to work with these young guys. I got to worry about this." And I wanted to say this before when Nev's thing about getting these guys ready to play. But this was a weird year because remember, we didn't come into if we would have came in to this year with Dante DiVincenzo and Julius Randle, I would say, Nev, you are 100% right. You know, he definitely should have took the time to kind of integrate some of these young players off the bench to help our bench going. But when you come into the year with a new starting lineup with Cat and with Mikal Bridges, and there's no chemistry, and these guys got to gel, his first focus was to get these guys gelling and get the camaraderie there with them and get that going first. Then you could worry about the bench, because regardless, the starters start the game, right? The bench has to come in and do their thing, but you got to worry about the starters gelling and getting. That's the same reason why we saw in early games the bench. I mean, there was games in the fourth quarter where Karl Anthony Towns was out there and the rest of the starters were on the bench. And then Mikal Bridges was out there and the rest of the starters on the bench, because he was trying to get those guys the reps and the minutes to play with everybody to get some continuity going. I understood all that. Like I said, I was on board with it. But, you know, too much after a while.
Something in the NBA.
Oh, wait, hold on, Nev. Because I don't want to get sidetracked. Don't forget. I got two things. One is the super chat, and the other thing is the caller. Don't forget, Wiz is out there chilling. He's like, Nev, you my brother. Hold on. Shout out to my guy PD. He said, no, Ron, Tibbs isn't playing bench guys enough minutes. No, I agree. That's what I'm saying. Like, he's not. I agree.
And I also
know that he doesn't trust the bench that much either, but still, you gotta do something. You know, so you take one for the team and say, I'm gonna forget. And that's why I said, forget it. If you don't trust the bench and you don't feel like you have enough players to go to, then you gotta play Campaign more minutes. You play Deuce more minutes, and then throw one of those other guys in there, Jericho Sims or Huck Porty, and just have them stay in there and take minutes from somebody else so they can get rest. That's it. And whatever, you just deal with the chips, however they fall.
You also pointed out a key factor. Why does the Knicks doesn't have those player development type of coach? It might not even be Tibbs. It might even be the front office. So front office, why do you know don't even have those type of coach so that they could be well prepared? And once they have the opportunity, once Coach Tibbs plays them, he doesn't have a problem playing them because he likes what he sees, and everybody is prepared.
Well, yeah,
so that is on the front office.
To that point, nice. I'm not making an excuse for it. I'm just saying I could see it differently.
Yeah.
Maybe they don't have the developmental coach because the Knicks are not in the development mindset. They're a championship contending team. They're trying to win a championship. So when the team was trying to get to that point, you could say, oh, we need a developmental coach because we got to get these rookies to play better because we're going to need them on our road to winning a championship. So we could see maybe we got a diamond in the rough. One of these guys might pop up and we can use them. But the Knicks are in this, we feel like we're ready to win the championship now. That's why we traded for Cat. That's why we got Matteo. That's why we got Jalen and OG. You know, that they're putting all their chips in that basket. Yeah. So maybe that's the reason why they didn't focus so much on getting a developmental coach in here. Although I definitely think they still need to do it. Yeah. But maybe that's what happened. Maybe they got sidetracked. PD says, we're not winning, so play bench guys to improve us. So now he's giving you the other side of it. So we're not winning as is. Right, so let's play the bench guys. Like if they're going to be the answer to why we're not winning, can they? Yeah, I understand going back to the whole thing that our bench is just not good enough. But I'm saying at some point you got to sacrifice and figure out a way to just get these guys out there to take some minutes away from other people. Stop with the consecutive 12-minute quarters that all of them play. It's like each game, one of them plays a 12-minute consecutive quarter. In the fourth quarter, no less. You know, we gotta calm down. I don't know what to say. There's no real rhyme or reason. Good answer here. We got issues. Hold on. Shout out to my guy Andy. Appreciate you, Andy. Good to see you. He said Tibbs' defensive philosophy is to defend the paint. That's why we see teams get open threes. That's what's hurting us the most. If they are making them, we cook unless we are even hotter. 100%. That's always been Tibbs' thing. And Tibbs is like, in Tibbs' mind, this is where I've had a problem in the past. Even when we were good defensively, I always said, you know what? Tibbs' style of saying that shooting long threes is a better proposition than giving up an easy 2 or a short 2. I got that. But the problem is when you know that the NBA has changed and now every team is shooting threes, bigs are shooting threes, power forwards, they're all shooting. Like if you know that people are shooting better and shooting threes at a higher clip, you have to adjust with that. And that's why the drop coverage sometimes gets a little crazy. But it has worked for Tibbs, but this year's not working because he doesn't have that defensive anchor. That big is missing. And it's always going to be an issue until he figures out either a way to change his defensive philosophy or he gets that anchor. Shout out to you, Andy. Good to see you, my brother. E. Gibson is in the building. He said, playing rookies and developing players is not a benchmark of a title contender. Usually that is the case. Usually when you're ready to be a title contender, you're not playing. No, that's not true.
That is absolutely wrong.
Each team that wins championships or is a championship contender, you may see them play one young guy.
That is
you won't see them full of young guys.
Let me tell you why it's wrong.
All right, while you do that, I'm going to Google.
If you have the veteran team, like say for instance, you know, Cleveland, then it's okay to play a very, you know, pretty veteran team. Cleveland has pretty much everybody normally above 25. They in that range, 25 to 29. So their team is pretty much a veteran team. If you are like Boston and you have the same thing, it's okay because that's the foundation of your team. But if you like OKC, Denver, Dallas, us, you have to play your bench because you cannot just say, hey, it's only veteran team wins. Yeah, you are trying to accomplish the same goal. Every other team is trying. You're trying to accomplish the same goal like Denver. You're trying to accomplish the same goal like OKC. You trying to overtake Cleveland. You're trying to show that you're better than Cleveland. So yes, you have to play your bench. Yeah. You cannot say only a veteran team can win. If you have a veteran team and they're not talented, you're still not going to win. So we tend to put more effort. You know, a lot of people say veteran, and we put more emphasis on the veteran, not realizing we need to put more emphasis on the talent. Can we get some young players with talent that can help us, you know, bridge that gap? That's all we're looking for. You know, to bridge that gap. And you see teams, you see Denver trying to do it. You see OKC trying to do it. You see Dallas trying to do it. Nobody's saying that it's all veteran, because they are short. You look at Dallas, they have one of our players, Grimes,
This is when you make exceptions, man. This is where you tag me in. And the immigrants showed the Yankees the logic and intelligence of why we got 6 jobs and only have 1 job. Because we're smarter than them. You hear me?
I mean, go ahead, Wiz. I see where Nev is going. Go ahead. Exactly. What were you gonna say, my brother?
All right, so I want to dispel what I think are 3 negative, incorrect narratives, and then bring in 2 other points that kind of not to bash things, but the first 3 kind of like just front office and just fan mentality. iHeart, we could not keep him. We didn't have the money available, the funds available based on the CBA to give him a bigger contract, and certainly couldn't match OKC. So everybody says we should have kept iHeart. Drop that. Impossible. He was lost. The mistake was made 3 years ago. We should have signed to a 2-year plus a player with team option. Million Rose mistake. Had a team option for the 3rd year. You don't want to give a guy 2 years and then let him go. Trying for 2 years, team option 3rd year, we don't sign it. There's nothing that affects us doing that as a team option. iHeart, done. Trading Randall. Randall, didn't want to sign the extension they offered him. Maybe we didn't want the maximum, probably is a possibility. Whatever the reasons was, we couldn't lose him this year if we played him. Not a bad deal either. Let him go and get a better player than Randall. That was not a mistake. Losing Dante, that hurt. But to get a guy like Cat, I can't blame them for what they did. The move had to be made to get to the Randall and get a player that could match or exceed his playing skills. Except maybe on the, maybe a little defense when he wants to play defense, and maybe a little bit of more, anger or maybe intimidation tactics to make the team tougher. I'm not going to touch Brunson's contract thing because, again, I'm going over it. And yes, there's a logic of he got a max contract for what he was qualified for. If he had waited a year, he could have gotten another $100+ million. He didn't sacrifice $100 million necessarily. Trade-off was do Isaiah Thomas, Boston Celtics, into yourself, and don't even get a chance and a max contract on a relevant option like Isaiah Thomas is right now, take the max contract, while at the same time looking like a guy who sacrificed for the team. I'm going to defer to him that he sacrificed for the team. Let's say that's a good thing. Coaching. Sorry, developmental coach. Isn't Patrick Ewing, isn't Maurice Cheeks and Rick Brunson there on the bench? Or in the background there?
Well, Patrick Ewing he's in a different role, so but Rick Brunson and
Maurice Cheeks?
I don't know what Mo Cheeks is. Mo Cheeks is kind of like a Nepo hire. I don't know, bro. Mo Cheeks is there. I don't know what his role is.
Well, we have guys who have the mentality of raising young players and potentially being a part of development. And what's his name? The G League coach right now also. They have that kind of. So I'm not going to put the development part as much pressure on it. I think part of it is for the youngsters, for every player. And it's a perfect example because he's probably so tough right now for the years he's been in the league, and the mentality about being fortunate, like he did on the roommates broadcast. What happened this time yesterday can break a player's spirit, and Tibbs does that a lot. And so part of it is these guys could be ready because a lot of these kids, we're talking about kids, whether Huck Cordy or even Dadier, they play enough basketball in their lives, AAU, all kind of stuff that they have enough. What you talk about experience, not veteran NBA experience, but experience in playing the game. That they saw when they came to the game, they had the skill set, like Nev was talking about, to be able to make it if the coach encouraged them without pulling them on one mistake, or even pulling them when they're doing well. So the mentality of how do you keep your players involved and motivated and inspired to keep on going, I think Tim does a little something to subtly frustrate players' spirits in a way that makes them revert back to, should I take a shot? Should I not take a shot? I think I thought with Deuce. I know it happened to Obi. I know that even Grant kind of probably said some things along the way. Even to a certain extent, Hart, when he first started the season, looked like he felt out of place. There was something where he didn't go, yo, go for it, man. You got, some of that things I think is missing that doesn't communicate to the players. I believe in you completely, and that's part of player development where you have someone that believes in you 100% and trusts you, and you go out there, succeed or fail, I got your back. Even when I do pull you, I'm going to be like, yo, I got you, man. Good try. Go take a break. You'll rush it a little bit. You're a little too excited. Take a moment, catch your breath. Next game, whatever. I don't think Tibbs is the kind of guy that communicates like that. Those are my quick 5 points I want to talk about. You another word next week.
No, I hear you, Wiz. I mean, listen, there's a lot to this whole thing, right? We don't have all the answers. We can speculate and think that this is what took place, or this is why things are what they are, and that's what we're here to just talk about and kind of work through our own emotions about things. It's crazy because we are at the point where not only are people now like upset with Tibbs, now they're also upset with Jalen Brunson and blaming Jalen Brunson for a lot of the issues here. It's a lot going on, man. I don't know what to say. It's kind of wild. It's kind of crazy.
I want to thank you. I'm gonna jump off that and I got to those guys. I didn't come on the screen call. I know you don't like immigrants, so you don't want to do with them.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you.
I got 64 jobs to go apply for right now, so I need to have 12 jobs.
No, you do what you got to do, bro. I mean, everything is good about you except for your singing. Yeah, you are right.
Hey. Okay. All right. Anyway, but by the way, everyone's actually, the best wishes about, being out here. I'm safe, family safe. Not many friends who had direct loss of the fire out here. But I'm doing a little some volunteer work and stuff, helping people, trying to get them to at least get through the stress of losing everything. People lost everything completely.
Right,
so,
right.
Appreciate you guys.
Well, thank you,
Wiz. Warm out there in the East Coast. I know you guys may be a little cold. And one thing we have over here, besides the fire, we have peace. Maybe too much right now. But
yeah, no, you got a lot going on over there. But I just want to say thank you, Wiz. Appreciate you. And stay safe out there. And appreciate the fact that you're helping and volunteering your time in the efforts to kind of help, different things that are happening over there. That's definitely a horrible thing that's affecting everybody in a lot of parts of California. So prayers with you and everybody. And hopefully this whole thing can be put to an end very soon, man. This is nuts.
Absolutely. All right. Peace and love, brother.
All right, brother. Take care.
Please don't die. Please don't die. Thank you.
All right. So okay, that's ended. Hold on, let me move this off my screen. I got a couple people backstage. I want to get their takes for a little bit, and then I got to get out of here because I can't. I can't. I can't. I'm dying.
Can't do 8 hours, Rod.
Appreciate the generous super chat, Parish. He said, "Play Huck Porty, Colic Cam sends Pac." Oh, did I read this already?
Yeah, I think so.
No, you was in the middle of finishing it. And
no, I did read it already, but I'll read it again. Play Huck Porty, Colic Cam, Sims, Pacom, 20 games, and they will all get much better, much better. Tibbs was forced to use iHeart and Deuce and Precious to win. Right. Okay. So here we go. Second. There we go. Actually, it's the bench players don't trust Tibbs. Ooh. See what you did there. Okay, I see you. All right, let me get these guys up here. Boom, boom. What up, Juan? Oh, can you hear me, Juan? I can't hear you. You're on mute if you're trying to speak. And maybe you stepped away. Give Juan a little bit. Corey, you with us?
I'm here with you, my brother. What's good?
What's happening, Corey? It's been a minute. Hope you're doing well, bro.
I'm doing well, man. What's good, good people? Hey, Nev, you always, boy, you cease to amaze me. My heart go out to you. I love you so much because you know why? You bring a tickle to my heart every time. No disrespect, though. I love you. I love you. I love your perspective.
Yeah,
but with that said,
he's gonna stand on his horse.
yeah, boy. Like, what's my man name? He used to smoke the Marlboros. Oh God, bless his John Wayne. But anyway, outside of that.
Wait, hold on, Corey. I know you're about to cook. I just want to tell you, I can't go through it. It's too much effort for me, Nev. But I just want to tell you, I did look at least 3 years. Shoot. Hold on. Who's the first one? The Boston Celtics. Boston Celtics last year, did I overwrite? You gotta be kidding me, man. Damn it. I think as I'm Googling and going over this stuff, I think I might have went over. No. Okay. So for Boston, with that team that they have together, basically a similar team, they did play one. And I told you, these teams may play one consistently and down the stretch when it comes down to when you're trying to win a championship. For them, it was Xavier Tillman. So Boston played one, right? For Denver, they played two. Okay. They played two in their championship run. One was Zeke Naji and the other one was Christian Braun. All right. That's fair. Sometimes you find somebody, you got to use them. They're a good player. I'm not saying you're wrong. But if you just look at how many times they played the rest of these guys, I mean, these guys, Peyton Watson, got 3 minutes. Vlatko Kankar, 3 minutes. Like, the dudes ain't playing. But Christian Braun and Zeke Naji, they play a little something.
Like I was saying, you're just trying to bridge the gap.
Can I talk?
Wait, hold on 1 second.
Go ahead, Karen.
I wanted to just get to this real quick because of the fact that he brought it up, and I just wanted to do, and I spent time looking this up. So I was like, let me at least say what I found.
My bad.
No, you good. And then the other thing was the year before that was the Golden State Warriors, and somehow whatever, man, I'm done. I lost my Golden State page. I'm done.
But
anyway,
the premise is Ron, is that you are trying to accomplish a goal. You cannot limit yourself if you have good young talent. That's not what you should be doing, because you're in a position where you need those talent. Because like I said, you're trying to just bridge the gap, reduce the players on your starters, get these young players confidence so they can play in big moments. But you don't have to be too young, but you cannot tell me, like I said, you just cannot say it's veterans. It's not veteran, it's talented veterans or talented rookies or talented players. That's what you're trying to accomplish.
No, I hear you. I mean, I agree. And I think Corey's going to kind of talk to a little bit of that, but on maybe in a different aspect. Corey, my bad, brother.
No, y'all both good, man. How you doing? Nice. Ron, of course. Jose was good, and Nev, of course, my man. Now, getting to my point.
Juan.
Juan, my fault, Juan. My fault, man. But I'm gonna get to my point, and I'm gonna make it real quick because I gotta go get a haircut. I'm gonna say this. We have hit the dog days of the season. Unfortunately, we always hit this patch, whether it be in November, whether it be in October, or even this January. Unfortunately, it's not looking good. It's ugly. Ish happens. We have to breathe, relax, refocus. That's one. Two, you not understand that this front office has everything that we ever thought about, ran it through the wash cycle 25 times, and came up with their own idea. if we all do not believe in our front office, because it goes from our front office to our head coach, our front office, if they felt like Tibbs couldn't do the job or he was archaic, he'd have been out the door. With the players that they gave him, they put him in the situation. That's one. Two, you cannot expect or predict injuries. You cannot expect or predict anything that we are going through. It's called time. Stuff happens. It's the future.
Players.
You know what I'm saying? Hold on a second, bro. Let me finish. All right. Because, you know, I'm going to say this. Listen. Relax. Breathe. Let us get to the All-Star break. Let us put together what we have left. If we have not made a move, believe me, things are going to happen. We got other players that you are not thinking about. They're going to be thrown in the fold real quick outside of what you're thinking. And I'm telling you right now, we cannot expect to find a diamond in every second round pick. And we cannot force feed them into the league and to what we're trying to do. Tibbs plays his defense, his whole team is designed around his defense. Unfortunately, we did not have the player that he needed the most to set the standard as far as our defense goes. We got hella offense. We just can't get stops. We are looking like spaghetti strainers. And that's because we are missing a key player here or there. Campaign had a great game last night. Okay, he went away from him. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Get over it. Stop crying. We play 82 games for a reason. All right? What I said, just breathe, relax, man. That's one game. We can't keep the NBA Finals is not won in one game. They play seven-game series. Breathe, relax, take it easy, man. We're thinking too deep. And believe me, you're talking to somebody right here who was not happy with the trade, but I have to live with what we have. Are you a Knicks fan, or are you just sitting here being critics of Tibbs and how the front office moves? We are not armchair GM. We are not armchair coaches. We are fans. We have to fall back, breathe, and just think and look at it from a whole different perspective. Take your feelings, take your thoughts out of it, and just watch the game. You know what I'm saying? And watch how it rolls out. You know what I'm saying? Hey, believe me, if this year does not turn out the way we expected, believe me, the front office will make the changes necessary. Chill out. I'm not saying we can't win a championship, and I'm not saying we will win a championship. I'm saying let the matter play out, and then we go from there.
Corey Lee. But nobody is going against everything that you're saying. Everything that you're saying is fact. But the only thing that I'm just bringing out there is let's not make whatever happened yesterday never happen again next time. Because there's no
bro. We don't know what's going to happen because we're not in that situation.
But what situation? Wait.
We're missing somebody who gives us 20 and 18 or 20 and 13.
Let me say this real quick. We are behind 10 or 15 points. It doesn't even matter. We talking about we are behind and you have Payne. We haven't seen Payne.
Bro, it's the game. One game out of 82.
It doesn't matter. It happened. If it happened, we're going to continue doing that?
Hold on a second. Do you not think, let me ask you this real quick question. Do you not think that Tibbs is sitting there banging his head up against the wall? This man has no wife, no kids, no life, but basketball.
Yeah.
Basketball is his wife, and the players are his children.
Yeah.
You have to relax, man.
No.
Listen. Listen. You're acting like we're devastated over a loss. I understand if it was the NBA Finals. Listen. I can listen. Let me speak, please.
We're gonna wait for.
Let me speak, please. You're devastated over a loss.
So
it wasn't pretty.
Hold on a second. Can I ask you something? First of all, I'm gonna talk before, get that out before. Just come wrong.
One.
Was good. So first of all, I get really annoyed when people are like, "Oh, you're not a fan because you criticize the team." No, it's our right as fans. If we see something,
I did not say that. Don't steal my words, please. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
When you say, "Are you not a fan?" Yeah, I'm a fan. That's why we criticize, because we see certain things that we find not acceptable, like not using the bench.
So okay. So I promise you, I'm gonna email MSG and get y'all put on the payroll.
That's not what we're saying,
Thank
bro.
you.
Well, that's not. We're not.
I appreciate
obviously,
that.
we're not that level, but there's certain things that are common sense. For example,
For
if you
whom?
see a
For
play, hold
whom?
on, for anybody, a common sense is like, hey, basic common sense, right? Whoever has more points is going to win the game, right? Anybody can figure that part out, right? If you play players too many goddamn minutes, they're going to be tired.
Yeah.
And it's evident. I don't know how to like make the rotations happen. I don't know, what the X's and O's are. That's not my job as a fan. But
This is the NBA. No boys allowed. They get
Right.
paid millions of dollars to do what they gotta do, and no matter how they get,
that.
no matter how it's said and done, they have to get it done.
But example for the Thunder, for the Thunder, right? They got 10 players. They get playing 10 players versus R7. You don't think that's going to catch up in the game? You playing 10 versus 7? It's simple math. That's what I mean. This is basic common sense. 10 players who are really good too. You got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who was an MVP caliber player, who's getting rest. You don't think he's going to come out after that rest firing on all cylinders? They got iHeart, was one of our great role players. They got Alex Caruso. They got a squad. And we're playing 7 versus them 10 really good players.
Even iHeart.
This is why they got annihilated. So when you see that and you know that your team has that, they have Thunder level potential, in my opinion. In my opinion, they have championship caliber. And when you see basic things like not giving players rest, that gets annoying as a fan.
Yeah.
So yeah, we have a right to complain about those things.
I mean,
can I make a point?
I'm trying to question. I'm trying to answer his. I'm trying to answer his. Let me say it real quick, Nev, and I'll fall back. Okay. Listen, I totally understand what you're saying. Unfortunately, this is what the coach wants to go to war with. And unfortunately, it hasn't worked for this part of this segment of the season. With that said, though, listen, reinforcements and things and changes are freaking going to come right after the All-Star season, All-Star break. We have to be patient. And until we see what happens after the All-Star break, then y'all go ahead. If we fall all the way down to a play-in team from this point on, I ain't got nothing to say. I can't argue. I can't fight for the coach.
Fair point.
You understand what I'm saying? But until we get over the mid part of the season and then we get to the playoffs, and how we produce in the playoff or what we look at in the playoffs. Because you got to remember one thing. It took the Celtics a second, a minute to get to where they want to. I'm not saying we're kicking the can down the road and let's wait on this and we got to make this adjustment or whatever the case may be. We don't know. We don't know the future. But the panic button, lean off that sucker for a minute. Relax. And just look at it. That's all I'm saying.
Corey Lee, everything
Go ahead.
Just think on this. The only thing that I'm arguing, I'm not arguing nothing that you said. Everything that you said is on point. The only thing that I'm arguing, I'm just done with getting to the postseason and having 2, 3, 4 maybe key players that we supposed to have, and they're not playing because either they're injured. And I know that last time it was freak accident, but this time I don't want it to be no freak accident. I don't want it to be a regular injury. I want to see our best team for once.
I mean, that's
yeah,
fair.
every team deals with injuries, but it just seems like Tom Thibodeau's teams deal with more of them. Like we had more injuries than any other team on the playoffs. So
right, but
there's something to be said about that.
But I mean, we kind of went over that a couple shows ago, guys. When we look
at the LA Clippers. Listen, paper.
But even that
paper. Let me say something. Let me say this real quick. Paper What you see on paper does not produce championships. You got to think the Clippers. They had Kawhi. They had Paul George. They had what's your boy name playing the guard? You know what I'm saying? With the beard, Harden. Excuse me. Thank you. You know what I'm saying? Paper don't produce championship. You know what produce championship? Trial and error.
But those guys are also like over their prime too. We got prime players, and I think it's coaching. You see that with Mark Jackson, he had his ancient level coaching.
We can't compare ourselves to Golden State Warriors.
I'll let you finish. But it's an example, sir. It's a comparable example. Still, NBA to NBA. He had Mark Jackson. He had some ancient style of coaching. You brought in a modern coach with modern style. Look what he did. It's the coach also has to know how to utilize what's on paper. It's not as part of it. Maybe not on paper doesn't work, but I think it can. I think these are very complementary players, but you got to know how to use them.
Yeah, but I mean, not to take away from your take on. That's not. I think Mark Jackson was coaching fine. Obviously, I do think Steve.
That's
Kerr
politics.
Yeah, Steve Kerr took him to the next level, but Mark Jackson kind of made his bed over there in Golden State. The administration had issues with him. A couple players may have had a little issue with him, but for the most part, the players loved Mark Jackson. But the administration, vendors, people who worked in the arena had issues with his style, his practices, the way he was trying to do things, him bringing in religion. So it wasn't necessarily about basketball. He rubbed people the wrong way with the way he was handling himself over there. But so that's why I was saying earlier, you weren't here when I was talking about it. Mark Jackson never got a chance, right? He helped basically put that team together, the initial part of it, the guts, and Steve Kerr kind of took it from there. But Mark Jackson didn't even get a chance to fail. Like, we couldn't even say, oh, he couldn't take him to the next level. He didn't get a chance. So that was different. I just brought that up. I was bringing that up for a different point. But Nev, you were going to say something before?
Yes, I was. We have this tendency, which I really despise, that trying to make our players more professional than every other player in the league. And the reason I'm saying is this: when we talk about minutes, we want to say it's okay to play them, 40, 45 minutes, whatever minute. Like, the other teams in the league are not professional. The other team in the league doesn't pay their players as we play our players. And even in outside society, if you look at outside society, there are a lot of industries that make more money than basketball players. CEO makes more money than basketball players. Why do we say we have to work them like dogs? Is that okay to work them like dogs because they make more money than basketball players? Why do we think this coach has to work our players like dogs? Because
one second,
we so special? Are we that special than every other team?
One second, Nev, 1 second. Caller, you on live with SKF Know the Ledge. Your name and where you're from?
What's going on, fellas? Your man Soulfinger on the way.
What up, Soulfinger? All right, Soulfinger, can you
My brother.
Nev is cooking right now. Let Nev cook and then I get right to you.
His bag. He over there keep pork stuff on.
Go ahead, Nev. Continue.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, bro.
It gives the impression that we are special. Our players are special. They're above everybody else. But the last time I looked, who makes the most? There are at least 7 more players that our players make more money. So they don't make the most money in the league. So we should be doing something similar to the other teams doing. At the 7-minute mark, just about every game, guys are being substituted for. That's what the other non-professional teams are doing. So unless we pay our players more money than everybody else, and or they're in a special category, I don't want to hear they are professionals, because every other team, when you say we are the only team that's professional and we can work these players to the board, you saying there's something special about us.
Yeah.
That we actually paying these players more than everybody else. And that's not the case. So if this team doing it, every other team is playing they're substituting their place by the 7-minute mark. Why we cannot do that?
And if we end up being in first place in the Eastern Conference, I understand right now. But if that's not the case, why are we still doing it?
I totally disagree, and please let Soulfinger go.
So wait 1 second before I get to Soulfinger. Ruben Nunez said, was that Toronto Raptor team that won the championship more talented than this Knicks team? He says, I don't think so. It's coaching. Okay. Yeah. All right. Appreciate L. Damn it. She said, unexpected injuries we can't really control. Preparing our players for them is another story.
Fire.
I wanted to say something else about, so I understand that we're all concerned with the minutes and everything, but I just wanted to say it again, just so we're all clear. And it's not just me saying it, it's about what's in front of us. Don't like the fact that these guys are playing all these minutes. And I do know that, leg injuries are a byproduct of overusage and things of that nature. But that's not what we're talking about right now, because Karl Anthony Towns has been out the last 2 games, not because of a leg injury, because he hit his hand on the backboard. Could happen if he played 2 minutes or 1 minute, So what matters,
on the tip off.
It could. What matters is the effectiveness. And if I'm tired, I cannot produce at the same level I could if I was fresh. And that's all I care about. I'm not worried about no injuries, because what I did do, was it last week or the week before? I don't remember. I just say stuff.
But I thought that they said about his knee injury, that was the main reason that he didn't play, Ron. Because they said something about his thumb, but one of the main reasons was his knee injury. So that's another thing that we're not even talking about.
Well, that is another issue, and that could be because he came back and didn't really get a lot of rest.
Yeah,
he took it. He did. He took a day off because of the knee. He missed the game prior, and then played the next game. And maybe he needed more time. And he played well when he came back too. But the way Cat moves, which is a little scary. Cat, it's like a lot of torque. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but when he's running, he's running so hard that he be running into the stanchion, you know what I mean? To the backboard. He got to slow himself down. So it's a little scary with Cat. But what I'm basically saying is, for the most part, this team is healthy. Regardless of what we're talking about with these minutes, these guys are out there. You know what I mean? Deuce had to miss some time, but right now he's out there. Shamet had his injury that he dealt with, wasn't because of no minutes, dislocated shoulder. He's out there. He's not playing right now, but he's out there. Campaign's out there. Everybody else is out there except for Cat at the moment. And we're not even going to talk about Mitch, because that was pre-existing. So I just think that we need to focus on figuring out the best way to get the most out of these players, while the front office figures out what can they do to add to this team, right? But in the meantime, it's maybe changing how many minutes certain guys are getting. But if it's not easy to do that, let's start with the basic thing that a lot of us have been talking about. Change the starting lineup. Take Josh out, because you don't want to take out anybody else, right? Apparently, McCall can't go to the bench because we traded 5 picks for him. So, because I personally think, and I said this already, I'm gonna say it again, McCall is the one who should go to the bench.
Yeah,
right? He should be the one coming off the bench, because he's got talent. He can come in with that second unit and be the main person. And he's going good. He can get buckets. I don't see why they can't Josh now. Because the reason why I like Josh in the starting lineup is because that he does so much. The other things, the effort, the hustle plays, the rebound. When Cat is on the 3-point line and nobody's down low to rebound, Josh can get the other one. Cat gets what he gets. Josh can get the other ones. I like that. But if it doesn't,
Quick question, Ron. He want him to be the R.J. Barrett of the gang.
Who,
To
Josh?
boost the bet.
Oh no,
Bridget.
Yeah, yes, that's what I want. That's exactly what I want, actually, Corey. That's exactly what I want. And I think he could do it without a problem because he basically had to do it with Brooklyn. Brooklyn had no options at one point, and they had to make him the number one option. Is he a number one option? I still don't think he is. But he had moments where he looked like he could. But you see, game in and game out, once the other team starts to say, oh, they run through Macau, oh, let's play some better defense on Macau. Let's show him some doubles. Then you see who's a number one and who's not a number one. But I just think he's good enough. Macau has impressed me enough. And I'm the first to say that I knew Macau coming here. He's going to give us 15 points a night. He's going to play some good defense. That's all I expected. But I will say Macau is a little bit more talented offensively than I thought. The dude can shoot from three. The dude can shoot the mid-range. His inside game is solid. He don't miss layups. You know, he's solid. So, yeah, I put him off the bench, man. Let him run with Campaign and Deuce or whatever. See what they can do.
And that mid-range is lethal.
Yeah.
So you're saying having Macau as a six-man, basically?
Yes. He should be the sixth man off of this team.
And we'll
He's
give him
play in the same amount of moments.
He would actually get more. His numbers would probably go up too if he came off the bench.
Yeah. But Thibodeau's not going to do it. If Thibodeau's not even going to do what I just said. Thibodeau ain't changing nothing. I think if bare minimum, you know, take Josh out the starting lineup and put him with the second unit and let him do his thing. But my problem is let me say this last thing, and I want to get to Jay Boogie because Jay Boogie's here rocking with us. Appreciate you, my brother. And then we can talk more. I worry a little bit about Josh's effectiveness playing with the bench because Josh gets to eat, right? Because the ball moves around. Jalen gets his, Cat gets his, the team, they're moving around. OG's in the corner, Macau's in the other corner. The defense thinks they got the answer. They try to rotate, they try to move around. And who do they leave open? Usually it's Josh. If Josh comes in with the second unit, it's not that same level of privilege, you know, that you're going to get open shots all the time because you're dealing with Deuce and Campaign. So I worry a little bit about that Josh won't be as effective offensively coming with the second unit. But I still think that's something they should try if they don't have any other answers. That's why I think Macau is a better fit for the second team because Josh can still stay in that first lineup and still eat. When they're trying to double team all these other guys, they rotate the ball. He's going to be wide open.
Yeah, he can't leave him open anymore because he can hit that shot.
Yes, he has some bad nights, but for the most part, you know, he's all right.
Hit it.
Okay. Oh, shoot. God damn it. See, this is why when I've been doing this for 5 hours and 30 minutes, sometimes you got to hang it up. I apologize. Golly. Thank you, Corey. Hey, my brother on the line. My fault, Jay Boogie. Hold on 1 second. I got a brother with a smooth, soulful voice that I almost forgot about. Soul Finger. Soul Finger.
No,
where you at, my brother?
Hey, you had your chef hat in that. You know,
yeah, I was cooking a little too much, man. I was like, let me get this out because I know we got everybody. I want everybody to talk. And I just wanted to get that out.
It's all good. It's all good. I mean, look, man, you got the once often imitated but never duplicated Jay Boogie on up there, you know, and he, you know, when he come in, he kicking the doorway before folks. So I'm gonna get in, get out real quick. Say, you know, it's you know, I will say this right now. We're in a rough spot. It happens every season. It happens, and I do hear a lot of. I mean, right now it is a concern with me. Looking at some of the minutes, but you know, again, we're still not. This team hasn't been healthy from jump. Let's call it what it is. Make the moves you got to make. I am I am a component run of switching up the starting lineup. I feel that, but I think once Mitch comes back, I think that's going to be the key to switching up the lineup. And where you can bring Precious in and put Josh Hart bring him off the bench. Precious kind of had to double up, maybe. I don't know. Right now, we do. It's a weird situation. I've been sitting there looking at it. I'm not, you know, like I said, I'm still on my medication. That medication I tell you I take it once a day, twice on Wednesday, and I just shut up. You know, I'm gonna let let Tibbs do what he does. I understand. I feel the situation. I feel what other cats are saying out there. If anybody knows me, I was one of those that was on that Get Tibbs up out of here. He is Jurassic. The man uses the abacus to coach. He uses his own tablets. He got to go. You know, he drives the Fred Flintstone car. That's how ancient he is. Get him up out of here. But, you know, my thing is looking at it, the problem we really do have is, in my opinion, well, I'm looking at one of the main things is our bench or lack thereof from the bench. You know what I'm saying? We'll see when Mitch comes back. Another thing is defense. The defense is, you know, we got that. When it comes to defending at 3 and everything, it's like Jello, man. And cats are shooting us. They shooting us out the gym on 3s and stuff like that. Now, not having Cat, fluke injuries, like you said earlier, Ron, like you guys were saying earlier, fluke injuries, little weird things. It is what it is. You can't count for that, but it happens. Can't cry about that. 2 tears in the bucket. We know the rest. But I'm just gonna sit back patiently. I'm gonna take my medication. I'm not gonna let it get to me. We're 3rd in the East. We're still making moves. And again, this is not a 100-yard dash. It's a marathon. And it's not gonna always go the way we want. And before, I know some cats are talking about trades. See what happens with that. I mean, you know, you see in rumors of Jericho Sims getting traded. And you see Jericho, I think last night was the first time we ever seen that man actually make a move for the goal. I actually fell off the couch. I was like, oh, Lord. I had palpitations watching him actually try to make a hook shot. Granted, it came up short, but, you know, he's doing something. We'll see how it goes. But, yeah, you know, but the whole thing was, I think it was Nice. Nice said it, that I think Nice says along the lines of, if things don't go where they go, you know, the front office will they'll pull Tibbs in and be like, hey, partner. Hey,
that was Corey.
College try. It was Corey C. Lee. You said that. But then too, like I said, it don't matter because Dolan got his pockets, you know, his pocket's so fat, they got the mumps. He just gave the man an extension. So they could either, you know, they may not find, they could move him up to the front office and bring in another coach, a younger coach.
But so for a quick question, my brother, and quick question. Payne, the way he was shooting, they set him down. What's your excuse on Tibbs?
Now that I'm gonna tell you, bro, we've seen him do it before to people in the past. When they were cooking, I ain't talking about cooking with just like they were cooking with lard. They out there burning it up, frying up the court, and then he set them down where they right there in the mix. Me myself, I'm from the Elk. Granted, I'm not an NBA coach or whatever. But I believe if the cat has a hot hand, you ride that hot hand till he go colder than a polar bear's toenails. That's how you ride him. You ride him, dog. You ride him. Or give him a blow and put him back in. Because, like I said, Payne brought it was the second quarter, right?
Yeah.
Wrong. Second quarter. Payne brought us back in the game.
He didn't play ever since after that.
Yeah, he was going Super Saiyan on him, and then we went. You know, you went Super Saiyan 5. We ain't seen and. I was one of those. I was screaming for us to get campaign last season.
Have you seen the camera when they turned to Payne? Man, he looked disappointed. He looked devastated. Like, what the bleep?
Yeah, you know, I call Payne the pest because that's what he is. You know, Payne is a pest. He gets in there. Even if his shot's not really falling like he wants, he gets in there. He's a disruptor. No pun intended to Ned the disruptor, but he's a disruptor and he brings energy. That's what you need. But I would ride that hot hand, especially in the situation we're in, not having Cat. You know, it's one of those, man. Not having Cat, there was a lot of points stuff we missed. So I wasn't cool with that because I was like, man, put the hot hand in, let the hot hand go. Let it go cold. But I'm gonna ride that joker. Hey, I'm gonna have him looking like a beat government view by the end of the game. That's how I'm looking at riding them. It's just me. But, you know, I'm not going to go out here and start drop kicking Tibbs under because I did it before. I was one of those. I'm going to let it play out. I'm going to get back on my medication and then let it go. So I'm just going to get out of the way for the one never duplicated. You know, many want to often imitate this man, Jay to the boogie. You know, appreciate being on, but I'll be right here. I just in case anything else, but it's one of them things. Marathon, man. Marathon.
Appreciate you, Soulfinger. Jay Boogie. My guy, appreciate you, man. What's going on with you, my brother?
What's good, gentlemen? Good afternoon. Hope everybody's in the greatest form of health. Happy Saturday. I just came from a funeral, with one of my friends. We buried his mom, so that's where I was at. And I just, getting away from everything, and I looking at my phone, I see we live. And outside of my family, it's always something to do with Knicks that makes me feel good or gives me a different mood from wherever I was at, or whatever I had going on. So I just wanted to tune in and rock with y'all, gentlemen, you know what I'm saying, and see what's happening with y'all. But I do know, as a coach, when things is not going in the direction that you may plan it, you make moves to make adjustments. And when you make adjustments and those adjustments started working in the coach's favor, you don't go back and mess with it. You don't go back. You ride that situation. Cam was out there, on his method, man. He came to bring the pain, and he was really, lifting us up and carrying us to a level whereas you wanted everybody to get at because everybody wasn't there, But more importantly, right now, we're in a great spot. We're in a great spot because we can make some adjustment moves. February 6th is not going past. We can make some adjustments, some moves, some different figuring out on what to do. We still got Mitch is almost back. Whatever they're going to do with Mitch is going to be a plus for this team. I'm starting to hear a little lingering and rumbles. They trying to figure out TJ Warren. I'm glad of that because I've been promoting that for like the last month and a half, 2 months.
Preach, bro.
I was there.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Almost 2 years ago when I was personally asked about what was going on with this guy. And I was here with him in the summer league and watching him rock. And I passed the word. But they picked back up on him this year. And my thing is, if the dude is in physical good shape and he's healthy, you need to find a way to use him besides having him in the G League. Find a way to put him on this team. We need a scorer on this bench. I need somebody that can go get a bucket. I like Josh Hart going to the bench. That'll give us a spark. I hear y'all talking about Bridges going to the bench. That could give us a spark. But honestly, ain't but one person on this team that you could say move out of the way, he can go get a bucket. That's Brunson. Everybody else on this team are role system type guys. Even Towns, he's getting his buckets out of the system. Every now and then you might see him drive. Bridges is getting his out of the system. OG is getting his out of the system. Hart, he just does everything, what I'm saying, where you appreciate him playing 4 other positions besides the one he played. I need me another legitimate bucket go-getter that can, all he does is go get buckets. This is what I need from him. I always say, coming off the bench, you got Deuce, you got Cam, you got what's the other guy? Shamit. Those guys are at the top of the shot clock type guys. Those are not the end of the shot clock type guys where I give it to them and I ain't got to worry about I know I'm going to get a shot up. Those guys is not for that. But we are in position, and I do know so far since he's been here, Leon is batting 1,000 at the halfway mark. The trade deadline, he's batting 1,000. All the way back to Derrick Rose. All the way leading up, to last season where he's made moves. So I look for him to make another move, another adjustment, because their goals and their plan was to go ahead and try to put together a championship team now. They're going to do something else to try to protect those thoughts of them trying to win a championship. Can they win a championship now? We don't know. You know what I'm saying? But other moves are going to have to be made to help that team, be more of a championship contender as far as this season. If they don't win it, is it a bad thing? No. They can win it next year or the year after it. I think we got a 3-year window, the way I'm looking at, when Brunson contract expires, when Towns contract expires. You know, I'm looking at those. Those are my windows. You know what I'm saying? That my own personal windows. But last night, you know, them guys, to me, it just looked like they were just tired and it was worn out. You know what I'm saying? They couldn't go no more. You know, some guys, when they ain't playing good in the first half, you know, you might see guys going to halftime and change shoes and come out to try to do something different with their game. Well, it looked like them guys went in at halftime and they all put on Timbs and came back and played. That's how they was moving.
Yeah.
Like they had Timbs on their feet. You know, so and Minnesota, they pursued that early in the first quarter. Was they making all the shots? They was making a lot of trades, but pay attention to that tempo that they constantly was making in the first half. That tempo was pushing and pushing and pushing to take effect in the second half, whereas you can't keep up no more. And they let out everything they could to keep up with them in the first half yesterday, to whereas in the second half that came, their motors was almost shot. But, you know, I ain't going to drop the gun on nobody. I got to wait and see what we look like 2 weeks after the trade deadline before I really, you know what I'm saying, feel
my man, let him know.
You know what I'm saying? Instead of me just, you know, right now, it's too early, too soon when I know we got options with a great-minded man in Leon and what's his name, Brock Erler, or whatever his name is. He's right now, they coming up, they trying to figure out trades to make, but before they try to make those trades, they want to know if he can make room for the money before they even get on the phone and start calling. See, it's the trade thought, then it's the money management. Can we make it fit? Then it's the call. It goes in that order. It ain't the trade thought, okay, let me go ahead and make the trade. And now they okay with the trade. And now we got to figure out the money. And the money ain't right. Now all of a sudden you hear the trade ain't fall through. It's the trade thought, the money, and then the trade. And those three right there. But after February 6th, man, I look for the team to be okay and make the proper adjustments.
Hey, just one thing I just want to throw out there too. We just can't be trading the trade. You got to find that right piece that fits the system, that fits the players, and has the chemistry to get down with the players that you're bringing in. Because the money is the big thing, especially with the apron. So those are the things. It's not like we're gonna walk to, you know, you going to the corner store to get you a 6-pack and some smokes. You know, that's what it is. So you got to look at that as well. Like I said, I'm with Boogie on the just waiting to the trade to see what's gonna happen. Because the thing is if we don't make a trade, you're gonna have cats flipping tables, throwing chairs. If we do make a trade, you're gonna have cats flipping tables, throwing chairs. And just it's not gonna be a happy medium.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna sit back. Hey, I'm just gonna sit back, make me some lemonade, just chill until it happens. You know what I'm saying? That's all I can do for right now.
That's all any of us can do, Soulfinger. So all we can do is just kind of wait and see what happens. I'll be honest, man. I'm not that optimistic about the Knicks pulling off a trade. They might do it.
Mean,
but
you know, I'm just saying,
they kind of cash strapped, bro.
Ron, we ain't talking about a major trade. We're talking about a small trade around the margins so we can free up cash to bring up TJ Warren. Because that's been our issue. When we made that move, you know, we had to choose between him and Shaman, and it would have cost us more money to bring in TJ Warren versus Shaman.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? So that was the issue. We just didn't have that little bit of extra so we could pay him what, $2, $3, $4 million? Because of the 10-year vet. And see, that's the part of the rules nobody's thinking of. Nobody knows. There's little underlying things that's going on. The team was probably put together for a certain way, and the expectations were done this way, but we had to kind of, how do you say, tread the water. You know what I'm saying? Listen, I understand what y'all saying. If Leon Rose could have brought in TJ Warren in the beginning of the year, we probably would have been set, as well as Mitch. You know what I'm saying? See, this whole thing started off with the fact that Mitch wasn't ready to come back from surgery, come back from injury because of X, Y, or Z person who we will not name. You understand what I'm saying? This is the catastrophe of all of that personal situation, and the fact that one, and I hate to say this, my man gambled on himself as far as signing a contract, and I mean Julius Randles. You know what I mean? That's the fallout of it all.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think that seems like a Knick type move. You know, try to make a trade to bring in a player that could help, but also if it can be something that frees up a little bit more money that allows us to bring up TJ Warren, for example, or something like that. I see it and it makes sense. So yeah, I'm with that. I just, yeah, other than that, I just don't see the Knicks pulling off anything that's, you know, a big move or anything like that, because they don't have a lot to work with.
Yeah, we stood a better. I mean, making a big move, they stood a better chance of running through hell and gasoline draws.
Right. I mean, because as fans, obviously, you know, everybody's looking for not a new, but a way to fix the situation. But there's so much going on. I mean, people talking about Dante. I mean, yeah, I'd love to get Dante back, but we can't. You can't come back to the Knicks
until next season.
To the off season, right? So there's things of that nature. Then there's also the fact that shoot, there was somebody else that somebody had mentioned earlier in the chat, and I was like, yeah, that would be great, but we can't do that. Like, because the money just don't make sense. But shout out to Giles.
You brought up
G.
something earlier, Ron.
Oh, what was it?
Earlier when you were saying about the moves, but because losing Dante was a big piece.
Oh yeah.
That was the
right,
main part.
right.
That was a good. That one I wanted to give you. You got to give yourself your flowers on that one when you came out, because you were hitting the nail on the head with a sledgehammer. That was on point because Dante was a big piece. Losing and losing iHeart. I mean, granted, money. That's what it was about. For the love of money, it was.
Yeah.
I can't blame the man. You got to make moves. iHeart was supposed to be a piece. If he was still here, still coming out, if he was with the bench unit where we were, we wouldn't be in a lot of the situation we're in.
Right.
You know, it'd be a whole different dynamic. But if was the fifth, we all be full. So
100%.
There's no sense talking about it if. So, but I just want to give you props on that.
No, I appreciate that. Thanks. I mean, but you know, that's the thing. Like, as fans, we worried about the here and now as well as we should be. I mean, whatever. It is what it is, right? This is what we see. But you got to think, like, when we look at this team, we're looking at this team and we're like, man, like, Tibbs is forced to play these guys. At least he feels he's forced to play these guys. But we're supposed to be a championship contending team. Like, if this is a championship, don't you think we would have had the pieces here to do it? And I think we did. It's just, I swear to you, and I wouldn't put my life on it because I put my life on nothing for nobody. Because who knows?
Don't do that, brother.
But I'm telling you, the Knicks thought they would bring an iHeart back. Whether or not it's the right move, and he obviously could get more money, but even iHeart was making it seem
the CBA didn't allow it.
No, but he could have took less and took that deal.
He could have taken less.
It's just not, who would want to do that, bro? I mean, you setting yourself up. It's not like iHeart is cat. Like, iHeart may not see a lot of this money going forward. It's hard to leave that money on the table. And who gets a better opportunity than that to not only get more money, but go to a team that's damn near like your team? Like, OKC was already a winning team. Like, yeah, I could still win over here. It's tough to pass.
I don't think he would have went to Charlotte for less money for the $87 million. Right, he would have took right.
I heard the NBA already knew that the cat trade was about to happen regardless, and if that was about to happen, they wasn't okay with keeping iHeart on the team. Like, if you look at iHeart's face every single time he started doing all the interview and everything, you could see he was miserable. Like, man, I'll take a pay cut, but it might have been that it's more power at B.
But I will say this. I mean, listen, we all know, we know what Madison Square Garden is. We know what it is to put on that orange and blue and play with the Knicks. But OKC, they're having fun out there, man. And I think if you are a ball player and you feel like you appreciate it, because they needed iHeart. They needed that big. They got guys over there that are good, but you can't, like, Chet Holmgren is a good player. He ain't no real big. You know what I mean? He got good size. He don't got the weight. He can't enforce the same way that iHeart may. And iHeart got another thing that you know, I want to give him credit for. He got that spunk, that fight in him. He got a good motor. He got a little dog in him. That's right. So you gotta appreciate that. So shout out to him for that. But like I said, I believe the Knicks. It's like me saying my job tells me, hey, listen, you know, we're gonna give you an extra 10,000 tomorrow, and then this new job comes at me. He's like, we're gonna give you 20,000. You know, I get to get 10,000. I'm already here. I know what my job is every day. I just go and I do what I want. I leave when I want. And then the other one's like 20,000. But you know what? Who knows? After that, you might go to new heights. We got some more stuff. It's like a tough choice. Yeah. But he could have actually stood with the Knicks. He chose to make that move, and Brunson and Josh Hart already knew because they've been joking about it. Josh Hart even tweeted, "Go get that money." And he knew, so it is what it is. But
I don't knock nobody that deserve and earn their paycheck. And you know, I think I was on Queen's show when they was talking about how good that Hartenstein was playing in the lineup, and I think I told him, "Yo, we're in trouble because he's playing too good." Yeah. You know, I wish Leon could have seen the future the very next day when Mitch went down. Like when you saw the future with Bridges and you extended him, if you would have brought an extension to him a day or two right after Mitch went down, he probably would have been here. You'd have took less. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Because he know we got that much longer of a season to go, and I can get injured. Anything can happen. You know what I'm saying? But once they lingered on and let a few games go by, and his name start ringing, and then he playing good, the fan base know it, and then we started conversating, how much more he's bringing to the team than Mitch. He's a better passer, and Mitch might not get his job back, and all this and that. He's paying attention to it. So it's not Hartenstein, it's his agent. Oh, wait, you hear? Yo, do you hear what I hear? I don't know if you hear what I hear, but I hear ching ching. And I work for you, but my job is to get the most money for you so I can get paid. Yeah. You know, but I wish, you know, they would have, you know, extended him early, you know, because he earned that money the rest of the way. And I'm never going to be mad about somebody going to get their money. 85,000. I'm happy for him. You know what I'm saying? He switched up his sneakers. He got different sneakers now. You know what I'm saying? You should have seen some of the sneakers that he was giving away after games. I literally seen him up close with sneakers that he looked like he might have wore like 30 times. You know what I'm saying? He didn't have a shoe deal, contract, none of that. You know, and you know, just to see him put himself in to receive some money, you know what I'm saying? I'm happy for that. Like, I was with Freezy. Yo, Hartenstein, let me get that jersey. I'm 55 today. Today is my birthday. You got my idea and everything. Boogie, I can't. That's exactly what he told me. I can't. And which I know they pay for them jerseys. The superstars can give them away. They got that bread. But somebody like him, he ain't got the bread to be giving them jerseys away.
You talking about like, let me back him up what he's saying. Like, okay, we go to the NBA store and maybe purchase a jersey and probably have it pressed up and made up, and it costs us maybe $200, $300. Their jerseys cost them probably about $600. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You know, and for a guy to be giving a jersey away, 82 games, 82 games, every game, you're talking about $600-$700 because you probably get fined or whatever the case may be, or whatever the team might want to do, because you know they're constantly reproducing your jersey. So that's a great point, Bully. Boogie. And with that said, yo, listen, fellas, I gotta go go to the barbershop and get this face tamed. And you know what I'm saying? And keep licking the rest of this comb clean. Keep licking the rest of this cone clean. Y'all brothers be
January
good.
off your face, man. Get that January off your face, man.
Shoot, I'm trying to get December off my face.
Yeah.
Hey,
I need to get last September off my face. Then.
hey, yo, Boogie, I hit you. You know what I'm saying? Hit my line. Ron. Oh my God. Everybody in the panel, man. God bless y'all, man. It was fun. My brother, Soulfinger, you know what it is. You know what I'm saying? Nev, you keep being a disruptor, bro. Peace to y'all and enjoy the rest of y'all evening. Be safe, please.
Appreciate you, Corey. Later, my guy. Shoot. Damn, what was I gonna say? It was something about that. Yeah. Oh, so yeah, I was just piggybacking on it. I already said it, but for those who just came in, what Soulfinger was saying before is that the bottom line here is I think the Knicks had a really good plan. None of us would be upset if the plan was carried out the way they had it planned. But when you try this stuff, nothing is perfect, and you have to just go with it and adapt. But it just hasn't worked out that way because these guys are not the same. No, there's no offense to them, and maybe they can be, but right now it's not looking that way, right? And when I'm talking about that was the plan of iHeart coming back. All right, we already talked about that. The Knicks probably felt like he actually was coming back, and I did hear that some insider people thought that iHeart was coming back, even with all that money out there. They thought that he loved it here, and they wanted him here, and they thought he was going to come back. And it's not like
Ron, excuse me for a minute, Ron. I got a phone call. I got to take care of some business.
I'm my brother.
I still be listening though.
Okay, appreciate you, bro. And it's not like, so that's the other thing. And we can't question that because it is what it is. But it's not like the Knicks didn't think that iHeart was going to get that money they just was like, okay, could he just sign with us and hold out? And then the next time he's up, we'll take care of him then. You know what I mean? It's like pushing the cat. Like this, let's keep delaying it a little bit. We got you, but we need you to take less now, right? But it didn't happen. So then they go with the whole thing. We already talked about the cat thing. The cat trade was not supposed to include Dante. The Knicks wanted to keep Dante. They needed him coming off of that bench. So
it was Deuce at first, right?
It was it Deuce?
I believe it was Deuce.
It might have been. It might have been Deuce and Randall.
Give Mitchell Robinson
the original trade. I think they were trying to put Mitch in there.
Mitch, that's who it was. It wasn't Deuce. It was
Mitch. Yep. Yeah.
But they wanted Devil.
Yeah. And we would have been mad, guys, had we wound up trading Julius and Mitch and got Cat and then kept Dante. Oh, we would have been in great spirit right now. Yeah. But it didn't work out. I mean, and then they got to scramble. Now you got to scramble because you don't have a lot of money. You don't have free agent money. Like, what can we do? Well, you know what? Let's get Landry Shamet. He can shoot a little bit. He's got some defense. You know what I mean? You hoping. That's all you're hoping you can get that same level that can help the team. Not the same level of production, but somebody who can come out. And it just hasn't worked out yet. So listen, that's all I wanted to say because I don't want people to think because I'm going to give this front office a lot of credit. Every time we think we know what they're doing and that they don't have a plan, they have a plan and it's worked out. So I want to think that they had a really good plan that they just couldn't get to happen. So, all right.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
So guys, listen, I've been rocking, rolling, all that good stuff. You know what I mean? Andios caught me. Andios was glued into me on the screen. I had a moment, eyes went wide shut. I was like Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman. I had eyes wide shut for a minute, but I'm back. Anyway,
crazy.
Let me Soulfinger. Final words, my brother.
All I got to say is, first of all, Ron, as always, my man, appreciate you having the platform. But for all us Knicks fans, we're gonna disagree on the stuff, go at it, whatever, what we do. But all in all, everybody wants the same thing that the Knicks fan that's repping the orange, the blue. It's that championship. I will say this. This is me, the way I see it. I look at it how it was when they first got their team together with LeBron. They didn't win it that first year. They made some, they got the good they had to do. But other than that, I look for something to happen next year. Like I said, we have a window. We definitely have a window. Things are way better than they have been in many moons. Hey, I'll just say this, everybody. Just stay patient as possible. If you got to get your balloons for them, get your balloons for them. Keep it in the paper bag. We'll be all right. All right. But just, try not to jump out the window, flip over tables, and throw chairs. It's going to come together like bucks. It will. We got the future.
Appreciate you,
Soulfinger. Appreciate it. Good seeing you again. Nice. Been a minute. Nev. Hey, good seeing you, man. I don't know who's that on the other side. Is that
Oh, Jay, the chosen one.
Jay, the chosen one. Hey, peace. But other than that, man, hey, y'all be easy. Hey, it's gonna come together. And once we get healthy, everybody stand by. On that, I'm out. Y'all take it easy, fellas.
Appreciate you, brother. Take it easy, my guy. Let me get over to Nev, then Jalen, then Nice. Nev, final words, my brother.
Yeah, my final words is going to be about tomorrow's game, and I want you guys to pay close attention to Atlanta. Atlanta has 2 young players.
Wait,
it's Monday game.
Monday's game. Yeah, because tomorrow's Monday's game. Yep.
Monday's game. Okay, Monday's. Sorry, what's tomorrow? All right, Monday's game. Atlanta they had 4 of their starters out. Last game they won. They were playing a G League player, the Wallace. I think he's brother Wallace, Keegan Wallace, I think, and somebody else. I can't remember his name. And they won. This is Chicago. So I would like you guys to just pay attention to that. Why a team can again play young players in situations where they're just trying to, tread water, win some games, be competitive and stuff like that. And can we do the same? And my other thing is that I heard many stories today about our players, but if you were coming in the league and you told me we have on one side we have OG and the other side we have Bridges, I would think we would have an excellent defense. Because those are 2 of the best players in the league defensively, not even offensively, defensively. So, so that bothers me every time I hear somebody talks about not having a good defense when we have 2 of the best defensive players in the league. It just, it doesn't make sense to me, So that's it.
All right. Yeah, man. Listen, Nev, I appreciate you. Thank you for joining the show. Once again, I knew you was gonna. I mean, as soon as I didn't know you were gonna pop up, but as soon as I saw you pop up, I knew you was going. I knew what you was gonna talk about today. So I appreciate you though, bro.
All right, man.
And I will say, you've always had issues with Tom Thibodeau.
Yes.
From day one. So I appreciate you for saying you. But I will say
all the hits, took all the bullets, man.
I know, but I will tell you, Tom Thibodeau is the culture. He did give us a different sense of winning. He is. I mean, I don't know. Is it?
Oh, can I make another point? I told Freezy that about over a year ago. When you start in a business, and this is what I think that has happened here.
Mm-hmm.
When you start in a business and you have your best friend wants to join you and you guys don't have the same vision and he has a stronger will than you, don't hire him because his will prevail.
That's a fair point.
Yeah, and that's what has happened here.
That's a fair point. Well, I mean, listen, I just want to say I'm going to continue to hope that Tom Thibodeau figures it out. I do like the fact that he helped turn us around. I mean, we were lost. You guys know how many coaches we went through. We were lost. And so it was nice to have some stabilization there with the team and understanding that we had an identity of defense. We don't necessarily have that same identity right now. I don't necessarily consider the Knicks. I mean, honestly, if you just look at what we are, I don't think we're a defensive team anymore. Can we be a defensive team? Yeah, we can make a little changes. One player here, one player there. you'd be surprised how things can change. But we got some work to do, and I think he can figure it out. He just needs to kind of work with what he's got, and let's get back to being smart and doing the right thing. Get out of these bad moves, get out of these second guessing and overthinking stuff, because he has done a lot of that so far this year. This is not the same Tom Thibodeau that I started to really like from last year. Tom Thibodeau was making some really good moves last year, and he's a little different this year. I'm not saying he can't get back there. I'm just saying he's a little different this year, and I'm not loving it. Jay, your thoughts, my brother? Jay, on the second time around, he came back.
I wish I could remember every word I said before. That way I could do the same exact thing. I could have recorded it and just press play. Listen, again, you are 6 hours into talking the Knicks. God bless you. You got to be tired and have to use the bathroom and probably hungry. Yeah, and we get a chance to do that. Look, first and foremost, one thing that I took away from today, is that passion. Like, the one great thing about all of us is we're individuals, right? So I believe that everybody deserves to have their voice heard, and they all deserve to have their opinions, right? Because that's what life's about. We don't have to agree. If we agree with each other, I mean, kind of be boring. Everybody saying yes or whatever might be boring. But there is a level of, like, kind of emotional level that, there's 4 intelligence. Really quick, I just want to go over it, right? This book, Smart Street Smart. The one that's my biggest pet peeve, which is if you don't have common sense. And there's something called emotional intelligence. Now, I think sometimes when you're dealing with sports, emotional intelligence becomes a very rough thing to deal with. And you saw it a little bit today. Today was about, the emotions of how we feel, what we could do, what we can't do. But here's the deal, man. We're all fans of the same team, hoping for the same thing, for victory that we haven't had in decades upon decades. So we're thirsty. We're thirsty people really wanting something for it to happen. When I got off the thing last time, something I thought about is Tibbs is definitely overthinking, but he doesn't have what he had last year, not nearly what he had last year to work with. Yes, he should have left Payne in. Yes, he should have left him in. That's for nice. However, he didn't, and I hope Tibbs, who lives, breathes, and would die probably for basketball, goes and will finally start looking at these videos and saying, okay, I need to do this because I want to win a championship. I bet you there's nobody in this room who wants to win a championship more than Tibbs. Nobody. And I've been thirsty for many, many, many years for one. So thank you for the time. God bless you guys again. And I look forward to seeing you next week. I'll probably call in and flip out on Monday, but don't forget that his Monday night stuff is good, guys. If you ever do that with his partner John, man, it's great. 9 o'clock, right, on Monday?
You muted.
Golly, I'm trying to thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, Mondays at 9 p.m. with my guy John and my guy Jose on the 1s and 2s in the background. Yeah.
All right, with Jose.
Yeah, man, thank you.
You're welcome. You got to start pitching that thing on this, man. You got that pitch.
Well, it's funny. It's funny how things work because the Monday show was the first show that we did that show for like a year before we started to do the weekend stuff, and the weekend stuff is kind of taken off. a little bit more.
Yeah, I remember you telling me about that. Yeah.
So it's interesting. Like a lot of people know about the weekend show and don't know about the Monday show, and the Monday show was first. But anyway,
yeah, it's a good show. It's fun.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
So real quick, nice before I get over to you, I just want to say APAP. We kind of talked about Zion earlier. A lot of us feel a little way about him. Yes. Does he have the talent? Yes. But is he out there? No. So it's hard to say, it's hard to give up anything. Like if you told me, so I don't know if Nice said it or whoever said it, if they bought him out, yeah, maybe. But I'm not trading anything substantial for no Zion Williamson, right? So later I could be mad at what I got and what I gave up. Nah.
Ron, you imagine now is Zion and not playing for a whole season?
Jeez, you kidding me? You know how crazy we would be. The New York would implode, bro. We would blow up.
One undereating, the one overeating, and one's undereating. We'd have a real problem.
This would be problem city.
This is the best scene for anybody that doesn't want to play.
Yeah, no, that would be nuts.
Man.
Anyway, thank you guys once again. Appreciate everybody. Shout out to Giles G in the chat. What up, Giles? Appreciate you, my brother. Shout out to Buzzer Beater. He says, "Still Knicks fans, I love these marathon streams." Yeah, I'm keep telling you every week, don't get used to this. You're never going to see it again until next week, right? Like I don't know what's going on. It's crazy, wild stuff, man. Shout out to I think I got everybody. I definitely said what's up to my guy Nick Yak earlier. Appreciate you. Yeah, man. So nice. Final words, my brother.
Yeah, salute to everybody in the panel and everybody on the chat. But just like I was saying, Jay, don't take it personal. Like my passion, like I'm not even attacking you with everything that you were saying. What I'm saying is I'm like that type of fan that I just want to enjoy the game that I love watching, and it's my Knicks my Knicks team. So yeah. I just don't want to see a shenanigan like the one that happened yesterday. Whoever has the high hand, I don't want to see them being the towel boy of the night or the water boy of the night. That doesn't make no sense. It's forgive and forget. All right, from here on out, let's forget about it. But please, Coach Tibb, don't let this thing happen again. This is what I'm saying, Jay.
Oh, but listen, I'm gonna tell you something. Nothing's ever personal unless you say something to me. You know what I mean? Like like I said, it's your feeling. You're entitled to it. It's like before when I was listening. That's why I hopped back on. When people are starting to like yell at each other for things that. To me, that's completely unnecessary.
That's going out of
it's
hand.
Counterproductive. You know, it's counterproductive. You know, and I try to live a positive, peaceful, uplifting life. You know, and that's what kind of got Mark Jackson kicked out of his position, is that he was pushing that spirituality on his team. That's what happened. So
that's what it was. It's definitely political.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me. I didn't get a chance to read this earlier, but I never forgot it, and I was waiting, and you know, so I don't want you to forget. I mean, or think that I forgot you. Shout out to Wiz. I saw it earlier. He said it's not one game, it's a pattern of failure. This is when we were talking about Tibb and some of his moves. When Corey was here talking about that we need to relax and calm down, you know, take it as one game, you know what I mean? So I know Wiz was responding to that. Shout out to you, Wiz. Thanks for the super chat. Yeah, man. I think, listen, I'm gonna say it again because I say it every show. Bottom line is the Knicks are going to be fine, because I'm you know, the reason why I can say that with confidence is because of where they're at. Like we've been Knicks fans forever. I've witnessed the horrible seasons. I've witnessed the Clee Anthony early days. Sorry, Clee Anthony, but I love to throw you under the bus every time I can.
That's so crazy. I'm thinking about that.
I've seen it all, and I've seen them go through so many ups and downs and not have a chance. Like, there's no way. Like, we can't do anything. Our team stinks, and we're just gonna have to deal with it. Our team stinks. We now have a team that has a chance. It may not be exactly where we want it to be. So we may have to eventually deal with the hard facts that we're not gonna win a championship this year. I'm not saying we have to deal with that yet. I'm just saying it may present itself where, okay, the writing's on the wall. Now we know it ain't gonna happen. But who knows? anything could happen. We witnessed the team that we didn't think had a lot of expectations to do anything turn into a 4th seed and make it into the playoffs with, most improved player Julius Randle year. That was a shock to us. You guys remember we went on a 9-game or a 10-game win streak, and we're like, oh, okay. Then we lost 3 or 4. Then we went on another win streak, and we were cooking. And that was kind of surprising because that wasn't an offensive team, right? Then we go into last year with all the injuries. I remember when the first domino went down, we were like, oh, no, we're done. When Julius went down, it was like, oh, it's over. But we were doing well. We kept winning. Then the next domino goes down. We're still doing well. We kept winning. Then the next domino goes down, and we're still winning, and we're continuing, and we made it to the second round of the playoffs, which people, didn't expect us to get there. So all I'm saying is let this year play out. Let's hope that the Knicks front office has a great plan on what's the next best thing we can do to kind of get us out of this, because every year the Knicks are going to deal with some level of adversity, and it's all about making the proper adjustment to deal with what can we do to fix it. The bottom line is right now, this Knicks defense is suspect. You know what I mean? It's not good. It's not strong enough. Game to game, it changes. And now that we're playing much better competition, it needs to be better. Because without defense, I don't care how good our offense looks, it's not going to be that way every night. Offense is streaky. That's one thing. Offense is always streaky, but defense can be there every single night. With effort and the right scheme, you can have good defense every single night. So let's get it together. Let's get back to our winning principles, our winning ways, and go from there, man. Listen, guys, I'm not asking for a lot as fans from all of you. It's the same thing I'm asking of myself. I just want this. I just want
wow. They don't want to let you go, Ron.
It's a prank call. It's a prank call.
Hold on, man. Hold on. Caller, you are on with SKF Know the Ledge. You name me where you're from.
Oh, Randu, 1973.
What Randu? You don't see me in my ending monologue, man. You don't see me doing my Arsenio Hall. What's happening, Randu? What's on your mind, brother?
The thing about the Knicks defense is that last season we kind of went on that run. It's like even when the offense didn't play well, whatever, we had the defense to bail us out. This year, when the offense don't play well, the defense ain't there to bail us out.
Yeah, that's true.
The issue. Now, another thing about, the whole Mitchell Robinson thing. I would love to trade Mitchell Robinson, but the problem is we not going to be able to trade him because I feel like this. He's been hurt too many times, and his trade value has dropped. If we do try to trade him, we're going to have to overcompensate.
As usual.
To get rid of him.
As usual. Sometimes in those type of situations, when you're trying to move a player that's value has gone down, you got to throw in an extra pick or something that you don't want to give up. You're right. You're right. Continue. My fault.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, was that all
you might be able to trade? You might be able to trade him to a Washington for JB right now. Would you do that?
Say what?
Would you if they took him, would you trade him to Washington right now for Valanciunas just to get somebody who's healthy and could get you 10 rebounds and score about 15 points?
Yeah. I'll go with that. Yeah.
I think the Knicks are in a situation where they're gonna have to do a trade like that or just keep him. You know what I mean? Right. Keep him and let him finish out this season and then move on from there, because he's not a sexy trade pick for anybody. You've watched, shout out to Knicks Recap. I think he was doing a show about it. He talked about that NBA insiders had said that, basically Mitch is viewed as a tank piece, like for a team that's not going anywhere, looking to, pick up somebody to move off of some other players and then get him. And then, I think next year he starts to become an expiring contract. It's kind of like just, a piece that you're getting to kind of move on from and continue, nothing like when you're trying to tank and not win games to get a player that's always hurt. Oh, he ain't gonna play. We ain't gonna win with him anyway. So, like, I think that's kind of how they're viewing Mitch right now. I'll be honest, guys. The Knicks are in a bad situation with Mitch, and I don't trust it. Mitch gets too hurt for my liking, and it's the same type of injuries with the same type of appendage. I'm not thinking Mitch is going to be good, and even if Mitch comes back, I'm holding my breath as to how long he's going to be out there. So I don't like it, guys. I'm telling you, I don't like it. That's it.
Ron, I'm with you. I'll be holding my breath the moment he comes in to the moment he sits down. Every time he plays, I would be like, "Oh my God, please!" Like every single time. So.
But Jay, don't we remember before the season was over, everybody was already saying, "All right, Mitch is going to be back by end of December, no later than the beginning of January."
Right. Now it's February, maybe March.
Yeah, now they're talking about February or March. It's like, hey, I'm just adding 2 and 2 together. It might be worse than what we think.
Right. When you start seeing that, it's definitely worse than you think. Right? Because every time you see that, that means that there's a setback. And this man, and let's just be honest, and I know that like you were ending the show, but this was brought up. He hasn't played. Yes, he can rebound. Yes, he can block. That's when he could play. And if you could go look back, tell me how many games in succession he's played in the amount of years he's been here. We're talking about like a legend for a moment.
You know?
So
I wouldn't make this straight because again we will have the same problem we currently having, which is a center that cannot play the drop defense. If we're going to say we're going to keep Tibbs, then we have to also keep Mitch because Mitch can play the drop. He can literally play the drop and cover the point guard. He's one of the few centers that can do both. Valanciunas cannot do that. Yes,
but Mitch can't do that either. How do you know he can do that right now?
Oh, yeah, because he has done it in the past.
Okay, he's done it in the past. I used to do a lot of things in the past.
Yeah, so that's why
I'm just saying. You don't know he can still do that.
But Valanciunas cannot play that defense, and offense is not our issue.
To your point, Nev, and I'll let you continue, or if you have more to say about it. But yes, you're right. The Valanciunas doesn't fix our problem. He does not. He does not fix our problem. We're still going to be poor defensively, but we get a healthy body, another big that can shoot the ball coming off the bench. So automatically you improve the bench right there because Valanciunas can give you 10 to 15 points easy, not a problem. So
plus 10 rebounds
and the rebounds. Yes, he can rebound the ball. So you automatically helping the bench out. And remember, the Knicks don't have one issue. The Knicks got like 3 or 4 issues when you really think about it. The bench being one of them. Doesn't that help one of our issues? You know what I mean? I'm like, it's not great, but it helps.
Right, especially since you don't know when Mitch is coming back, Nev, is what I'm saying. And the more they keep pushing him back,
you're right. That's
the more they keep pushing him back, you're saying, okay, why are they keep pushing him back? And I'm gonna tell you a few things. Look, I boxed for 10 years. I played a lot of sports. I did a lot of things. This is not like riding a bicycle, where okay, you pick up a bike. I haven't rode a bicycle in like 10, 20, 15 years, but I know I can ride one. But I probably can't do the things I did when I used to ride them, like bunny hop off the sidewalk and pop a wheelie and do those things. I'm just saying when there are things in front of us that we could see. Yes, I look in the scheme of things. Think of what Jay Boogie said. In hindsight, we could have signed iHeart for less money. In hindsight, but it's all like probables. Can we definitely get rid of Mitch? for a guy who could definitely get us 15 more points we're not getting on the bench and 10 more rebounds we're not getting from the team. That's a yes. So he's a big guy. You know, he's like a bruiser. You know, he might not be like a blocker and stuff, you know, like a heavy defender, but he definitely is 7 feet and plays tough. So
and that's
and we don't have another one.
That's the thing that like I wanted to say, Jay, that I'm when you say that, I agree that he doesn't answer certain problems, but he does help with other issues. Yeah. And the other thing too is, remember, this Knicks team didn't have that same level of offense that we have, or at least what we think we have right now. So we were dependent on pushing the ball, getting up our shots, and getting second chance opportunities. Valanciunas helps with getting second chance opportunities. The bottom line is we're missing shots now, right? So if we're missing shots, we need to get those rebounds. He helps with those rebounds, give us another chance to get a ball in the basket. That's the Knicks MO for the past 2 years prior to this one. So if we got to kind of get back to what we were doing before, you know, that works. So I would rather make that move now rather than keep waiting, because I worry Mitch is very scary to me, guys. I don't want to keep waiting because it's a setback, then it's a real setback, and then he's not a trade piece no more. Then you stuck and you getting nothing for him.
Yeah. Right, so, we're losing money right now. We're leaking money right now for no reason.
Yeah.
For right now, because no matter what, he's still an if.
Not playing.
Even when he's on the court, like I said, I'm gonna be like, oh my God, I hope no one bumps into him. You know, like, you know, I hope he doesn't fart the wrong way. Like, you know, like right now, he's like, it's that part of time. We could use 15 points and 10 rebounds, and that's one fix. And then maybe you can make another trade for somebody, you know, that does the things that we're looking for, the intangibles, the defense, the running fast, however it might be. But
and hold on. So this is Nick Yak. This is what I wanted to say real quick, and I'll get back to Randall. Let's get out of here. This is why Mitch sends cryptic messages for fans like this. Listen, bottom line is Mitch can send all the messages he wants. He don't have to be cryptic. He can send it out. You haven't earned anything for me to look any. I like you, Mitch, but I don't love you. I like you. You haven't done anything for me to really say anything different about Mitchell Robinson for everything he is. I think he's got a good heart. I think he's a fantastic person. This whole stuff with his basketball coach, this guy's remarkable. I would be a friend with him any day of the week. But as far as me having my basketball team and wanting to win a championship, can't put all my eggs in the Mitch basket. The Mitch basket is got a hole in it. Just all about can you keep your eggs on the right side because the hole's on the left side. That's where we're dealing with right now. And I don't trust it. And I'm worried about that. And the other thing too with Mitch, because he does continuously get hurt same ways, there's no guarantee. But what I will say is the irony of it all, the flip side of it, I see people keep putting Daniel Gafford's name in there. Apparently he's on the trade block. And I wouldn't mind Daniel Gafford. He's not really a scoring option, but defensively, his blocking, he's great at blocking. He can rebound. So the Knicks could benefit from him. But the flip side of it is you send Mitch to Dallas, Dallas wins the championship. No, I'm just joking, but it could happen.
No, you're right. Those things that's why people are saying, like, oh, but what if Mitch does this? I think a Knicks team can't afford the what ifs anymore with the bench that we have and the coach that we have not using the bench or trying to improve the bench. Immediately, Valanciunas improves our bench. Immediately. Because now Precious can play the power forward immediately. And it changes everything, you know. And even if he comes on the court next to Cat, now we're talking about crazy rebounding going on, and then we could do so much things different. We don't have Mitch right now.
There's a lot of guessing here.
Yeah,
there's no way. This is a lose, not a lose-lose, but there's not like a clear win here. You know what I mean? No matter what we do, guys, It's going to be second guessing. If we don't trade Mitch and Mitch comes back and he gets hurt again and he's done, then everybody's going to be like, why did you keep him? You know he's injury prone. You should have traded him and got something.
If you do, and you damn if you don't.
100%.
You know you can't really win here. It is what it is.
We can't, but you know.
Yeah, well, right. Randu, is there anything else you wanted to say before we get out of here, brother?
Yeah. Two quick things. One, I heard that Mitch hasn't even started practicing yet. And also, if we're able to get a decent backup center, we can concentrate more on Precious playing the 4.
That's true.
Also, a problem on the bench is the front court. Because if we was able to have decent front court players on the bench, or a little more decent front court players on the bench, we wouldn't have to play our starter front court as many minutes. The back court off the bench is good. We don't need to worry about that. Back court off the bench is good. We just need to deal with improving the front court off the bench.
Right.
Like I said before, in our situation, that's going to be kind of hard to do.
Right. No, I agree with you, man. And I just want to say thanks for the call, Randu. I appreciate you, man. Thanks for always supporting the show and showing love, man. You know, let's hope the Knicks can turn it around, bro. I think there's some issues that they're gonna have to figure out, but I think they'll do something. They'll be better than they are right now. I know that for a fact. I know that
100%.
Take it easy, my brother.
And we'll talk to you later.
All right, my brother.
Good night, brother.
All right.
So,
Good night.
Shout out to Paris Duggar, PD in the building said, thank you for the generous super chat. He said, Valencia is Sims. Oh, Valanciunas is Sims with O and is good for Twin Towers with Cat. Okay. I mean, because that's my whole thing. Shout out to you, Paris. Thank you for the generous super chat. Shout out to Rigo and Dino once again. He says, Jonas is a terrible option. I ain't gonna pick
I don't need you to pick that up, but you did get an extra super chat.
I'm sorry, caller. I'm sorry. I ain't gonna pick it up. So
I'm sorry. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Like I'm done.
You're not gonna get out of here tonight.
I'm not picking that one up. Sorry.
Hey, I try to instigate this chat.
No, I know. I see you. Rigo Andino says Jonas is a terrible option. Then he said Jonas is a terrible option due to his lack of defense. And I agree. We all understand that he's not the defensive answer for us. But the whole point is, it's you taking a chance, no matter what you do. You're taking a chance that Mitch might come back and be great for us and be healthy, or he could come back, be good for like 4 or 5 games, they get hurt again and be done for the rest of the season, and then we got nothing, and the trade deadline is over, and you can't do anything, right? Because that's the other thing. Knicks don't have no options, right? We don't got no extra money. No. We can't be picking up people off of waivers. We're too close to the second apron. We're done. After the trade deadline, if the Knicks make a move, they can't do nothing really unless they want to bring up one of their own guys from the G League, right? But the point is, if you have a point where Jonas Valanciunas is there, Washington Wizards are going nowhere. They've got 6 wins. We give them Mitch. They have Mitch there. They can play him or not play him, and he can just sit there while they tank. Whereas we can get Jonas, who can come off the bench and help our bench unit. You'd be surprised, guys. As much as we say the Knicks got a lot of issues defensively, if our bench starts averaging more points when they're in the game, it makes it easier for the starters to take us home. You know what I mean? The bench keeps us closer. The bench helps give us a lead. We win more basketball games. We're not going to be perfect. We're still going to have issues, but we can be better than we are right now. And then hopefully the other side of it is, you know, guys like Mikal and OG will be able to play their normal positions, and they'll be better defensively.
And they'll also be less winded, because if you bring in the Valanciunas, that would allow a Precious and the Valanciunas mix to come in at the same time to spell OG right? And OG gets some minutes off because I'm worried about OG most because of how he falls a lot and all that other stuff. So now you're spelling OG for a little bit, and maybe even Bridges because Precious can cover the 3, the 4, the 5. He runs with them. He's fast enough to do that. So look, something that I said for a long while now is our starting unit gets us 100 points. Our starting unit alone gets us 100 points. All right, it was exactly 101 point something the other day. I don't know what it is right now, but it's about 100 points. If you add, I don't know, Payne with 8, Deuce with 12, Valanciunas with 15, that means that we're scoring 130 points a night. And then whoever sprinkles in for the spell the people's minutes. If he starts to trust Shaman, maybe he doesn't get any points, but we won't need that because Valanciunas will get you 15. We won't need that because Deuce will get you 10 to 12, whatever. That is where the things start to help. And he's 7 foot tall. Who's to say he's not going to block something? Who's to say he's not going to get in there? And he does muck it up with the people down in the middle. It's not like he's not trying.
Well, I mean, I guess look, I mean, I'm not going to put any weight on his defense because he's never been a great defender, but especially now that he's older. I mean, he's older, right?
Yeah.
So it just is what it is. This is a young man's league these days. But I still think that, to your point, what you said is the key. A lot of people, you can't look at it on the surface to say Mitch is, for example, Knicks Nation 112, where the players dwell. What's up, brother? He said Mitch is elite. Precious nor any of the potential centers we can trade will not be elite at anything. Yes, Mitch is an elite offensive rebounder. He's not even an elite defensive rebounder, but he's an elite offensive rebounder. Give him credit for that 100%. But if the Knicks are playing well, right, and our offense is clicking the way it's been clicking, when we're on, you see when we're on, we don't miss a lot of shots. Not a lot of rebounds for Mitch to get. So the one thing he's elite at, he won't be having to do that much of. So then what do we need him to focus on? His defense and his defensive rebounding, fine. But he's not elite there. I mean, we talk about Mitch being a good center. Defensively, yeah. He disrupts a lot. He can block shots. But we've talked about this before, and it's not a knock on him. It's just the truth. Mitch is not an elite defender. He's not on no third team. He's not on no second team. He's not on no first team all defense. He never is. Not even considered for the third team, which is crazy to me. Yep. So my point is, as much as he can help us, we can get help somewhere else too. There's other ways we can help.
Yeah. And Valanciunas could shoot free throws. Like
he could
shoot free throws. That in mind.
Yeah. The floor.
Right, that's what I'm saying, and he stretches the floor, and it's different. And look, and we're gonna have to find defense in a different place, man. We're gonna have to find it in a power forward position. We're gonna have to find it. That's why I like the Kelly Oubre thing. I mean, I'm telling you right now, I think that if you make a few maneuvers like that, I don't think keeping Mitch on here. You know what Mitch is elite at right now? Sitting on his couch. He's elite right now. I mean, I'm not saying he's doing that. He's in the gym. He's probably getting his legs right. He's trying to do whatever he can. But he's an elite disabled lister. All right? And that's the truth. So it's time to move forward. Come on. It's like, what are we waiting on? I hope, and you know what? I hope he comes back and he does well for anybody. Because that's just, who I am. But I think we can't afford to wait any more.
I think that may be true too, and I think we just can't afford to put all eggs in that one basket unless we have to. If it dictates that, now the flip side is, say Washington says, okay, we'll take Mitch, but you need to throw in a first round pick. Then no, hang up the phone, Mitch. Right. Let me jump in the thing with you. Let's get on the treadmill. Right. Let's Mitch. You know what I mean? Like that's it. We ain't gonna do anything stupid. But if you can trade Valanciunas for Mitch straight up or something like that, or maybe they can do a twofer, right? Maybe they got somebody else in there and bring some, but maybe we can get somebody else from Washington, because Washington got a couple sneaky players over there that I wouldn't mind. Like one of those guys we could use on this team.
Yeah, I mean, look, Gafford came from that team, So I mean, you never know. They got a whole bunch. I think there's a couple people I was looking at the other day. There's a couple people that are low budget but high talent. Not like super high talent, but they got players. I can't think of who it was, but it fit. Yeah. It fit like a certain deal that I was thinking of, where it was like Mitch and maybe Sims, well, however it works out for Valanciunas and somebody. I don't know.
So here it is, guys. Let me just say this real quick, and I'm really getting out of here. Valanciunas is averaging 11 points per game, right? 8.1 rebounds. He's shooting 90% from the free throw line. 90%.
Wow.
He's shooting 21% from three. He's not a three-point shooter. I said he can stretch the floor, but I just mean like long twos, maybe a three here and there. That ain't his game.
Okay.
He's shooting 56% from the field, and he's only playing a little under 20 minutes, 19.7 minutes, right? That is the type of stuff I'm talking about. Production in less minutes. Remember, I don't know if you guys know, I always have this thing. If you're a big man and you play anywhere between 17 and 20 minutes, I expect you to have at least 7 rebounds. He's averaging 8 rebounds. That's what I'm talking about. You get some production. Right now, we're getting no production from that position. That's all I'm talking about, guys. It's not the sexiest move. It's not a great move, but it helps this team. It helps the team.
And we don't have anybody like that right now. Okay, that's what. Right, we don't have that on our bench. We don't have a 7-footer, and you know what we've been doing really bad lately? Shooting foul shots. So he's a 90% foul shooter. That instantly helps that. There's a lot of good reasons why this helps. I don't think that me or Ron saying this has anything to do with us hating on Mitch. It definitely doesn't come from me. I know you, Ron. I know it's not about hating. It's about reality. It's about reality. So
right. That's all it is. Yeah. Anyway, guys, it's not going to be sexy. If it does happen, there's going to be people that don't like it, but you can't argue with the fact that he is producing in limited minutes and producing pretty well and efficiently. And it's just something like you can get that can help. Our bench is bad, right? But you can't say you add Jonas to the bench that the bench doesn't improve. So that's all it is. It's not perfect. It doesn't help our defense that much. But you know what I mean? Like the Knicks going to have to figure something out. And I know that if we're fans and the Knicks have tried to get a better defensive option or do this and it don't work out, I know most of you would much rather say, you know what, as much as I like Mitch, I don't know what we're going to get consistently out of him. Sometimes you got to take a chance because quite frankly, every single year Mitch gets hurt. It's the same thing. Why would I, if I'm going to say that I don't want to bring in Zion because of his health or the fact that he never plays, why am I going to act like we don't got our own player that's like that on our team? We got one. Look, we got to get healthy, man. The best production is the production that you can see that's there night in and night out. And you know, the best ability is availability. Yeah. You know, it is what it is.
Yeah, a big deal. No, that's a big deal, though. I mean, it's a really big deal. Yeah.
All right,
you guys have really convinced me about this.
Well, I'm glad we. Hey,
we turned. Look, I see your face. Look what we did. Look what we did. You know what? That was me saying to you, Ron. Pick the phone up. Let's see what happens. Oh, not pick up the last one. Yeah.
Wow. There we go. We convinced Nev of something. Let's go.
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
I know you have 2 super chats when I.
Right, and you got 2 super chats out of it. That's good, man. No, man, look.
PD says Brogdon and Valanciunas for Mitch in 2 seconds. Yeah, I'd probably do that.
I like that, but Brogdon has been hurt too many times in the last couple of years, like a lot. If Brogdon, let me tell you, would have been really, really special if he never got hurt. He would have been like in that Kuzma, you know what I'm saying, like that type of
right.
Like,
although you bring in Brogdon, I mean, basically, somebody's just thrown away. Like Campaign or Deuce is bench, like relegated.
Probably Shamit, because he's about the same size.
Maybe.
I think Brogdon's about 6'5", 6'6",
right.
6'5".
He's still got some juice in him though, but he's not. He's not what he was, but he's still got a little juice in him. Shout out to Buzzer Beater. Oh no, hell no. He said, Ron, I challenge you to do a 24-hour stream one day. Listen, the only way you catch me doing a 24-hour stream, and it won't be me by myself, if I get together, because I had an idea about this before. Just if we got together and it was me, NBK, Knicks Real Talk, I could keep going.
Right, yeah.
We that was a thought that I had. Maybe we should do like a 24-hour stream where we all just take a shift of like 3 or 4 hours and just bang it out. You get Knicks talk all day, baby. I mean, who knows? Maybe it'll happen one day.
How about the playoffs? Maybe something like that. Somewhere where we're doing something for real. Because right now, why do it now?
Right. I mean, you never know. Maybe that's something we could do. I mean, I think to make it a little bit more lucrative, we'd have to figure out a way to get people involved, and maybe we can get some sponsorship. Like, give people a little bit of money for giving their time and wanting to be a part of something. It'd be cool. I don't know, man. Maybe I'll think about it.
Right.
But man, appreciate you guys once again. I just want to say thank you to everybody. Thank you to all the callers. Thank you to the chat. You guys have been on fire today. Thank you to the panel, Jay, Nev, Nice, Jay Boogie, Juan. Somebody I'm missing.
Yeah, you had Corey. You had
Soulfinger called.
Yeah, Soulfinger called.
Soulfinger Randu.
Nice, you said right.
Said nice. Shout out to Ice. Shout out to AJ. Appreciate all you guys who have.
Double A was on.
Brother, shout out to Double A.
Yeah.
Appreciate everybody, man. That's how crazy it is. I could forget who joined me earlier because I've been here for 6 hours and 47 minutes. This is nuts.
I came back 4 times.
This is nuts, man. I don't know, man. I gotta talk to Freezy, man. Freezy used to do this stuff, man. I'm not the new Freezy. I can't do that, bro. Freezy crazy. Shout out to everybody. Thank you guys once again. Please have a great rest of your evening. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Tomorrow there's no Knick game, so you get a day off. Do something fun with your family. Go to brunch. I don't know. Do something. Enjoy yourselves. There's a lot of football going on this weekend, so I know that's what a lot of people are doing and watching.
It's gonna be freezing as hell tomorrow.
I'm sure it will be. So enjoy that. And man, we'll go from there. Listen, I say this on Monday nights, but it doesn't change here either. Oh, wait. This is what I want to see, guys. I want to see a little bit more of this. Took the Deuce to the trade. A little bit more Deuce McBride. A little bit more offense from Deuce. Let's get Deuce going. We need that in the meantime, right? But no matter what, guys, we come on here, we argue a little bit, we're passionate, we go back and forth, but it's all love. We all Knicks fans. We all want to see the promised land together. We want to be able to celebrate and have fun, and then brag and yell at the other fans that weren't there with us. Like, you know what I mean? Right. No matter what, ups, downs, good, the bad, we're still Knicks fans. All right, let's get out of here. Peace. Appreciate y'all. Later.
Appreciate you. Peace.